Okay, do it here. We are live back with Portraits in Metaphysics. Been enjoying the research, and last few weeks I've been able to pound out one of these every single week. So hope to continue to be able to do that. Looks like the next 2 weeks, God willing, I should be able to continue with a weekly Portraits in Metaphysics. This week will be the Italians and the Enlightenment, which I guess predates the Renaissance, which predates the Enlightenment. I'm throwing in Spinoza because I want to cover Spinoza, but I didn't really have a good place to put him, so I'm just going to throw him in here today. And then next week we will do the French Enlightenment, and the week after we will do the British of the contemporary period, and then we'll do the deep dive into Leibniz. So we've covered some of the Italian Renaissance before, and the different people from the Italian Renaissance in the last few episodes, and Galileo at the post end of the Renaissance, and what exactly is the Renaissance, and the return of art and the scholastics and the revival of Greek wisdom, and the time frames, uh, and a lot of that will eventually be important to metaphysics, but generally the Renaissance is still in the scholastic period of the larger effect of the Aristotelians before the scientific revolution. And Galileo is one of the precursors and is still somewhat before the Enlightenment. A lot of people would put Spinoza, or sorry, actually Descartes as the first Enlightenment thinker. Some like Spinoza also he's important, but is less important for the development of ideas, specifically the advent of science. That Descartes becomes the most important thinker of the new method that is followed up by Newton and the scientific revolution of the Renaissance and the new method to take things forward. Although a lot of the things like Spinoza and other things of the Renaissance thinkers is extremely important. And most of the people I've been covering are anti-Aristotelian, or at least pushing for a new method. So today we'll cover one of the Aristotelians, Zabarella, and we'll also look at Machiavelli, who is a pretty important name. Machiavelli in the politics and the prince, and I had covered Pierre uh, with the encyclopedia, and actually he's the one who coined the term Machiavellian. And we'll see, the prince in Machiavellian is not necessarily uh, representative of his thought, and a lot of people think Machiavellian the Prince was written kind of satirically. So to call this behavior outlined in the Prince as Machiavellian, basically uh, make yourself look altruistic and secretly be cruel. That Pierre Bourdieu in the encyclopedia, slightly after Descartes, is the one who coins this term Machiavellian in that encyclopedia that we talked about a few weeks ago. So we'll just kind of cover some of these loose spaces, and obviously, like a lot of these things are new to me. Like some of these names I'm covering today, I hadn't really even heard of till I started doing this research, and I read through a lot of other profiles and saying like there's a lot of people I skipped and missed because time is limited. I can't cover everybody, and I'm trying to cover just the most basic important things for my multiple truth hypothesis. Although I will go back at some point to some of the Greeks. We'll look at Maimonides. I might do a Jewish episode sometime, and there throw in some random thinkers. I could have done that with Spinoza, but I wanted to put Spinoza in before I cover Leibniz, because Spinoza has some effect on Leibniz in the important Enlightenment thinker. So I wanted to throw in Spinoza today. Srolia, God bless. So it's a pleasure. So Spinoza will look at last, as Lev Tahar noted, Notori Karta Shel Chatzar Kodesh de Chasidus Lev Tahar noted that everyone today is Italian besides for Spinoza. Spinoza is Dutch, and I don't have a whole bunch of Dutch thinkers in my Jewish episodes. I had to throw them in. So I'm throwing in him today, but everyone else is Italian. And all of these thinkers today are also pre or contemporary with Galileo. So, we'll get the last feel for Renaissance thought. And then next week, we will look at the French Enlightenment, and we'll look at Mellenbach, an important name of Descartes, from the Mersenne circle, who took very high birth and came from a wealthy family, and was one of the founding important members of the Paris Royal Academy of Science. We'll look at Christian Wolff, who is in between the time of Descartes and Leibniz, and I think even lives further than Leibniz. And Christian Wolff is a big influence on the thought of Leibniz. And we'll look at Pascal, look at a guy named Robert Descabetz, and Emile de Châtelet, another woman who translated Newton into French. And then after that, we'll look at some contemporary of the same time British thinkers: Henry Moore, Ralph Cudworth, John Norris, Samuel Clarke, and Antoine Legrand. And then after that, I'll do a deep dive into the thought of Leibniz. So like all this is kind of the precursor, and these are most of the names. So like, God forbid, this is episode 10. So including my science of philosophy, this is episode 27 of my metaphysics series. 10 in the philosophy of science. I've done 7 metaphysics in episode 10. And I'm predicting about 100 of them. And we're going to continue with the biographies. And after I've done a little bit more biographies than the deep dive on Leibniz and the deep dive on Kant, I think we'll have enough background to start just going into metaphysical topics. And really, I could have just jumped into metaphysical topics. But for myself, I think it's easier to understand these things knowing the long arc of history, the progression of ideas, and kind of like the names. Like, so if you just jump into any given topic of like metaphysics on causation, you hear this guy said this and this guy said this, and you're trying to wonder, like, okay, like, continental idealism, British empiricism, Renaissance, Enlightenment, Kantianism, positive, logical positivism, Vienna Circle, so on and so on, that going through the biographies is extremely useful. And from my perception, the most important names, at least for the multiple truth hypothesis, and probably Western philosophy in general, definitely those who focus on the advent of science and the philosophy of science, is going to be Descartes, Leibniz, Newton, and Kant. And so I will do deep dive full episodes on all of those thinkers. I've already did Newton and Descartes, and coming up in the next few weeks will be Leibniz. And then I will probably continue with the portrait biography series from Leibniz to Kant, which was about 50 years. I mean, I guess like, from the peak of their careers, but, it's about 100 years. But I mean, from the death of Leibniz to the birth of Kant isn't actually that far away. But, Kant publishing most of his important work towards the end of the 17th century, and Leibniz publishing most of the important work towards the beginning of the 17th century, or even the end of the end of the 18th century, the early 1700s. And so a lot of these thinkers, like Descartes in the the early to mid 1600s, the Royal Society of London is founded, I think 1660. The Royal Academy of Paris is founded in the late 1660s, also right after. And when we looked at Descartes and his disciples, they're hovering around the beginning of the 17th century to about 1650. And like Mellenbach will take that period from Descartes into the foundation of the Royal Academy of Paris and some of the important thought and the theology. And so we've covered quite a few of these now. We see progression in one area in one time. So by the time this is done, we'll have looked at about 10 Italian thinkers from this time frame. Maybe not even 10, but we've looked at maybe like 5 or 6 Italian thinkers from the time frame. and the Renaissance starts maybe like 1400 and goes into the 1600s till you have the Enlightenment with Descartes, and then you have the beginning of the Enlightenment is France, Germany, and you have to like the politics of the time, like the border. I think at the time France controlled a lot of what now would be German territory, and a lot of these borders switch. But you're looking at the beginning of the Enlightenment, like Descartes, and in his circles, the Marsan circle. These are French thinkers, and what will become the continental idealists, and Leibniz, who's German and French, and the German idealism. Kant will be full German. So, but the school of continental idealism basically starts in France and then pivots to Germany by the time of Kant, where the main thinkers for a period of time are in the late 1600s are in France, in Paris, and by the time the mid 1700s to the 1800s, it shifted to Germany, and then you at the same time have the development of thought in England, and we looked at Francis Bacon, Thomas Hobbes, Newton, Cavendish, uh, John Locke, the important thinkers around the foundation of the Royal Society of London, and we'll look at some of their contemporary thinkers. We looked at Robert Boyle, and we're going to do a whole 2 weeks from now, a whole episode. I mentioned the names of British thinkers around the time of Descartes and Leibniz, and then from there, um, I'll try to cover up to the time of Kant around 1800, and we'll look at some Jewish thinkers. We'll look at Moses Mendelssohn. I might do a whole episode on Jews. I'm not sure if I'll try to keep, like there's Simon, there's Solomon Maimon, um, Jacobi, Moses Mendelssohn, who are all contemporaries of Kant. And I might throw in like Maimonides and just do an episode on Jewish thinkers because I want to cover Maimonides at some point, or I might just throw in those Jewish thinkers together with Kant. And then after Kant, you also have like Hermann Cohn and the Neo-Kantians. But we're going to cover, we've already covered some like the German idealist, and we did cover some of the disciples and contemporaries of Kant earlier with the German idealists, but we're going to go much more in depth, and there'll probably be 2 or 3 episodes, another 10 to 15 thinkers that we'll cover after the Leibniz to get from the thought from Leibniz and Newton till Kant. And Kant is really the ushering in of the modern era. Although, as we've seen earlier, you have the Neo-Kantians and then the Vienna Circle. But by the time the modern era is mostly a reaction to Kant. And Kant is an adaptation of Hume and Newton, somewhat like a synthesis of continental idealism and British empiricism. We've also already looked at American pragmatism, the rise of American pragmatism, starting like the 1850s, which is well after Kant, and the contemporary of the Neo-Kantians, but also heavily influenced by Kant. And we'll look at a more pragmatist. So the pragmatism starts later, and pragmatism also is somewhat a reaction to Kant. Hegel also. We looked at Hegel. So there's a whole bunch of things. So just got to throw it out there. It's almost overwhelming. Can't cover it all. And my Jewish viewers, who study Talmud, Hadron Alak, when you finish a Masechta will return upon you. So all of these things are conducive to deeper and deeper understanding, trying to get more and more, in depth. And I'm reading, the Stanford Encyclopedia entry, which is generally written from the best scholars in the world on the subject matter. These people have read almost conclusively most of the works. Oh, you got it, Shalom. Good to see you too. God bless you. We'll be covering Spinoza last, so probably today's episode will probably be about 5 hours. None of these entries are particularly long. They'll probably each be like an hour each. Spinoza I'll be covering last. But all of these are worthy of much more study. And I would say like the people who wrote these entries probably read 100 books just on the subject matter. And I probably on average read like a book or two. Some of the people I read much more, like the Italian Renaissance. I just read a book on the Italian Renaissance and looking a little bit more into it. I just wanted to be a little bit comprehensive and cover the Italian Renaissance, and especially when we get into the metaphysical topics, because I'm trying to explain why philosophy and metaphysics kind of died with Wittgenstein and the Vienna Circle, and there's not really a strong tradition of philosophy anymore, and especially metaphysics. That you have some philosophy, but like metaphysics, there's not really a tradition anymore. And metaphysics is known with mysticism. See like Esoterica, Dr. Justin Sledge, almost everybody he covers is before the Newtonian scientific revolution. And if they're after the scientific revolution, they're like, Aleister Crowley or magicians or people that have no mainstream respect in society. They're witches and mysticists, and even within mainstream Christianity, people that have almost no respect, as opposed to before the scientific revolution, even up to the period of Kant, because Kant is still a Christian arguing on behalf of Christianity. You have some level of metaphysics and spirituality that, with like Laplace and Napoleon in the 1800s, the French Enlightenment, the starts going away, where there's a large divergence between religion and philosophy, and metaphysics starts to die out in favor of the scientific method and the Kantian interpretation, which tries to defend Christianity, but in some aspect is really the last defense of Christianity before the Neo-Kantians and the Vienna Circle. But these early Italian thinkers of the Italian Renaissance, because when you look at any metaphysical topic, usually you're going to start with Aristotle, Plato, the Greeks, and often in the non-scientific matter, the Aristotelian delineation of metaphysical problems is still dominant today. And because people don't even study much metaphysics, and the metaphysics really starts with Aristotle. That was Aristotle's books were called Metaphysics, meaning after physics, and the multiple books, the first major books that systematically dealt with these topics were Aristotle. But the Aristotelian system became insufficient for scientific matters, and so the scientific revolution, all these people are pushing back against Aristotle in the scholastic method, as we've seen over the last few weeks, and we'll see again today. But to trying to be comprehensive in the due diligence when we start topics in metaphysics, like any major topic, like categories or causation, cause and effect, the nature of ideals, logic, almost all of these will start with Aristotle or sometimes the pre-Aristotelian thinkers. And Aristotle usually is the knowledge base. So, Aristotle, most of our knowledge of the pre-Aristotelian thinkers actually comes from Aristotle, because he is the largest books. And actually, like, what we know of Aristotle isn't actually from Aristotle. I think Aristotle's books were lost. The academy's like taken over by a rival from the Aristotelian school, but his books are saved by one of his disciples that goes to a different town, and the fragments of Aristotle are completed by like his disciple's disciple a few hundred years later. And so a large fraction, like 40% of what we have from Aristotle, was actually written and canonized, collected together like a few hundred years after Aristotle. And we may or may not cover that. People could look into that on their own. So let's jump right in. Do a screen share. Just check my eBay, and God forbid I get older, so need to stretch a little bit more. I used to be able to sit straight in my chair for 6-7 hours straight without getting up. These days, like maybe the first 2 hours, but after an hour or two, I got to keep on juggling and moving around to do it. Probably get my mail or get a drink, use the bathroom. But each one of these we're going to first do. I think it's in the description in the order that we're going to do them. We'll start with Machiavelli, then we'll look at Girolamo Cardano, and then Giacomo Zabarella, and then Tommaso Campanella, and then we'll look at Baruch Spinoza. And I kind of just threw in Spinoza because I had to cover Spinoza, and I didn't really have anywhere good to do them, so I'm throwing in Spinoza with the Italians. And Spinoza's somewhat like, I'm not sure if they classify like Spinoza. He's an Enlightenment thinker, but he's a little bit different than Descartes and the Cartesians. And Descartes definitely has influence. I mean, Spinoza has influence, and we'll look at like the Spinoza controversies. Spinoza has influence on Kant, and almost all of the thinkers are influenced by Spinoza. And there's a handful of Spinozists, especially like the pantheism, but generally there's not a main direct disciplic line from Spinoza to modern thought. It goes through Descartes and Newton. So, I didn't really have, so I'm just throwing in Spinoza today, but it's important. And you will see, especially for metaphysics, because Spinoza talked a lot about categories and causation and a lot of ideas that are influential on later thinkers. Let's jump right in. Niccolò Machiavelli, who's mostly a political thinker. And you could look at the multiple truth hypothesis in political thought. We looked at John Locke and the social contract and Thomas Hobbes. So we're throwing in some political thought, although Machiavelli's almost wholly a political thinker. But I thought he was important enough and indicative of the Renaissance, and I bring him up constantly because I talk politics and the Machiavelli. So I bring him up constantly, all the time. So I thought I would cover him. This one's actually quite interesting. Niccolò Machiavelli. Why Machiavelli? That question might naturally and legitimately occur to anyone encountering an entry about him in an encyclopedia of philosophy. Certainly, Machiavelli contributed to a large number of important discourses in Western thought, political theory most notably, but also history and historiography, Italian literature, and principles of warfare and diplomacy. But Machiavelli never seems to have considered himself a philosopher. Indeed, he often overtly rejected philosophical inquiry as besides the point, nor do his credentials suggest that he fits comfortably into standard models of academic philosophy. His writings are maddeningly and notoriously unsystematic, inconsistent, and sometimes self-contradictory. He tends to use appeal to experience and example in the place of rigorous logical analysis, yet there are good reasons to include Machiavelli among the greatest of political philosophers, some of which are internal to his writings. In spite of the temptation to emphasize his political pragmatism, a lively scholarly debate rages about the presence of a coherent and original philosophy addressed to topics of concern to philosophers at the core of his thought. Moreover, succeeding thinkers who more obviously qualify as philosophers of the first rank did and still do feel compelled to engage with his ideas, either to dispute them or to incorporate his insights into their own teachings. Even if Machiavelli grazed at the fringes of philosophy, the impact of his extensive musings has been widespread and lasting. The terms Machiavellian and Machiavellianism find regular purchase among philosophers concerned with a range of ethical, political, and psychological phenomenon, regardless of whether or not Machiavelli himself invented Machiavellianism, a term apparently coined by Pierre Bayle, we covered a few weeks ago, in the 17th century, or was in fact a Machiavellian in the sense commonly attributed to him. Machiavelli critique of utopian philosophical schemes such as those of Plato challenges an entire tradition of political philosophy in a manner that commands attention and demands considerations and responses. Finally, a new generation of so-called neo-Roman political theorists find inspiration in Machiavelli in version of republicanism. Thus, Machiavelli deserves a place at the table of any comprehensive survey of political philosophy. So I never actually read Machiavelli. My knowledge of Machiavelli, I mean, like obviously contemporary, like heard of him, the term, even in high school, maybe even in junior high school, because I knew intelligent people. I'd heard people use and understood what it meant to be Machiavellian. But I did listen to the teaching company course on Machiavellian context. And so my dad owns this 24 lectures that covers the Prince in detail and discourse. So and this was a few years ago. You can even see here I've already purchased this. So I think I own a copy of the Prince that my dad gave me. Definitely have it, like the Compendium of the Western Classics. But it was that course that was pretty comprehensive, 12-hour course I took on Machiavelli, and but I found this very interesting. It refreshed some of what I learned before and made me think deeper about what Machiavelli actually, like said that Pierre Bayle, who coins the term Machiavellianism that is commonly used today, is not necessarily representative of some sort of like comprehensive Machiavelli philosophy, but his possibly satirical book, The Prince. Okay, biography. Relatively little is known for certain about Machiavelli's early life in comparison with many important figures of the Italian Renaissance. He was born the 3rd of May, 1469 in Florence, and at a young age became a pupil of the renowned Latin teacher Pablo de Ronchiloni, and it is speculated that he attended the University of Florence, and even a cursory glance at his corpus reveals that he received an excellent humanist education. It is only with his entrance into public view with his appointment in 1498 as the second Chancellor of the Republic of Florence, however, that we begin to acquire a full and accurate picture of his life. For the next 14 years, Machiavelli engaged in a flurry of diplomatic activity on behalf of Florence, traveling to the major centers of Italy as well to the royal court of France and to the imperial curia of Maximilian. Florence had been under a Republican government since 1494, when the leading Medici family and its supporters had been driven from power. After 4 years under Savonarola's leadership and eventual downfall, the Florentine Republic sought more stable government and reformed its institutions accordingly. During this time, Machiavelli entered public service and thrived under the patronage of the city's chief administrator for life, Pier Soderini, who was elected to that position in 1502. In his official capacities, Machiavelli traveled considerably, producing a large body of dispatches known as legations, reporting on events across Europe. He also composed personal correspondence, poetic works, and short political analysis. In 1512, however, with the assistance of Spanish and Papal troops, the Medici defeated the Republic's civil militia, which Machiavelli had organized, and dissolved its government. Machiavelli was a direct victim of the regime change. He was immediately dismissed from office, and when he was wrongly suspected of conspiring against the Medici, was imprisoned and tortured for several weeks in early 1513. His retirement thereafter to his family farm outside of Florence afforded the occasion and the impetus for him to turn to intellectual pursuits. The first of his writings is, in a more reflective vein, was ultimately the one most commonly associated with his name, The Prince. Penned at the end of 1513, but only published pusillanimously in 1532, The Prince was composed in haste by an author who, among other things, sought to regain his status in Florentine public affairs. Many of his colleagues in the previous Republican government were quickly rehabilitated and returned to service under the Medici. Originally written for presentation to Girolamo de' Medici, who may well have appreciated it, the dedication was changed upon Girolamo's death to Lorenzo de' Medici the Younger, who almost certainly did not read it when it came into his hands in 1516. Meanwhile, Machiavelli's retirement from politics led him to other literary activities. He wrote verse plays and short prose, authored The Study of the Art of War, published in 1521, and produced biographical and historical sketches. Most importantly, he composed his other major contribution to political thought, the discourses on the 10 books of Titus Livy, an exposition of the principles of republican rule masquerading as a commentary on the work of the famous historian of the Roman Republic. Unlike The Prince, the discourses was written over a long period of time, commencing perhaps in 1514 or 15 and completing in 1518 or 19. Although again only published pusillanimously in 1531, the book may have been shaped by informal discussions attended by Machiavelli among some of the leading Florentine intellectuals and political figures under the scholarship of Cosimo Rucellai. Near the end of his life, and probably as a result of the aid of a well-connected friends, whom he never stopped badgering for intervention, Machiavelli began to return to the favor of the Medici family. In 1520, he was commissioned by Cardinal Giulio de' Medici to compose a history of Florence, the so-called Florentine histories, and assigned assignment completed in 1525 and presented to the cardinal, who had since ascended to his papal throne as Clement VII in Rome. Other small tasks were forthcoming from the Medici government, but before the opportunity arose for him to return fully to public life, he died on June 21st, 1527. The Prince Analyzing Power. Traditionally, political philosophers of the past posited a special relationship between moral goodness and legitimate authority. Many authors, especially those who composed mirror of prince books or royal advice books during the Middle Ages and Renaissance, believed that the use of political power was only rightful if it was exercised by a ruler whose personal moral character was strictly virtuous. Thus, rulers were counseled that if they wanted to succeed, that is, if they desired a long and peaceful reign and aimed to pass their office down to their heirs, they must be sure to behave in accordance with conventional ethical standards, that is, the virtues and piety. In a sense, it was thought that rulers did well when they did good. They earned the right to be obeyed and respected on account of their moral and religious rectitude. Machiavelli criticized at length precisely this moralistic view of authority in his best-known treatise, The Prince. For Machiavelli, there's no moral basis on which to judge the difference between legitimate and illegitimate uses of power. Rather, authority and power are essentially co-equal. Whoever has power has the right to command, but goodness does not ensure power, and the ruler who has no more authority on account of being good. Thus, in direct opposition to morally derived theories of politics, Machiavelli says that the only real reason in politics is the acquisition and maintenance of power. Although he talks less about power per se than about maintaining the state, in this sense, Machiavelli presents a trenchant criticism of the concept of authority by arguing that the notion of legitimate rights or rulership adds nothing to the actual possession of power. The Prince purports to reflect the self-conscious political realism of an author who was fully aware, on the basis of direct experience in the service of the Florentine government, that goodness and right are not sufficient to win and maintain political supremacy. Machiavelli thus seeks to learn and teach the rules of political power. For him, it necessarily for any successful ruler to know how to use power effectively. Only by means of its proper application, Machiavelli believes, can individuals be brought to obey and will the ruler be able to maintain the state in safety and security. Machiavelli's political theory thus then excludes issues of moral authority and legitimacy from consideration in the discussion of political decision making and political judgment. Nowhere does this come out more clearly than in his treatment of the relationship between law and force. Machiavelli acknowledges that good laws and good arms constitute the dual foundations of a well-ordered political system, but he immediately adds that since coercion creates legality, he will concentrate his attention on force. He says, since there cannot be good laws without good arms, I will not consider laws, but speak of arms. In other words, valid laws rest entirely upon the threat of coercive force. Authority is impossible for Machiavelli as a right apart from the power to enforce it. Machiavelli is led to conclude that fear is always preferable to affection in subjects, just as violence and deception are superior to legality in effectively controlling them. He observes that one can say this in general terms of men: they are ungrateful, disloyal, insincere, and deceitful, timid of danger, and avid of profit. Love is bound of obligation, which these miserable creatures break whenever it suits them to do so, but fear holds them fast by a dread of punishment that never passes. As a result, Machiavelli cannot really be said to have a theory of obligation separate from the imposition of power. People obey only because they fear the consequence of not doing so, whether the loss of life or privileges. And of course, power alone cannot bind one, insomuch as obligation is voluntary and assumes that one can meaningfully do otherwise. Someone can choose not to obey if he possesses the power to resist the ruler or is prepared to risk the consequences of the state superiority of coercive force. Machiavelli's argument in The Prince is thus designed to demonstrate that politics can only properly be defined in terms of the effective employment of coercive force. What Winter has coined the orders of violence. Authority has a right to command, has no independent status. He substantiates this assertion by reference to the observable realities, historical, contemporary, of political affairs and public life, as well as by arrangements revealing the self-interested tendencies of all human conduct. For Machiavelli, it is meaningless and futile to speak of any claim to authority to command detached from the possession of superior political power. The ruler who lives by his supposed rights alone will surely wither and die by those same rights, because in the rough and tumble of political conflict, those who prefer power to authority are more likely to succeed. Without exception, the authority of states and their laws will never be acknowledged when they are not supported by a show of power which renders obedience inescapable. Power, virtue, and fortune. Machiavelli presents to his reader a vision of political rule allegedly purged of extraneous moralizing influences and fully aware of the foundations of politics and the effective exercise of power. The methods for achieving obedience are varied and depend heavily upon the foresight that the prince exercises. Hence, the successful ruler needs special training. The term that best captures Machiavelli's vision of skill that must be learned in order to engage successfully in power politics is virtue. While the Italian world would normally be translated into English as virtue, and would ordinarily convey the conventional connotation of moral goodness, Machiavelli obviously means something very different when referring to virtue of the prince. In particular, Machiavelli employs the concept of virtue to refer to the range of personal qualities that the prince will find it necessary to acquire in order to maintain his states and to achieve great things. The two standard markers of power for him, this makes it brutally clear that there can be no equivalence between the conventional virtues and Machiavellian virtue. Machiavelli's sense of what it is to be a person of virtue can thus be summarized by his recommendation that the prince, above all, must possess a flexible disposition. That ruler is best suited for office, on Machiavelli's account, who is capable of varying his conduct from good to evil and back again as the fortune and circumstances dictate. Not coincidentally, Machiavelli also uses the term virtue in the book The Art of War in order to describe strategic prowess of the general who adapts to different battlefield conditions as the situation dictates. Machiavelli sees politics to be sort of a battlefield on a different scale. Hence, the prince, just like the general, needs to be in possession of virtue, that is, to know which strategies and techniques are appropriate to what particular circumstances. Thus, virtue winds up being closely connected to Machiavelli's notion of the power. The ruler of virtue is bound to be competent in the application of power. To possess virtue is indeed to have mastered all the rules connected with the effective application of power. Virtue is to power politics what conventional virtue is to those thinkers who suppose that moral goodness is sufficient to be a legitimate ruler. It is the touchstone of political efficacy. What is the conceptual link between virtue and effective exercise of power? For Machiavelli, the answer lies with another central Machiavellian concept, fortuna, usually translated as fortune. Fortuna is the enemy of political order, the ultimate threat to the safety and security of the state. Machiavelli's use of the concept has been widely debated without a very satisfactory resolution. Suffice it to say, as with virtue, fortuna is employed by him in a distinctive way, where conventional representations treated fortuna as mostly benign, if fickle goddess who is the source of all goods and as well as evils. Machiavelli's fortune is a malevolent, uncompromising fount of human misery, affection, and disaster. While human fortuna may be responsible for such success as human beings achieve, no man can effectively when directly opposed by the goddess. Machiavelli's most famous discussion of fortuna occurs in chapter 25 of The Prince, in which he proposes two analogies for understanding the human situation in the face of events. Initially, he asserts that fortune resembles one of our destructive rivers, which, when it is angry, turns the plains into lakes, throws down the trees and buildings, takes earth from one spot, puts it in another. Everyone flees before the flood, everyone yields to its fury, and nowhere can repel it. Yet the furor of a raging river does not mean that its depredations are beyond human control. Before the rains comes, it is possible to take precautions to divert the worst consequences of the natural elements. The same thing happens about Fortuna. Machiavelli observes, she shows her power where virtue and wisdom do not prepare to resist her, and directs her fury where she knows that no dikes or embankments are ready to hold her. Fortune may be resisted by human beings, but only in those circumstances where virtue and wisdom have already prepared for her inevitable arrival. Machiavelli reinforces the association of Fortuna with the blind strength of nature by explaining that political success depends upon appreciation of the operational principles of Fortuna. His own experience has taught him that it is better to be impetuous than cautious, because Fortuna is a woman and it is necessary in order to keep her under to beat and maul her. In other words, Fortuna demands a violent response of those who would control her. She more often lets herself be overcome by men using such methods than by those who proceed coldly. Machiavelli continues, therefore, always like a woman, she is a friend of young men because they are less cautious, more spirited, and with more boldness mastered her. The wanton behavior of Fortuna demands an aggressive, even violent response, lest she take advantage of those men who are too retiring or effeminate to dominate her. Machiavelli's remark points towards several salient conclusions about Fortuna and her place in his intellectual universe. Throughout his corpus, Fortuna is depicted as a primal source of violence, especially as directed against humanity, and as antithetical to reason. Thus, Machiavelli realizes that only preparation to pose an extreme response to the vicissitudes of fortune will ensure victory against her. This is what virtue provides, the ability to respond to fortune at any time and in any way that is necessary. Morality, religion, and politics. These basic building blocks of Machiavelli's thought have induced considerable controversy among his readers going back to the 16th century, when he was denounced as an apostle of the devil, but also was read and applied sympathetically by authors and politicians enunciating the doctrine of reason of state. The main source of dispute concerned Machiavelli's attitude towards the conventional moral and religious standards of human conduct, mainly in connection with the prince. For many, his teachings endorses immoralism, or at least amoralism. The most extreme version of this reading find Machiavelli to be a teacher of evil, in the most famous words of Leo Strauss, on the grounds that he counsels leaders to avoid the common values of justice, mercy, temperance, wisdom, and love of their people, in preference for the use of cruelty, violence, fear, and deception. A more moderate school of thought associated with Benedetto Croce, 1925, views Machiavelli as simply a realist or a pragmatist, advocating the suspension of commonplace ethics in matters of politics. Moral values have no place in the sorts of decisions that political leaders must make, and it is a category error of the gravest sort to think otherwise. Perhaps the mildest version of the amoral hypothesis has been proposed by Quentin Skinner, 1978, who claims that the ruler's commission of acts deemed vicious by convention is the last bet option, concentrating on the claim in The Prince that the head of a state ought to do good if he can, but must be prepared to commit evil if he must. Skinner argues that Machiavelli prefers conformity to moral virtue, ceteris paribus. Disinterest in ethical concerns also permeate the claim, popular in the early and mid-20th century, that Machiavelli simply adopts the stance of a scientist, a kind of Galileo politics, in distinguishing between the facts of political life and the values of moral judgment. He is thereby set into the context of the scientific revolution. More generally, the point of Machiavellian science is not to distinguish between just and unjust forms of government, but to explain how politicians deploy power for their own gain. Thus, Machiavelli rises to the mantle of the founder of modern political science, in contrast with Aristotle's classical norm-laden vision of a political science of virtue. More recent, the Machiavelli as scientist interpretation has largely gone out of favor, although some have recently found merit in a revised version of this thesis. Other of Machiavelli's readers have found no taint of immorality or amoralism in his thought whatsoever. Jean-Jacques Rousseau long ago held that the real lesson of the prince is to teach that people the truth about how princes behave, and thus to expose rather than celebrate. The immorality at the core of the one-man rule. Various versions of this thesis have been disseminated more recently. Some scholars, such as Garrett Mattingly, 1958, have pronounced Machiavelli the supreme satirist, pointing out the foibles of princes and their advisors. The fact that Machiavelli later wrote biting popular stage comedies is cited as evidence in support of the strong satirical bent. Thus, we should take nothing that Machiavelli says about moral conduct at face value, but instead should understand his remarks as sharply humorous commentary on public affairs. Alternatively, Mary Dietz, 1986, asserts that Machiavelli's agenda was driven by a desire to trap the prince by offering carefully crafted advice, such as arming the people, designed to undo the ruler if taken seriously and followed. A similar range of opinions exist in connection with Machiavelli's attitude towards religion in general and Christianity in particular. Machiavelli was no friend of the institutionalized Christian church as he knew it. The discourses make clear that conventional Christianity saps from human beings the vigor required for active civil life, and the prince speaks with equal parts disdain and admiration about the contemporary condition of the church and its pope. Many scholars have taken such evidence to indicate that Machiavelli was himself profoundly anti-Christian, preferring the pagan civil religions of ancient societies such as Rome, which he regarded to be more suitable for a city endowed with virtue. Anthony Perrow argues that Machiavelli's cosmos, governed by the movements of the stars and the balance of the humors, takes on essentially pagan and pre-Christian cast. For others, Machiavelli may best be described as a man of conventional, if unenthusiastic piety, prepared to bow to the externalities of worship, but not deeply devoted in either soul or mind to the tenets of the Christian faith. A few dissenting voices, most notably Sebastian de Grazio and Maurizio Veroli, have attempted to rescue Machiavelli's reputation from those who view him as hostile or indifferent to Christianity. Grazio demonstrates how central biblical themes run throughout Machiavelli's writings, finding there is a coherent conception of divinely centered and ordered cosmos in which other forces, the heavens, fortune, and alike, are subsumed under divine will and plan. Carrie Niederman extends and systematizes Garzia's insights by showing how such central Christian theological doctrines as grace, free will, and prayer form important elements of Machiavelli's conceptual framework. Rowley considers, by contrast, the historical attitudes towards the Christian religion as manifested in the Florentine Republic of Machiavelli's day. So I just check my phone. The State and the Prince, language and concepts. Machiavelli has been credited with formulating for the first time the modern concept of the state, understood in the broadly Weberian sense of an impersonal form of rule, possessing monopoly of coercive force within a fixed territorial boundaries. Certainly, the term lo Stato appears widely in Machiavelli's writings, especially in The Prince, in connection with the acquisition and application of power in a coercive sense, which renders its meaning distinct from the Latin term status, condition, or station, from which it is derived. Moreover, scholars cite Machiavelli's influence in shaping the early modern debate surrounding reason of state, the doctrine that the good of the state itself takes precedence over all other considerations, whether morality or the good of citizens, as evidence that he was received by his near contemporaries as a theorist of the state. Machiavelli's name and doctrines were widely invoked to justify the priority of the interests of the state in the age of absolutism. Yet, as Harvey Mansfield has shown, a careful reading of Machiavelli's use of lo Stato in The Prince and elsewhere does not support this interpretation. Machiavelli's state remains a personal patrimony, a possession more in line with the medieval conception of dominium as the foundation of rule. Dominium in Latin is a term that may be translated with equal force as private property and as political dominion. Thus, the state is literally owned by whichever prince happens to have control of it. Moreover, the character of the governance is determined by the personal qualities and traits of the rulers, hence Machiavelli's emphasis of virtue as indispensable for the prince's success. These aspects of the deployment of lo Stato and the prince mitigates against the modernity of his idea. Machiavelli is at best a transitional figure in the process by which the language of the state emerged in early modern Europe, as Mansfield concludes. Another factor that must be kept in mind when evaluating the general applicability of Machiavelli's theory in The Prince stems from the very situation in which his Prince of Virtue operates. Such a ruler comes to power not by dynastic inheritance or on the back of popular support, but purely as a result of his own initiative, skill, talent, and or strength, all words that are English equivalents for virtue, dependent upon where it occurs in the text. Thus, the Machiavellian prince can count on no pre-existing structures of legitimation as discussed above. In order to maintain his state, then he can only rely upon his own front of personal characteristics to direct the use of power and establish his claim on rulership. This is a precarious position, since Machiavelli insists that the throes of fortune and the conspiracies of other men render the prince constantly vulnerable to the loss of his state. The idea of a stable constitutional regime that reflects the tenor of modern political thought and practice is nowhere to be seen in Machiavelli's conception of princely government. Indeed, one might wonder whether Machiavelli, for all his alleged realism, actually believed that a prince of complete virtue could in fact exist. He sometimes seems to imagine that a successful prince would have to develop a psychology entirely different from that known hitherto to mankind, insomuch as this new prince is prepared to vary his conduct as the winds of fortune and changing circumstances constrain him, and not deviate from the right conduct if possible, but be capable of entering upon the path of wrongdoing when this becomes necessary. This flexibility yields the core of the practical advice that Machiavelli offers to the ruler seeking to maintain his state. Exclude no course of action out of hand, but be ready always to perform whatever acts are required by political circumstances. Yet Machiavelli himself apparently harbored severe doubts about how human beings were psychologically capable of generating such flexible dispositions within themselves. In spite of the great number of historical examples Machiavelli can point in the prince to no single ruler who evinced the sort of variable virtue that he deemed necessary for the complete control of fortune. Rather, his case studies of successful rules reportedly point to the situation of a prince whose characteristics suited his times, but whose consistency of conduct, as in the case of Pope Julius II, would have brought about his downfall if circumstances had changed. Even the Emperor Severus, whose techniques Machiavelli lauds, succeeded because he employed the courses of action that are necessary for establishing himself in power. He is not, however, to be imitated universally. Machiavelli's evaluation of the chances for creating a new psychologically flexible type of character is extremely guarded and tends to be worded in conditional form and in the subjective mood. If it were possible to change one's nature to suit the times and circumstances, one would always be successful. Such observations must make us wonder whether Machiavelli's advice that princes acquire dispositions which vary according to circumstances was so practical, even in his own mind, as he had asserted. The discourses on liberty and conflict. While The Prince is doubtless the most widely read of his works, the discourses on the 10 books of Titus Livy perhaps most honestly express Machiavelli's personal political beliefs and commitments, in particular his Republican sympathies. The discourses certainly draw upon the same reservoir of language and concepts that flowed into The Prince, but the former treatise leads us to draw conclusions quite different from many scholars have said contradictory to the latter. In particular, across the two works, Machiavelli consistently and clearly distinguishes between a minimal and a full conception of political or civil order, and thus constructs a hierarchy of ends within his general account of communal life. A minimal constitutional order is one in which subjects live securely, vivere securo, ruled by a strong government which holds in check the aspirations of both nobility, grandi, and people, popolo, but in turn balanced by other legal and institutional mechanisms. In a fully constitutional regime, however, the goal of the political order is the freedom of the community, vivere libero, created by the active participation of and contention between the nobility and the people. Has argued liberty forms a value that anchors Machiavelli's political theory. Quentin Skinner has argued liberty forms a value that anchors Machiavelli's political theory and guides his evaluations of the worthiness of different types of regimes. Only in a public for which Machiavelli expresses a distant preference may this goal be attained. Machiavelli adopted this position on both pragmatic and principled grounds. During his career as a secretary and diplomat in the Florentine Republic, he came to acquire vast experience of the inner workings of the French government, which became his model for the secure but not free polity. Although Machiavelli makes relatively little comment about this French monarchy in The Prince, he devotes a great deal of attention to France in the discourses. Why would Machiavelli effusively praise, let alone even analyze, a hereditary monarchy in the work supposedly designed to promote the superiority of republics? The answer stems from Machiavelli's aim to contrast the best-case scenario of a monarchic regime with the institutions and organizations of a republic. Even the most excellent monarchy, in Machiavelli's view, lacks certain salient qualities that are endemic to properly constituted republican government and that make the latter constitution more desirable than the former. Machiavelli asserts that the greatest virtue of the French kingdom and its kings is the dedication to law. The kingdom of France is moderated more by laws than any other kingdom of which at our time we have knowledge. Machiavelli declares the explanation for the situation Machiavelli refers to as a function of the parliament. The kingdom of France, he states, lives under laws and orders more than any other kingdom. These laws and orders are maintained by the parliaments, notably that of Paris. By it, they are renewed anytime it acts against a prince of the kingdom or in its sentences condemns the king, and up to now it has maintained itself by having been a persistent executor against that nobility. These passages of the discourses suggest that Machiavelli had great admiration for the institutional arrangements that obtained in France, specifically the French king and the nobles, whose power is such that they would be able to oppress the populace, are checked by the laws of the realm, which are enforced by the independent authority of the parliament. Thus, opportunities for unbridled tyranny conduct are largely eliminated, rendering the monarchy temperate and civil. Yet such a regime, no matter how well ordered and law-abiding, remains incompatible with vivere libero. Discussing the ability of a monarch to meet the people's wish for liberty, Machiavelli comments that as far as the popular desire of recovering their liberty, the prince, not being able to satisfy them, must examine what the reasons are that make them desire being free. He concludes that a few individuals want freedom simply in order to command others. These, he believes, are of sufficiently small number that they can either be eradicated or bought off with honors. By contrast, the vast majority of people confuse liberty with security, imagining that the former is identical to the latter. But all the others who are infinite desire liberty in order to live securely, although the king cannot give such liberty to the masses, he can provide the security that they crave. As for the rest for whom it is enough to live securely, they are easily satisfied by making orders and laws that, along with the power of the king, comprehend everybody's security. And once a prince does this and the people see that he never breaks such laws, they will shortly begin to live securely and contentedly. Machiavelli then applies the general principle directly to the case of France, remarking that the people live securely for no other reason than that kings are bound to infinite laws in which the security of all the people is comprehended. The law-abiding character of the French regime ensures security, but that security, while desirable, ought never to be confused with liberty. This is the limit of the monarchic rule. Even the best kingdom can do no better than to guarantee to its people tranquil and orderly government. Machiavelli holds that one of the consequences of such vivere securo is the disarmament of the people. He comments that regardless of how great his kingdom is, the King of France lives as a tributary to foreign mercenaries. This all comes from having disarmed his people and having preferred to enjoy the immediate profit of being able to plunder the people and avoiding an imaginary rather than real danger. Instead of doing things that would assure them and make their states perpetually happy, this disorder, if it produces some quiet times, is in time the cause of the straitened circumstances, damage, and irreparable ruin. A state that makes security a priority cannot afford to arm its populace for fear that the masses will employ their weapons against the nobility or perhaps the crown. Yet at the same time, such a regime is weakened irredeemably since it must depend upon foreigners to fight on its behalf. In this sense, any government that takes vivere securo as its goal generates a passive and impotent populace as an inescapable result. By definition, such a society can never be free in Machiavelli's sense of vivere libero, and hence is only minimally rather than completely political or civil. Confirmation of the interpretation of the limits of monarchy for Machiavelli may be found in his further discussion of the disarmament of the people and its effects in The Art of War, addressing the question of whether a citizen army is to be preferred to a mercenary one. He insists that the liberty of a state is contingent upon the military preparedness of its subjects, acknowledging that the king of France has disarmed his people in order to be able to command them more easily. Machiavelli still concludes that such a policy is a defect in that kingdom, for failure to attend to this matter is the one thing that makes her weak. In his view, whatever benefits may accrue to the state by denying military role to the people are of less importance than the absence of liberty that necessarily accompanies such disarmament. The problem is not merely that the ruler of a disarmed nation is enthralled to the military prowess of foreigners. More crucially, Machiavelli believes a weapons-bearing citizen militia remains the ultimate assurance that neither the government nor some usurper will tyrannize the people. So Rome was free 400 years and was armed, Sparta 800. Many other cities have been unarmed and free less than 40 years. Machiavelli is confident that the citizens will always fight for their liberty against internal as well as external oppressors. Indeed, this is precisely why successive French monarchs have left their people disarmed. They sought to maintain public security and order, which for them meant the elimination of any opportunities for their subjects to wield arms. The French regime, because it seeks security above all else for the people as well as for their rulers, cannot permit what Machiavelli takes to be a primary means of promoting liberty. The case of disarmament is an illustration of the larger difference between minimally constitutional systems such as France and the fully political communities such as the Roman Republic, namely the status of the classes within society. In France, the people are entirely passive, and the nobility is largely dependent upon the king, according to Machiavelli's own observation. By contrast, in a fully developed republic such as Rome, where the actualization of liberty is paramount, both the people and the nobility take active and sometimes clashing role in self-government. The liberty of the whole for Machiavelli depends on the liberty of its component parts. In his famous discussion of the subject in the Discourses, he remarks, "To me, those who condemn the tumults between the nobles and the plebs seem to be caviling at the very thing that was the primary cause of Rome's retention of liberty. And they do not realize that in every republic there are two different dispositions, that of the people and that of the great men. that all legislation favoring liberty is brought about by their dissension. Machiavelli knows that he is adopting an unusual perspective here, since customarily the blame for the collapse of the Roman Republic has been assigned to the warring factions that eventually ripped it apart. But Machiavelli holds that precisely the same conflicts generated a creative tension that was the source of Roman liberty. For those very tumults that so many inconsiderately condemn directly generate the good laws of Rome and the virtuous conduct of its citizens. Enmities between the people and the Senate should therefore be looked upon as an inconvenience which it is necessary to put up with in order to arrive at the greatness of Rome. Machiavelli thinks that other republican models, such as those adopted by Sparta or Venice, will produce a weaker or less successful political system, ones that are either stagnant or prone to decay when circumstances change. Popular liberty and popular speech. Machiavelli evinces particular confidence in the capacity of the people to contribute to the promotion of communal liberty. In the discourses, he ascribes to the masses a quite extensive competence to judge and act for the public good in various settings, explicitly contrasting the prudence and stability of ordinary citizens with the unsound discretion of the prince. Simply stated, a people is more prudent, more stable, and of better judgment than a prince. This is not an arbitrary expression of personal inference on Machiavelli's part. He maintains that the people are more concerned about and more willing to defend liberty than are either princes or nobles, where the latter confuse their liberty with the ability to dominate and control the populace. The masses are more concerned with protecting themselves against oppression and consider themselves free when they are not abused by the more powerful or threatened with such abuse. In turn, when they fear the onset of such oppression, ordinary citizens are more inclined to object and to defend the common liberty. Such an active role of the people, while necessary for the maintenance of vital public liberty, is fundamentally antithetical to the hierarchical structure of subordination and rule on which monarchic vivere securo rest. The preconditions of vivere liberty simply do not favor the security that is aimed of constitutional monarchy. One of the main reasons that security and liberty remain in the end incompatible for Machiavelli is that the latter is to be preferred may surely be traced to the rhetorical character of his republicanism. Machiavelli clearly views speech as the method most appropriate to the resolution of conflict in the Republican public sphere. Throughout the discourses, debate is elevated as the best means for the people to determine the wisest course of action and the most qualified leaders. The tradition of classical rhetoric, in which he was evidently familiar, directly associated public speaking with contention. The proper application of speech is the realms of forensic and deliberative genres of rhetoric, is an adversarial setting, which with each speaker seeking to convince his audience of the validity of his own position and the unworthiness of his opponents. This theme was taken up in turn by the late medieval Italian practitioners and theorists of rhetoric, who emphasized that the subject matter of the art was lite conflict. Thus, Machiavelli's insistence upon contention as a prerequisite of liberty also reflects his rhetorical predilections. By contrast, monarchical regimes, even the most secure monarchies such as France, exclude or limit public discourse, thereby placing themselves at a distinct disadvantage. It is far easier to convince a single ruler to undertake a disastrous or ill-conceived course of action than a multitude of people. The apparent turmoil induced by the uncertain liberty of the public discussion eventually renders more likely a decision conducive to the common good than does the closed conversation of the royal court. This connects to the claim that discourses that the popular elements within the community form the best safeguard of civic liberty, as well as the most reliable source of decision making about the public good. Machiavelli's praise for the role of the people in securing the republic is supported by his confidence in the generally illuminating effects of public speech upon the citizen's body. Near the beginnings of the Spurs discourses, he notes that some may object to the extensive freedom enjoyed by the Roman people to assemble, to protest, and to veto laws and policies, but he responds that the Romans were able to maintain liberty and order because of the people's ability to discern the common good when it was shown to them. At times when ordinary Roman citizens wrongly supposed that a law or institution was designed to oppress them, they could be persuaded that their beliefs are mistaken, though the remedy of assemblies in which some man of influence gets up and makes a speech showing them how they are deceiving themselves, and as Tully says, The people, although they may be ignorant, can grasp the truth and yield easily when told what is true by a trustworthy man. The reference to Tully, that is Cicero, one of the few in the discourses, confirmed that Machiavelli has in mind here a key figure of classical republicanism, the competence of the people to respond to and support the words of the gifted orator when he speaks truly of the public welfare. Machiavelli returns to this theme and treats it more extensively at the end of the first discourse in a chapter intended to demonstrate the superiority of popular over princely government. He argues that the people are well ordered and hence prudent, stable, and grateful so long as room is made for public speech and deliberation within the community. Citing the formula vox populi vox dei, Machiavelli insists that public opinion is remarkably accurate in its prognostications with regard to its judgments when two speakers of equal skill are heard advocating different alternatives. Very rarely does one find that people failing to adopt the better view are incapable of appreciating the truth of what it hears. Not only are the people competent to discern the best course of action when orders lay out competing plans, but they are in fact better qualified to make decisions, in Machiavelli's view, than are princes. For example, the people can never be persuaded that it is good to appoint to an office a man of infamous or corrupt habits, whereas a prince may easily and in a vast variety of ways be persuaded to do this. Likewise, should the people depart from the law abiding path, they may readily be convinced to restore order, for an uncontrolled and tumultuous people can be spoken to by a good man and easily led back into a good way, but no one can speak to a wicked prince, and the only remedy is steel to cure the malady of the people. Words are enough. The contrast Machiavelli draws is stark. The republic governed by words and persuasion, and some ruled by the public speech, is almost sure to realize the common good of its citizens, and even should it err, recourse is always open to further discourse. Non republican regimes, because they exclude or limit discursive practices, ultimately rest upon coercive domination and can only be corrected by violent means. The character of the Republican leaders. Machiavelli's argument in favor of Republican regimes also appeals to his skeptical stance towards the application of virtue by any single individual, and hence the implication that a truly stable principality may never be obtainable. The effect of the Machiavellian dichotomy between the need for flexibility and the inescapable constancy of character is to demonstrate an inherent practical limitation in single ruler regimes, where the reader is readily led to the conclusion that just because human conduct is rooted in a firm and invariant character, the rule of a single man is intrinsically unstable and precarious. In the discourses, Machiavelli provides a psychological case for the realities of human character tend to favor a republic over a principality, since the former is better able to adapt itself to the diverse circumstances that a prince, owing to the diversity found among its citizens. Machiavelli illustrates this claim by reference to the evolution of Roman military strategy against Hannibal. After the first flush of Carthaginian generals' victories in Italy, the circumstances of the Roman required a circumspect and cautious leader who would not commit the legions to aggressive military actions for which they were not prepared. Such leadership emerged under the person of Fabius Maximus, a general who, by his slowness and his caution, held the enemy at bay, nor could he have met with circumstances more suited to his ways. Yet when a more offensive stance was deemed to de- was demanded to defeat Hannibal, the Roman Republic was able to turn to the leadership of Scipio, whose personal qualities were more fitted to the times. Neither Fabius nor Scipio was able to escape his ways and habits, but the fact that Rome could call on each at the appropriate moment suggests to Machiavelli an inherent strength in the republican system. If Fabius had been king of Rome, he might easily have lost this war, since he was incapable of altering his method according to circumstances changed. Since, however, he was born in a republic where there were diverse citizens with diverse dispositions, it came about that just as it had a Fabius who was the best man to keep the war going when circumstance required it, so later it had Scipio at a time suited to its victorious consummation. Changing events require flexibility of response, and since it is psychologically implausible for human characters to change with the times, the Republic offers a viable alternative. People of different qualities fit different exigencies. The diversity characteristic of civic regimes, which were so reviled by Machiavelli's predecessors, proves to be an abiding advantage of republics over principalities. This does not mean that Machiavelli's confidence in the capability of Republican government to redress the political shortcomings of human character was unbridled. After all, he gives us no real indication of how republics manage to identify and authorize the leaders whose qualities are suited to the circumstances. It is one thing to observe that such variability has occurred within republics, quite another to demonstrate that this is a necessary or essential feature of the republican system. At best, then Machiavelli offers us a kind of empirical generalization, the theoretical foundations of which he leaves unexplored, and the discourses point out that republics have their own intrinsic limitations in regard to the flexibility of response needed to conquer fortune. For just as with individual human beings, it is difficult, if not impossible, to change their personal characteristics, so institutions in republics do not change with the times, but change very slowly because it is more painful to change them, since it is necessary to wait until the whole republic is in a state of upheaval, and for this it is not enough that one man alone should change his own procedure. If the downfall of principalities is the fixed structure of human character, then the failings of republics is a devotion to the perpetuation of institutional arrangements whose time has passed, whether it is any more plausible to hold out hope for the creation of more responsive republican institutions than to demand flexibility in the personal qualities of princes is not directly examined by the discourses. Machiavelli thus seems to adhere to a genuinely republican position, but how are we to square this with the statements of the prince? It is tempting to dismiss the prince as an inauthentic expression of Machiavelli's real views and preferences written over a short period in order to prove his political value to the returned Medici masters of Florence. This is contrast with the lengthy composition process of the discourses, yet Machiavelli never repudiated the prince, and indeed refers to it in his discourses in a way that suggests he viewed the former as a companion to the latter. Although there has been much debate about whether Machiavelli was truly a friend of princes and tyrants or of republics, and hence whether he should dismiss one or another facet of his writings as ancillary or peripheral, the question seemed irresolvable. Mark Hulin's suggestion that both Machiavellis need to be lent equal weight thus enjoy a certain plausibility. Machiavelli's place in Western thought. What is modern or original in Machiavelli's thought? What is Machiavelli's place in the history of Western ideas? The body of literature debating this question, especially in connection with the Prince and Discourses, has grown to truly staggering proportions. John Pocock, 1975, for example, has traced the diffusion of Machiavelli's Republican thought throughout the so-called Atlantic world, and specifically into the ideas that guided the framers of the American Constitution. Paul Rahe, 2008, argues for a similar set of influences, but with an intellectual substance and significance different from Pocock. For Pocock, Machiavelli's republicanism is a civic humanist variety whose roots are to be found in the classic antiquity. For Rahe, Machiavelli's republicanism is entirely novel and modern. The neo-Roman thinkers, most prominently Petit, Skinner, and Veroli, appropriate Machiavelli as a source of their principle of freedom as non-domination, while he has also been put to work in the defense of democratic precepts and values. Likewise, cases have been made for Machiavelli's political morality, his conception of the state, his religious views, and many other features of his work as the distinctive basis for the originality of his contribution. Yet few firm conclusions have emerged within scholarship. One plausible explanation for the inability to resolve these issues of modernity and originality is that Machiavelli was in a sense trapped between innovation and tradition, between via antiquia and via moderna, in a way that generated internal conceptual tension within his thought as a whole and even within the individual text. The historical ambiguity permits scholars to make equally convincing cases for contradictory claims about his fundamental stance without appearing to commit egregious violence to his doctrines. That this point differs from the accusation made by certain scholars that Machiavelli was fundamentally inconsistent or simply driven by local agendas. Rather, salient features of the distinctly Machiavellian approach to politics should be credited to an incongruity between historical circumstances and intellectual possibility. What makes Machiavelli a troubling yet stimulating thinker is that in his attempt to draw different conclusions from the commonplace expectations of his audience, he still incorporated important features of precisely the conventions he was challenging. In spite of his repeated assertion of his own originality, his careful attention to pre-existing traditions meant that he was never fully able to escape his intellectual confines. Thus, Machiavelli ought not really be classified as either purely an ancient or modern, but instead deserves to be located in the intricacies between the two, a point recently underscored by Padua, for whom Machiavelli resembles the mythical Janus, a Roman god of openings and endings. Okay, so I enjoyed that Machiavelli one. Extremely interesting, extremely important. Maybe at some point in the future we'll look at political realism in international relations, and maybe the connection between like John Mersheimer and Machiavelli. I'm not even sure if so Mersheimer is mentioned in this other article, so I'll save this for later. I'll maybe try to do political realism. Just while I remember, I wanted to also cover Philo of Alexandria at some point. Maybe I'll cover, he'll be the fifth one in my Jewish series. Okay, so next we're going to cover Girolamo Cardano, who I'm not even sure I'd heard of before I was doing this research, but as I was doing this, it looked like he was a pretty important thinker. Geronimo Cardano, who is important for mathematics and other things, the history of Renaissance philosophy. So let me just pour a quick drink and we'll get to it. And this kind of like end this battle for every one of these that I read. I realize there's another two that I should read because there's a lot of people in history. There's a lot of important people in history. So like I mentioned, sometimes like chess or something, well, who is the world champion? Who are the people that competed for the world championship versus, who are the top 20 versus top 50 players? And in philosophy, it's not so clear. Like there, like who's the world champ? Who's the most important philosopher of an era? And oftentimes you have schools of philosophy. Sometimes there's a head of the school of philosophy, like the Academy, Plato, and then there's like there's French, Italy, England, America, different parts, and it's really endless. So you just got to jump in and start somewhere. And like I said, like I'm on episode 27, combined with all these different series in the metaphysics. I'm predicting about 100 of these. God willing, God give me the strength. So let's keep it going. Next, we're going to look at Geronimo Cardano. In addition to being one of the most original and talented physicians, mathematicians, and astrologers of his time, Girolamo Cardano, born 1501 in Pavia and died in 1576 in Rome, occupies an important place in the history of Renaissance philosophy. His contributions range from a comprehensive account of order and all its various meanings, natural, human, and divine, to epistemological and methodological directions concerning the progress of knowledge, from an elaborate theory of the immortality of the soul to a sophisticated analysis of the role of practical wisdom, prudentia, in such diverse human activities as medicine and political action. Okay, Jack, God bless. Thanks for tuning in. Good to see you as always. And there is some connection, like for the mafia, people interested in like modern day mafia, Italian mafia, the Renaissance, like the Medicis and the Savonarolas, kind of the precursor to modern day mafia, and also some, not all negative, the appreciations of the art, some level of philosophy, the ancient world. So there's multiple levels of interest besides for mine on metaphysics or advancing the multiple truth hypothesis, just important history for anybody. But today we're covering the Italians. Life and philosophical works. Girolamo Cardano was born in Pavia in 1501 from Fazio in Chiara Micheri. Chiara delivered her baby in Pavia in the house of family friends and not in Milan to defuse a possible scandal considering the illegitimate birth. Fazio would marry Chiara and recognized Girolamo only later in 1524, just before his death, after a difficult childhood saddened by frequent illness and harsh upbringing by his overbearing father. Cardano enrolled in the University of Pavia to study medicine in 1520 against his father's wish. Fazio, a jurist and accomplished practitioner of mathematics and natural philosophy, in 1480 he had published the edition of John Peckman's Perspectiva Communis General Optics, written on 1265, wanted his son to undertake studies in law, but Girolamo felt more attracted to philosophy and science. When, due to the ongoing war between France and Spain, the authorities of Pavia were forced to close the university, Cardano resumed his studies at the University of Padua, where he graduated in medicine in 1526. For about 6 years, he practiced as a physician in Saccolungo, a village close to Padua, where he met and married Lucia Banderini. In 1531, 3 children were born from this marriage: Giovanni Battista, 1534, Chiara 1537, and Aldo 1543. In the meantime, Cardano had been trying several times to become a member of the College of Physicians in Milan, but his applications had always been turned down. Adding to his professional frustration and disappointment, rejections notwithstanding, he moved back to Milan with his family in 1532. He divided his time between practicing medicine in Gelrate, a town nearby Milan, and teaching mathematics in the Piatine Schools of Milan, a charitable institution founded by the nobleman Tommaso Piatti in 1501 to improve knowledge in Greek logic, astronomy, and mathematics among Milanese students from a poor background. Fazio, too, had previously taught in the school. In the meantime, his reputation as a successful practitioner in medicine began to spread among the important families of Milan. In 1539, his application to become a member of the College of Physicians was finally accepted. Discontinuously from 1543 to 1551, he taught medicine at the University of Pavia until 1552, when he went to Scotland to treat the Archbishop of Edinburgh, John Hamilton, who was suffering from a particularly severe form of asthma. Back to Milan in 1553, he resumed teaching in Pavia in 1559 and 1560. His son Giovanni Battista was executed, charged with the murder of his wife, Brandona Cerroni, whom against his father's will he had married in 1557. This tragic event represented a turning point in Cardano's life and intellectual career. In 1562, he decided to leave Pavia, whose academic environment had increasingly become hostile, to teach medicine in Bologna. As a result of mounting suspicions that he was actively spreading heretical views, he was arrested on October 6, 1570, and remained in prison until December 22nd of the same year. In February 1571, before the sacred congregation led by Antonio Baldinucci, Cardano was required to acknowledge and reject his serious crimes against the faith. Having been declared vehemently suspect of heresy, he solemnly swore that he would no longer teach and publish books until his death. In 1571, he went to Rome to serve as a personal physician to Pope Pius V and then Pope Gregory XIII. After having been admitted to the College of Physicians in 1575, he died in Rome on September 20th, 1576, devoting his last energies to write his autobiography, De Vita Propria, published posthumously by Gabriel Naud in 1643. Cardano wrote and published a vast amount of works in the most disparate fields of knowledge, especially medicine, mathematics, astrology, and natural history. His strictly philosophical treatises include The Mysteries of Eternity, began at the end of the 1530s and published partially and posthumously, Opera Omnia in 1663, on Constellation 1543, on Wisdom 1544, on the Immortality of the Soul 1545, on Subtlety 1550, and his twin book on the Variety of Things 1557, Divine Knowledge, written in the middle of the 1550s and published posthumously in 1617 and 1663, on Gaining Advantage from Misfortunes 1561, Praise of Nero, Dialectic, on the One, Titum in the Human Condition, on Those Things which are smallest and closest to hand, on the Highest Good, William, or on Death, all published in 1562, Anti-Gorgias, or On the Right Way to Live, Being, on the Earnestness of Socrates, published in 1566, The Meditator of Civic Prudence, published Pius dynasty in 1627, 1663. Supplements began in 1561 and published Pius dynasty in 1663. Other works were published Pius dynasty in the Opera Omnia, edited by the French physician Charles Spon in 1666. A hymn or a canticle to God, a memorial, a patched up rule of life, on the noblest kind of life, dialogue between Girolamo Cardano and his father Fazio, a single book on nature. Generally speaking, Cardano's philosophy is heavily influenced by the characteristic trends of late scholastic Aristotelianism, with a strong penchant for Averroist interpretations. Cardano shows a great interest in Averroist's opinion that one intellect would perform intellective functions for all human beings. However, he tends to provide historicized versions of this radical view, in that he looks at one intellect as the varying amount of learning accumulated by mankind throughout the centuries, rather than simply justifying it from a purely epistemological point of view, seen as one of the intellective powers that actualizes the life and power and knowledge of the sublunary world as a whole. Cardano's philosophy also displays a clear trace of Platonic influences absorbed through the reading of Marsilio Ficino's recent translations and commentaries, especially Plotinus and Iamblichus, together with his impressive knowledge of astrological and medical literature. Both scholasticism and Platonism give a characteristically vitalistic slant to his cosmological views. Cardano's philosophy has often been described as suggestive and rich in original intuitions, but cluttered and inconsistent as a whole. In fact, his philosophical work is yet another example, common during the Renaissance, of how different political traditions, including not only Aristotelian and Platonism, but also Epicureanism and Stoicism, and not only Greco-Roman, but also Christian Arabic views, could converge into one composite but coherent picture. Throughout his life, from his early endeavors in the 1540s to the last philosophical attempt, Cardano demonstrates a distinctive commitment to a certain number of philosophical issues: the relationship between oneness and multiplicity, with the notable corollaries dealing with order and disorder, determinism and chance, life and decay, the view of the intellect as the ultimate principle of reality and knowledge, a general theory of celestial heat described as the main formative agent in nature, the interplay of nature and the soul in the organization of the universe, a general doctrine of the immortality of the soul, seen as the foundation of both cognitive clarity and moral certitude. As a whole, the originality of Cardano's eclecticism lies in the unique way in which he characterizes the interdependence of life, knowledge, and matter, in which a pronounced sense of reality and truth is constantly being questioned and jeopardized by a realistic view of human nature, mercilessly presented as prone to fear, delusion, and deceit. Okay, yeah, Jack, appreciate that. God bless. Enjoy. Glad to be of service. Life, knowledge, and nature. Cardano's cosmological views belong to the long-established system of astrobiological doctrine, whose origins go back to Aristotelian physics, Hippocratic vitalism, and fundamental assumptions underlying the tradition of astrological and meteorological learning. Reshaped through a series of Hebrew and Arabic mediations, his account of the superluminary world combines elements from Neoplatonic philosophy and Christian theology. In line with many of his contemporaries, Cardano maintains that there is a clear division between the superluminary and sublunary worlds. The life of the universe is the result of the varying degrees of celestial energy overflowing from the one God, from God to matter. Cohorts of the most disparate souls mediate between these two extremes. From a material point of view, the connective element between heaven and earth is celestial heat. The principal constituents of the sublunary world are matter, earth, water, and air. Celestial heat and a variety of souls spanning from the demonic minds to substantial forms understood as specific principles of life. In line with the principles of Greek ontology and showing an evident interest in the Renaissance recovery of Parmenides' philosophy, Cardano maintains that nothing comes out of nothing, rather all things derive from something, and this something cannot be infinite. Aristotle called this something Hyal or prime matter, but Cardano prefers to discard this notion of an intermediary entity between being and non-being, replacing it with his view of the elements, earth, water, and air, as the material starting point and celestial heat as the efficient active principle, for otherwise the elements would be completely redundant if there were prime matter. The elements which represent the first level organization in matter are three and not four as demanded by Aristotelian scholastic physics, earth, water, and air. As for fire, Cardano considers this to be a product of celestial heat, which is one of the various streams of vital energy flowing from the superluminary sources of life and knowledge, and which pervade the universe as one living organism. Innate heat of a celestial origin is the active element that mediates between the state of the utter immobility which characterizes intelligible substances and the inconsistent mobility that defines the life of material beings. Through an exercise in introspective analysis, Cardano enumerates these principles that regulate both our inner life and the life of all created things. One is moved and does not move, resulting from the heavy elements. Another moves and is not moved, that is the soul. The third, finally, is moved by the soul and moves the body, the innate heat. To the question of whether the soul can be identified with celestial heat, Cardano replies that unlike the latter, the former is incorporeal, does not occupy any place, and therefore is never in motion. Also, that which is in motion does not have that level of self-stability that is necessary for a being to be able to perceive or to think. In Cardano's metaphysics, matter and form are complementary in that the nature there cannot be matter without form, and forms are always with the body. Forms represent the primordial stage in the process through which the created universe becomes one living being. The difference between souls and forms is that souls, albeit involved in the animation of bodies, remains nevertheless unaffected by corporeal reality. Up on a higher level, minds and soul are souls that are completely independent of matter, bodies, and motion. However, even within the ontological sphere of the minds, there are varying degrees of embodiments. Whilst the highest celestial intelligence are wholly separated from the material cosmos, demonic substances, albeit incorporeal, can affect the corporeal world through forces and influences of various kinds. One of these is that force which is connected to demons, regardless of whether this power is corporeal and depends on humors, or it is incorporeal. Cardano maintains that it is through forces of this nature that the parts of the universe are aroused by demons, stars, or some other hidden cause. The principle that, in a way, collects and administers all these currents of celestial energy is the soul of the world, anima mundi. In Cardano's system of astrobiological determinism, the universal soul keeps the whole cosmos together and performs paramount operations in accordance with the original plan devised by God and implemented by the planetary intelligences. For all things are influenced by the higher heaven and are moved at the command of the soul of the world. The soul of the world, which cannot be understood without God, directs the work of nature, and the process of generated things produces super celestial lives and multiplicity. In the sublunary world, the major operations of life and generation are performed by nature, understood as a source of teleological activity, supervised by the intellect and the soul of the world. The complex relationship between soul and nature and the role played by celestial forces is a crucial point in Cardano's philosophy. Regarding the hierarchical arrangement of the ontological principles, there's a certain oscillation in the way Cardano distributes them among the various degrees of being, but by and large, we can say that God, understood as the one, represents the ultimate source of order and activity in the universe, and all the rest emanates from it in form of increasingly more plural and less integrated entities. From intellects to souls, from the souls of the world to individual souls, from the soul of nature, from celestial to earthly animals, from forms to scattered matter, in De Arcanis Eternitatis, Cardano lists 14 genera of beings, a number that, in his opinion, matches the structure of the universe. Three elements: earth, water, air, celestial heat, stones, planets, living creatures generated from putrescent matter, quadrupeds, birds, fish, reptiles, human beings, demons, and God. Higher animals are divided into four main classes: quadrupeds, birds, fish, and reptiles. In the diagram he attaches to his discussion, the nature of the animal is connected to the human one only in one point, which is located in the area corresponding to the quadrupeds. However, the margin of interaction between human beings and the rest of living creatures is ampler. In keeping with a number of Renaissance philosophers, Cardano maintains that man is the center of the micro and macrocosmic exchanges within the universe, since the human circle corresponds to each single part of the whole domain of living beings. All the properties and natures that can be found in living beings will also be present in human beings. In Paralipomeno, Cardano defines the human species as an amalgam of forms, a mass that is in constant evolution. This excellent human matter conceals the forms of all animals, the forms of the ox, although they do not feed on hay, of the snake, but they do not kill with their bite, of the lion, but they have no claws. By all means, the characteristic of the souls are exactly the same, perhaps even worse. However, since the animal forms concealed in the human nature lack their corresponding bodily organs, they do not really seem to be the same. Human nature includes all the forms of non human nature, but they lie dormant, as it were, in a state of virtual energy. Cardano always pays special attention to those aspects of human nature that seem to indicate a close link with animals and lower forms of life. Unsurprisingly, comparative analysis between humans and animals abound in his work. Among the questions dealing with the relationship between human and non-human animals, Cardano is particularly interested in exploring whether reason is an exclusive prerogative of human beings or it should rather be seen as the result of biological development. Above non-human and human animals, Cardano posits a universe teeming from the most diverse kinds of incorporeal minds. He acknowledges that to count the number of celestial substances populating the superlunar world would go way beyond the power of reason, and yet Dennis, the pseudo-agrippite, relying on Platonic arguments and the vision of St. Paul, divided them into 9 orders. Within these orders, Cardano identifies 7 natures. The first nature is the infinite, or God, eternal in itself. The second nature is the soul of all things or lives, which represents the first breaking up of the original unity. Then comes the already mentioned soul of the world, whose loss of ontological unity and independence begins to manifest itself, being one principle resulting out of many and eternal ones because of something else's intervention. The fourth nature of the soul, which moves the universe, the primum movens, not eternal in itself, but through eternal temporal succession. The fifth nature, the souls of the various planets, derived from the combined action of this primary mover and the soul of the world. Various orders of the soul emanate from the fifth nature: heroic souls, minds that are capable of having sense perceptions, and the souls that presides over all sentient lives. The last type of soul divides itself not only in individual beings, but also in parts, for everything is alive. The next nature, therefore, the sixth one, the common and vital soul, belongs to plants, lower animals, and the elements. The last order, the soul conceived in matter, which Plato called idea and Cardano simply characterizes as life. Relying on later Platonic authors, from Iamblichus to Dennis, the pseudo Areopagite, Cardano describes the universe as one single entity, seamlessly interrelated throughout its vital expanse, placed between the two extremes of God, absolute eternity and unity, and matter, the domain of absolute transience and multiplicity. Yeah, I mean, the Renaissance is not well known in general, and as you're looking through, there's extreme difficulties of the Renaissance because you have the revitalization of ancient thoughts of the Greeks in the deeply Christian period in the same time as the Inquisition. So you have like the Dark Ages, which is mostly just Christian, and the forgetting of the classical world. And then the Renaissance revives the classical world and tries to amalgamate all these things. But at the same time, it's happening during the Inquisition, where if you go against the church and the Christian doctrine, you could be tortured and killed. And so you don't quite have systematic thought. So almost all ideas are discussed. You have kind of these quasi spiritual systems, um, like the Kabbalah, things similar to the Kabbalah, a revival of the ancient world, trying to amalgamate it with other teachings, but it doesn't really become systematic. And then once you reach the Enlightenment, most of the spiritual aspects go by the wayside and then are no longer thought of anymore. So, once you pass, get past Galileo, you have a little bit of alchemy and various things, but like basically it's relegated to the mystics and not serious philosophers. So, the Italian Renaissance is kind of the last of the grand amalgamation of all these thoughts, at least attempt into one. And there's more. Like I could have went on and on and on in the Renaissance, and there's probably other better venues that have good information on this. I'm just choosing some of the ones I found the most interesting or I thought were the most relevant to my research. But I mean, certainly I read through tens of other Renaissance thinkers and just didn't have time to cover all of them. and most of them are not well. A lot of them I never heard of before, and are not well known at all. The soul and the order of nature. One of the most complex questions in Cardano's philosophy as a whole concerns the relationship between nature and the soul. This is a point where Cardano's multiple allegiances, scholastic Aristotelianism, Platonian Platonism, medicine, and astrology came to the fore. Inevitably, it is also an area where not a few frictions among the different traditions come to the fore. Among Cardano's desiderata, there was the plan to devote a specific philosophical treatise to the notion of nature. It is an unfinished work that, in all likelihood, he sketched at the beginning of the 1560s. It can be seen as a part of a series of treatises devoted to the exploration of the most recondite aspects of the natural, supernatural, and moral worlds. De Natura demonstrates Cardano's lifelong entanglement with notions of naturalism, universal animation, and teleology. The discussion is opaque, at times because of the topic's difficulty, the characteristic obscurity of Cardano's disjointed and elliptic writing, and the precarious conditions of the text, left unfinished with several gaps and marks of typographical sloppiness, typos, mistakes, and missing words. On the other hand, being monographic treatment of the meaning of nature, the treatise holds great significance, all the more so because, as Cardano explains, the investigation of nature sheds lights on the very origin of things, including human beings. In this sense, fragmentary as it may be, Cardano's De Natura is an attempt to outline the ultimate principles of reality. Cardano's notion of order has strong Platonic overtones. Unity is marked of perfection. For all things rejoice in unity, and they are in a better condition when they reach the level of unity that actualizes their potential nature. Unity gives structure and purpose to all the elements that make up the system of nature, order and fate, since they are one and exist with respect to the one, are good, disorder, and luck are bad, for they do not strive towards unity. In expression, the unity and goodness, order is so pervasive that in fact accounts for even the most haphazard and disorderly aspects of reality. Cardano maintains this multiplicity and diversity can always be brought back to potentially ordered series of individual elements. What we perceive as beauty and elegance in nature is not due to scattered variety, multitudo, but a principle of ordered unity, the one in the many, which produces feelings of harmony and symmetry in us. The same principle of order and unity applies to knowledge. We can say that we really know something when we manage to relate all the aspects and properties of the things to one cause. According to Cardano, Plotinus followed the same approach in moral philosophy, for he described his notion of happiness as a return to the one. Among the sources of unity and order in the universe, souls play a significant role. As we've seen in the previous section, souls are the center of Cardano's cosmos. Being immaterial, they are a unitary principle that is not continuous nor contagious, but exists in its own, not in a place, not in a time. Unlike life, vita, which is diffused everywhere and therefore cannot be said to be a real principium, souls have no spatial and temporal limitations and are nowhere to be found because of their incorporeal nature. While souls are one and individually everywhere, our soul is no less here than it is in the sky, no less in Italy than in India. Bodies are different and manifold depending on the material circumstances and vital urges, for divisions of bodies is determined by the needs of life. Given the central role assigned to the soul and in all its forms, Cardano's philosophy of nature is inevitably exposed to charges of animism and anthropomorphism. The issue is accentuated by the fact that the human being represents for Cardano a model of rationality and teleological activity. For Cardano, human souls are individual principles of self awareness. Selfhood is the principal argument in favor of their immortality. However, in defining the immortal character of the human soul, Cardano also relies on proofs of a more pragmatic and theological nature. Hope in the immortality of the soul was implemented in human beings by God, therefore, it cannot be considered as a deluded expectation. In common people, God instilled this hope through religion, in wise people through the hidden truths of philosophy. However, when God provided human beings with hope for immortal life, he decided to give them a feeble certainty, always in need of confirmation. The reason, according to Cardano, is that a firm belief in this immortality of the soul would have created too wide a gap between humans and animals, while leading man into arrogant delusions of grandeur. There has always been, and as long as there is a world, there will always be an alternation of confirmations and doubts concerning the immortality of the soul. It is a vicissitude of hopes and despair that is part of the providential regime of the world established by God. Hope in the immortality of the soul is also a fundamental postulate in Cardano's moral philosophy, as we will see in the next section. Cardano maintains that true inner tranquility depends, among other things, on virtue, wisdom, and hope in the gods. Otherwise, what is passed off as tranquility is in fact mere harshness and stiffness. Definitely. Moral, moral philosophy, the two levels of wisdom. The one God, the ordered variety of nature, and the soul represent the main ontological coordinates in Cardano's view of the cosmos. The universe is organized according to a plurality of orders, arranged along a hierarchical levels, but harmoniously attuned to each other. It is not correct in Cardano's opinion to say that everything is for the sake of everything else, but rather that everything is for the sake of one thing. This means that the one towards which everything else converges includes many orders, different among each other. Nature, art, and chance produce a variety of causal sequences that often intersect and are more or less perfect depending on the extent to which the end to be actualized prevails over refractory matter. With respect to natural causes, some are universal, others specific. Among the universal causes of action, the most important are the stars, which act over the sublunary world through influences conveyed by light, heat, and motion. More specific and individual sources of natural agency are demonic and human minds, which add to the complexity of moral and political actions. At its deepest, the principle of unity and order coincides with God. God is infinite, necessary, holy, and undivided, therefore individual. In keeping with the principles of theological Trinitarianism, God is described by Cardano in terms of power, mind, and love. And these attributes are not three gods as Plotinus thinks, but original divine attributes. The natural world is a constant reminder that God's threefold and undivided life flows into each single thing down to the smallest beings. However, for all the layers and mediations that characterize Cardano's universe, the distance between human beings and God remains unbridgeable. Man cannot reconcile the finite with the infinite, for no finite thing can be transformed into infinite nature. Cardano rules out that this life of ours can get close to that which truly is, for there is no proportion and no resemblance between the two levels of being. Echoing Kusanian motifs, he argues that everything that is understood by finite being is finite, for the act of understanding occurs through some proportion, but there is no proportion between the infinite and the finite. Likewise, our eyes cannot grasp the direct light of the sun, but only a glimpse of its brightness. Such a powerful and all encompassing view of divine and natural order, in which the presence of the latent Platonic or average motifs contributes to strengthen the cogent organization of the whole universe, has inevitably repercussions concerning the meaning of moral action. During his life, Cardano devoted a considerable number of works to ethical inquiries, surveying almost every aspect in the field: theoretical ethics, applied ethics, prudential behavior, consolation, education, and the role of rhetoric. However, his most important contribution to moral philosophy consists in his attempt to redefine the relationship between the universal scope of practical reason and the need for human beings to apply moral laws and to the concrete circumstances of their life. This characteristic tension between knowledge and application is particularly evident in two works, Theanastin, which Cardano began to write around 1555, and De Ultimate Ex Ed Versus Capienda, published in 1561. Cardano presents the Ultima and Theanastin as complementary treatises aimed at implementing two different approaches in moral philosophy, the former based on the ordinary circumstances of human life, and the latter assuming the existence of supernatural conditions such as immortal individual souls and the effects of divine providence. They outline two different paths towards the achievement of the same end, lasting happiness, while the ethical program devised in the Utilitate is designed to face situations of obvious emergency concerning human affairs. Theanastan provides an account of the immortality of the soul that has momentous ethical consequences. The same duplicity of levels is evident in the way Cardano examines the notion of tranquility, which represents the highest point in one's virtuous behavior. One type of tranquility is premised on the attainment of a certain level of honorable and moderate pleasure. The other secures a decent degree of happiness, even in the greatest calamities. Here it is worth pointing out that Cardano's pragmatic approach to questions of moral philosophy work on both levels, the rational and the empirical. In the final analysis, tranquility is for Cardano the most useful thing that may happen to a human being, for it provides inner joy, long life, and a more robust kind of wisdom. Divine providence, immortality of the soul, and the highest good. Despite the emphasis he places on the benefit of prudent action, Cardano believes that real lasting happiness can only be possible only if we demonstrate in a persuasive way that the human soul is immortal and that God intervenes actively into the human world, sanctioning a providential regime of the world. Two principles more than any other underlie Cardano's moral philosophy: that the human soul is immortal, and that universal order, being a direct emanation of the one, governs all aspects of reality. Everything that happens has been planned by God, and all that God has established can only be good. Regarding the immortality of the soul, Cardano maintains that in order to lead a meaningful existence and act accordingly, people need to know whether there is life after death, and whether the nature of their afterlife will depend on the way they behaved in this world. In his opinion, Aristotle and the Stoics took the value of virtue for granted. In actual life, human beings will never be persuaded that virtue should be pursued for its own sake unless they are convinced that their soul is immortal. In this sense, Cardano defends the immortality of the soul on strong pragmatic grounds, referring to Seneca's renowned instruction on how to cope with the thought of death. He points out that meditating about death while maintaining that the soul is mortal is simply absurd. In his eyes, Seneca is a bad rhetorician and Epicurean in disguise who exhorts us to die serenely while claiming that there is nothing after death. As we have seen while examining his natural philosophy, Cardano's moral views assign a central role to the soul. The soul is the most important thing we own. Everything refers to it, for riches, honors, and health, and are nothing without a sound soul. Mental self-awareness, in particular, is the principal argument through which Cardano advocates the immortality of the soul. For a human being is the same thing as his mind. The same emphasis on mental awareness can be found in Cardano's moral investigations, for in his opinion, human beings cannot understand what the ends of their actions are if they lack a clear knowledge of themselves. The highest good for them can only lie in those attributes and activities that are part of their minds. In this sense, the relationship between tranquility and awareness is bi-unique. Human beings can be peaceful only when they know what the highest good is and know that they have attained it. According to the hermit's definition of tranquility in Theonostan's, tranquility coincides with security, that is, the condition of unbreakable inner peace, free from cares and anxiety, and is a level of wisdom that would even suit God. In this respect, true tranquility for human beings coincides with their being assimilated to God, so that when this condition of serenity is reached, nothing in any longer felt as lacking in meaning and substance. This level of happiness is a kind of pleasure that derives from the awareness of being in the possession of goods. Intellectual pleasure should never be a monstrum, that is to say, a hybrid creature resulting from combining the goods of reasons with those of body and external luck. By doing so, Cardano provides a definition of happiness which is inclusive of both knowledge and pleasure. Happiness consists in perception of pleasure that is great, full, pure, untroubled, and safe. In Theonostan, happiness is said to coincide with a kind of inner composure, understood not in terms of lack of sensibility, but as a condition of mental vigor stemming from the contemplation of the true nature of things. If tranquility consists in the mere refractoriness to unsettling experiences, the impassive state of a stone should then be viewed as the best condition. By contrast, ethical peace rests on a state of cognitive tension and focus in ways that remind us of the sea and the air. Undisturbed calm is always accompanied by a current of light motion, state of balance between opposite conditions, which does not unsettle but delights us. Cardano's tranquility is therefore not the same as absolute rest. It is a state of highest tranquility. Our soul is, as it were, tremulous and breathing. The incessant vitality of our being demonstrates that the matter we are made of, being of celestial origin, produced and entwined with motion, does not enjoy rest but thrives on motion, a motion that in the final analysis is no bodily activity but an expression of knowledge and intellect. True tranquility results from a condition of invaluable self-fulfillment based on resources that are in our power. Cardano is not convinced by the Senecan view of tranquility as a balanced active life, or by Socrates' kind of engaged tranquility. In both cases, their behavior is, for Cardano's, symptomatic of ambition rather than being the indication of a truly committed philosophical life. Finally, Cardano rejects the ideals of tranquility championed by Plutarch, Antonius, and Cicero, viewed as models of ethical escapism devised by men who in their life never managed to reach a condition of stable serenity. In outlining his views about the nature of the good, Cardano is following a deliberately eclectic approach. He combines the Stoic conception of virtue with Epicurus' emphasis on indifference, Aristotle's notion of virtuous life with Averroes' characterization of happiness as the highest level of knowledge accessible to human beings. He justifies his eclectic position by arguing that philosophers who are so clever in their fields are likely to have come up with closely related ideas, and that therefore two or more of their opinions can converge into one. From Socrates, for instance, Cardano draws the principle that only wise people can be truly happy because virtue lies in knowledge. From medical authors, he borrows the view that pleasure always follows release from conditions of tension or pain. Following traditional argumentative patterns in moral philosophy, Cardano distinguishes among goods of the mind, virtues, goods of the body, health, longevity, and goods of fortune. Among the goods of fortune, Cardano lists finding the right wife, a lasting fame, and a painless death. Goods of the body, such as enjoying good health and following a healthy regimen, are also part of one's happiness. Strictly speaking, goods of the ills are valued as such, they transcend the level of nature and therefore cannot be treated as if they were natural or against nature. Goods and ills reside in the soul, faculties and defects in the body, helps and impediments in fortune and its occurrences. In general terms, Cardano defines the good as what is longed for by the majority of human beings, such as health, wealth, friends, glory, offspring, and wisdom. In a more specific sense, good is what is everlasting, safe, and unchangeable. In order to achieve a stable condition of inner peace, people need to commit to a good that cannot be taken away from them. Ultimately, since only God has all the requisites to be this kind of imperishable good, the more genuine meaning of good is that which brings us closer to God or makes us similar to Him. The difference between human beings and God is that God is the good, coincides entirely with self preservation, whereas in human beings, these two conditions are generally separate. Human beings need to take care of their life and aim at a life that is marked by reason. There cannot be any discourse on happiness where the primary requisite for life are lacking due to mental illness or death. Goods of the mind are virtues. By virtue, Cardano means the principle that teaches human beings to behave in the best way towards God, animals, and our fellow human beings. Hence, the key virtues are the sense of duties, compassions, and kindness. Giving their importance, virtues are among the foundations of human action. By its nature, virtue is eternal and a divine good in us. All the rest rots in time and depends on circumstances. Emanating from this innermost part of our rational soul, virtues have the power to retroact on our minds, thus fortifying and safeguarding its faculties. The most prophylactic among virtues are fortitude, prudence, and moderation, and they result from the combined actions of nature, habit, and reason, establishing a delicate balance between control of the natural impulses, education, and the process of decision making. As already said, Cardano's moral philosophy rests on a series of interrelated principles, which also play a key foundational role in natural philosophy: that the soul is immortal, that incorporeal lives are everlasting, and that mental awareness is the defining characteristics of the soul. Since the intellect is the only thing that humans can boast about themselves as being truly immortal, intellectual self-knowledge is regarded by Cardano as the highest good that a human being may ever attain. Inevitably, this assumption proposes the Averroist conundrum about whether the mind belongs to humankind as a whole or it informs the life and knowledge of each individual human being. Cardano seems to suggest that the mind transcends individual human beings, for happiness coincides with eternal life. He who does not live long cannot be happy for long. There cannot be happiness in human life if there is no afterlife of the soul. On this point, Cardano follows St. Paul's argument in his letter to the Romans. If our soul did not survive death, we would be much unhappier than animals are, for besides the fact that no animal apart from the human being knows that he is going to die, all non-human animals enjoy some happiness for the very fact that they exist, since they live as if they were to live forever, and therefore they participate in internal bliss. Only human beings are separated from eternity, even in their thought, for not only do they not know that they can die, but they are also aware that they will inevitably die and die with a pre-established time. Cardano's reflection on mental happiness, assimilation to God, and universal intelligibility should be read against the background of contemporary discussions about the avarice notion of intellectual beatitude. There is no doubt that when Cardano characterizes the highest good as the union of the soul with God, his definition is full of Aristotelian avaristic resonances. The summum bonum, he argues, is to be best assimilated to the highest good. God, unlike other kinds of love of God is honest and safe, for its object never deserts the seeking soul. Elsewhere, Cardano's definition of summum bonum, the highest good, is suppler and implies such components as wisdom, virtue, fortitude, and prudence, especially fortitude and prudence and progeny. Wisdom is distinctively human. Expressions of fortitude and prudence can be seen in several animals. To have children, finally, is a prerogative that belongs to almost all living beings. It is a sort of pyramidal model of virtue, with fertility at the basis and wisdom at the top. Only very few people can reach wisdom. Prudence and practical wisdom. The characteristic oscillation between intellectual good and a prosperous life is particularly evident in De Utilite. This work is meant to provide directions on how to overcome difficult situations and lead a reasonably serene life, relying only on material conditions of one's existence and on the information that one can get from sensible experience. Contrary to the approach followed in the Theaniston, in the Utilitate, Cardano focuses on the kind of happiness that one can reach in this life, advancing the hypothesis to be understood in an experimental sense, that there is no survival of the soul. In this case, the moral actor is confronted not so much with the goods attainable by the mind as with the ills that the mind needs to transform into opportunities for the inner exercise of practical gain. Cardano divides ills into external and internal. They both can be measured according to the impact they have on our lives and the level of constraint they impose on our actions. External ills depend on the variable arrangement of external events and on the shifting states of the body. Although properly speaking, the body is in no part of ourself, nevertheless it communicates with our mind. Internal ills are those passions that can be hardly eradicated from the soul, such as madness, anger, fear, and envy. Since they are located within the soul, the animus, it is exceedingly difficult to turn them into something useful and productive unless we undergo a radical transformation of ourself. Cardano claims that there can be 5 kinds of responses to calamities in one's life. The first 2 are paradoxical and have nothing relevant to say about possible applications to the practical aspect of one's life. These are the Christian Stoic responses. Adversities are either good in themselves or they have absolutely no incidence in someone's happiness. The remaining 3 kinds of responses are of a pragmatic nature, for they appeal to the human senses and have possible social outcomes. First, they teach us about how to avoid misfortunes or mitigate the impact they have on our life. Second, in case they happen, they direct our attention to ways of coping with misfortunes or escape dangerous consequences. Third, they tell us how to gain some good out of any kind of ill. For Cardano, this ethical program in 3 stages is an approach that suits people involved in the many activities of civil life and helps meet their social commitments. The distinctive trait of prudence people is their ability to turn difficulties into opportunities of knowledge and moral betterment. Regarding the paradoxical attitudes to calamities displayed by the Stoic and Christian sages, Cardano thinks that there is a great difference between the situation in which the wise man is deemed capable of bearing calamities with fortitude, the Stoic approach, and that in which he is supposed to look at them as part of one's goods, the Christian attitude. Even more different, however, is to interpret calamities as useful and productive means of experience, as suggested by Cardano. Otherwise, to praise the ills of life remains a futile rhetorical exercise, and for this reason, Cardano does not hesitate to place Erasmus's praise of folly in this category of edifying but useless rhetoric, with the exception of irreparable losses, which can only be assuaged by restoring to a whole range of consolatory techniques. Cardano maintains that any other ill can always be turned into something useful, and therefore no consolation is needed. To sum up, he identifies different levels, rhetorical, cognitive, and pragmatic, within the domain of moral philosophy. To praise adversities is the eloquent rhetorician's task. To bear them with fortitude belongs to a generous soul or a person who knows divine truths. To draw useful instruction for them is the mark of a prudent man. As in the case of intellectual happiness, relief from emergencies is predicated on knowledge. Cardano characterizes his method for avoiding misfortunes and preparing against calamities as based on a particular kind of knowledge, both useful and necessary, which teaches us to recognize and obtain known goods, and once they are obtained, it tells us how to use them and how to protect us with them against ills. The ambivalent role of animus in Cardano's moral philosophy is particularly evident in his directions on how to draw profit from misfortunes, for both misery and happiness depend on awareness, the fact that we know our condition. Our thinking actively is a key element in turning adversities into opportunities and growth into self-awareness. Any philosophical discussion of ethical matters presupposes that the ethical subject is aware of his or her happiness or unhappiness. The mind alone is the one who is happy or unhappy. We have previously noted how closely Cardano's notion of the summum bonum is connected to the principle of soul's awareness. In the same way, all forms of external goods, riches, physical beauty, health, friends, offspring, country, honors, are no part of happiness unless they're related to the mind. The principal resources through which human beings may learn to draw advantages from adversities are fortitude, prudence, worldly knowledge, and all sorts of help, such as material means, friends, authority, bodily strength, and practical experience. Among the resources provided by reason, Cardano shares with Seneca the belief that meditating about one's death can trigger active and pointed responses to everyday problems. Although death is a necessary event, nevertheless, it contains in an eminent way, so to say, all the reasons that sadden our life. Thinking about death, regardless of whether people may be sure that they are going to survive after death, can dissolve almost any form of sorrow. When methodically structured, far from producing anxiety, the thought of death and of the transient nature of human affairs injects a sense of purpose and order into our existence, making us gradually adjusted to the universe in a constant flux. Cardano's method of drawing profit from adversities is based on the general principle that everything in nature is subject to incessant change. I usually compare human affairs, this whole sublunary frame, and all that happens in it to a mass of wax in which, well, it is compressed, protrusions become cavities, and cavities protrude. All forms change, and now they change into similar ones, now in dissimilar fashions, into charming or foul, horrible or unpleasant ones. The principle of the unremitting transformation of reality is therefore the ontological rationale behind our belief that ills can be turned into goods. Closely related to this principle is Cardano's striking assumption that when considered from the point of view of happiness, all things are on par. God leveled the conditions not only for all human beings, but also for all things which are under the sky. It is while examining the essence of human misfortune that Cardano reaches the important conclusion that the and that loss and want are the ultimate causes of one's hardship. The ability to anticipate and feel in advance the effect of losing something or someone can therefore prepare us to face calamities in our life. While Cardano insists that experience of adversities in life provides people with a richer sense of their happiness, however, he is also well aware that there are limits to the human ability to process misfortunes into material for inner transformation. Material destitution is certainly one of these limits. Among the circumstances that affect our perception of want, uh, penury prevents us from focusing on the improvement of our knowledge and level of awareness. When in his divisions of the good of mind, of the body, and of fortune, Cardano describes material means as a precondition for the exercise of virtue and happiness. He takes special care in specifying that the ethical inconvenience in being poor does not lie in having access to the advantages of material prosperity, but in the inability to work towards one's own happiness. If someone does not have the means to raise his children, to look for wisdom, or to practice justice, he will certainly be unhappy, not because he is poor, but because he cannot practice the works of happiness. Mental pain is another situation in which human ability to turn misfortunes into positive experiences tested to the limit. The way Cardano insists on the severe reality of mental pain is one of the most characteristic aspects of his moral philosophy. No disease, if there is no fear of death, can equal mental pain. In promoting, wherever possible, the value of happiness in all circumstances of human life, Cardano does not intend to humor any human tendency to self-delusion. On the contrary, he sees his effort to dispel false beliefs and to curb proclivities to self-deception as his main contribution to moral philosophy. For there's no greater merit than to free mankind from false opinions. Indeed, sometimes he goes so far as to criticize Averroes' notion of mental happiness as a form of entertaining false hopes, in this case, the hope to achieve intellectual bliss. Cardano thinks that the principal task of a moral philosopher should be that of freeing the mind from misapprehensions and prejudices, There are many people who prefer to be happy in a mistaken way rather than acknowledge the relativity of their affairs and their condition. As already said, mental security cannot be premised on all forms of self-distraction and self-delusion, which turn our mind away from the causes of our discontent. A good physician would never try to assuage the pain of the patient by recommending him to buy paintings and precarious stones. Cardano's method of drawing profit from adversities is therefore an attempt to promote endurance while insisting on a courageous attempt of the human condition, acceptance of the human condition. The clash between the appearance of reality, which represents the hallmark of Cardano's ontology and theory of knowledge, has therefore its obvious counterpart in his moral philosophy, where he often associates human misery with unrealistic ambitions triggered by human desires. Since human nature is driven by the infinite to the infinite by appetites that can never be satisfied, for it cannot contain the infinite, indeed, not even a great part of what it desires. Therefore, he who is not capable of restraining his own appetites, but he, the greatest of the kings, will certainly be the unhappiest person. To fight our propensity to cherish illusory dreams of happiness, Cardano recommends us to become more aware of the precarious nature of the human condition and to increase our level of self-mastery. The combined action of self-knowledge and self-control contributes to narrow the otherwise unmanageable scope of our desires. Self-awareness and self-control contribute to create positive habits, mores out of actions and passions. Unlike non-human animals, human beings are capable of disciplining themselves and to shape their nature. They modify their behavior through thought, language, and action. Actions are primarily directed to what is useful for us and what is ruled by the criterion of interest, by pleasure, nature, and habit. Thought concentrates on what is either useful or harmful to us. Language adjusts our actions and thoughts to the variable circumstances that present themselves from time to time. Once we manage to strike a balance between the scope of our desires and the reality in which we live, two things become most necessary to obtain what we wish to have, and to know how to use what we have. To facilitate this text, Cardano distinguishes between disciplines in which the theoretical aspects is more prevalent, such as geometry and theology, disciplines which are characterized by a balanced interplay of theory and practice, such as medicine and law, and finally disciplines in which practice is essential, like moral philosophy. Cardano enumerates 5 requisites that define the nature of an accomplished action in terms of attaining the right means for the right end, readiness of execution, and completion. These requisites are nature, art, diligence, practice, and familiarity with the experts in the field. Divination, fate, and the Roman Inquisition. Among the most difficult periods of Cardano's tumultuous life was his imprisonment and trial by the Inquisition. This episode is important for a number of reasons. The Roman Inquisition had taken its modern form as a counter-Reformation apparatus for doctrinal purity in 1542. Cardano was arguably the most significant Catholic intellectual targeted until Giordano Bruno in the 1590s and Galileo in the 17th century. His ordeal then is a key moment in the history of the early censorship. Beyond that, reports reveal a number of themes central to Cardano's divinatory and astrological thought, even if they distort his actual views. Such themes are essential to the whole of his philosophy and to understanding of his general reception as one of the most influential astrologers of his time. The Inquisition began to investigate Cardano in the spring and summer of 1570. On October 6th of that year, he was arrested and imprisoned by the Inquisitor of Bologna, where he lived and was a professor of medicine at the city's university. Among the documents preserved in the Inquisition archives is Cardano's desperate plea for release from prison addressed to the Dean of the Inquisition of Rome. Today is the 43rd day in prison. I eat almost nothing because eating would drive me mad. Not eating would drive me to death, which I consider the lesser evil. In December, he was transferred to house arrest, and shortly thereafter, in February 1571, the Roman authorities rendered their judgment. He would abjure not as a formal heretic, but rather as a vehemently suspected of heresy. Roughly 60 years later, Galileo would be forced to do the same. Unlike Galileo, Cardano was released from house arrest soon after his abjuration, but he did not escape without consequences, having lost his professorship due to pressure from the Inquisition on the Bolognese government. In October, he relocated to Rome. The following year, his non-medical works were forbidden by the Index of Prohibited Books. Censors, both of the Inquisition and the Index, continued to produce reports on his published writings until at least the 1590s, a testament to the enduring interest for him on the Italian peninsula well into the 17th century. Physicians, lawyers, ecclesiastics, and other interested parties frequently sought permission from the church to read his banned works. Given Cardano's heterodox views, the general freedom with which he expressed himself and his devotion to astrology, it is perhaps surprising that he was not targeted earlier in his career. There is little doubt that his patrons and renown had provided some protection. The Inquisitor of Bologna, notably for his zealous persecution of heretics, even expressed a measure of concern about dealing with an author of Cardano's celebrity. Yet it also seems that Cardano, despite his international fame, lived a somewhat solitary life in Bologna, bereft of protectors capable of shielding him from local machinations. Larger forces were also at work. With the conclusion of the Council of Trent in 1563, the church had become ever more intolerant of heterodox philosophies until the Inquisition's archives were opened up in the 1990s. The consensus among historians had been that Cardano had offended the church by printing a horoscope of Christ in his commentary on Ptolemy's Tetrabiblos. The archival documents provide a fuller story. It was not Christ's horoscope that led directly to Cardano's trial, but rather his De Rerum Veritate 1557, an encyclopedic treatise of natural history. Nevertheless, astrology was at the center of the Inquisition's case from the beginning. For the Inquisition to launch an investigation, an initial accusation was needed, and here it had come in the form of a letter from the Inquisitor of Como. A focal point of the letter's attention was a chapter in De Rerum Veritate devoted to the effects of the celestial bodies. According to the Inquisitor, Cardano exaggerates the influence of celestial bodies and denies the possibility of God acting directly on sublunar nature. He also says the Inquisitor holds the martyrs of the church to be nothing more than madmen driven to the extreme and foolish religious behavior by celestial influences. The Inquisitor also lists rather vaguely other offenses: contempt of clergy, denial of miracles and demons, and teaching of divinatory superstitions. The cluster of accusations, with astrology at the center, would prove to be the basis of subsequent censorship of Cardano. At the heart of censorial concerns was the accusation that he naturalized what the church believed outside the realm of nature: God and providence, free will, and miracles. Hence, Cardano was not targeted as an astrologer per se, but rather as an astrologizing philosopher in the vein of Pietro Pomponazzi. Censors seemed ready to impugn to him the skepticism of miracles associated with Pomponazzi, and especially the latter's embrace of determinism. Pomponazzi had laid out the possibility in his De facto 1567 that free will was philosophically untenable, that it could not be reconciled with God's nature unless we limited divine omnipotence and omniscience, and that it could not be reconciled with the Aristotelian causality. While censors report highlight themes in Cardano's thought that were important at least to a subset of readers, they are of course neither balanced nor accurate portrayals. We might say that his works on divination endorse the consensus opinion among Christian astrologers, both medieval and Renaissance, that celestial bodies act as instruments of providence, but that humans can resist natural forces up to a point. He is something of a moderate libertarian. Free will exists, but operates within a field of natural, social, and providential constraints. Following a long tradition with its origin in Boethius, he seems to recognize a fine distinction between providence and fate. Providence in the universal order experienced in the timeless present of God's mind, while fate in the manifestation of that order in the universe itself. Early in his career, he wrote a treatise simplifying, specifically devoted to fate, De Fato, which was subsequently lost, likely destroyed by Cardano himself due to fears of the Inquisition. We can, however, consult De Fato's table of contents, which survives in editions of De Libris Proprius. These chapters' heading raise more questions than they answer. However, Cardano built a sweeping argument, it seems, in favor of an all-encompassing fate that's assumed even accidental events, and like Pomponazzi, he was ready to justify such a conception of fate as a dual consequence of God's nature and the nature of causality. At the same time, however, he devoted a chapter to the utility of free will. How exactly free will was grounded in the lost De Fato remains a mystery, as does Cardano's reference to its utility. His writings on divination can help to answer the question, since there he endeavors at moments to clarify the relationship between fate and free will. Indeed, an entire section of De Fato was to deal with divination, whose viability, according to a chapter heading, was based on the orderly unfolding of fate. In his commentary on Ptolemy's Tetrabiblos, as in the Tetrabiblos itself, medicine serves as the paradigm case for divination. Ptolemy compares astrology to medicine, A physician identifies the course that nature will take if left alone and then employs counteracting forces to bring about another outcome. The astrologer does much the same. Commenting on this section, Cardano agrees with the Arabic mathematician and astrologer Ali ibn Ridwan, Haley in Latin, that Ptolemy here demonstrated maximum wisdom in things divine and human. What Cardano means is that astrology can estimate the force of future conditions and so can determine which events can be deflected and which will take place due to divinely instituted necessity of fate. He has in mind inflection points in the providential design of history, wars, great defeats and victories, catastrophes, and political transformations. Yet, even under these circumstances, they were not completely powerless. Cardano turns to the analogy of shipwreck to make his point. It is as if a person found himself in the sea during a tempest, and although he foresaw the danger, he could not avoid it. The person skilled in swimming through heavy currents or practiced in handling the danger will be saved, while another hardly so. The divine can be considered similarly, because it is entirely necessary, and because whatever is accompanied by the divine mind cannot be escaped. Prognostication, in this sense, always implies an estimation of forces, followed by consideration of the appropriate response. Cardano offers a two-tiered astrological system where princes of the world are more subject to astrological effect than their subjects. Through astrological changes, the divine can effectively seize the hearts of kings and steer history to its determined end. This is not to say that individuals outside of the ranks of power never experience moments of unavoidable fate. In De Libris Proprius, Cardano reflects on the signs that foretold his eldest son's execution, signs whose meaning only became clear when it was too late. Cardano asked himself why these signs presented themselves when they were to be of no use. He concludes that they function as Christian consolation, as proof of God's existence, providential design, and so of the justice that reveals itself in the unfolding of history. Across the spectrum of works, Cardano depicts the course of human life as a result of dynamic between outward and inward inclination and the knowledge and force that we can muster to counter or complement them. Yet we are not dealing with a pure form of naturalism here. The divine and supernatural, as Cardano understands them, are constantly speaking about the future to humans through intermediaries, through nature itself. In his monumental treatise on dream interpretation, he describes a universe where providential knowledge is relayed from God to the ecclesiastical intelligences, then to humans. He writes that when we sleep, we enter into communion with God's mind so that the future is entirely presented to our souls, but we rarely perceive the information due to the effects of bodily imbalance, daily worries, and general overstimulation. We're like dogs given food by their masters. We are oblivious to the preparation that went into it, to its significance. The framework here is generally Neoplatonic. The soul has tremendous access to knowledge that stands above the sensory realm, yet it is too bogged down by incorporeal things. Indeed, one of the intellectual benefits of melancholy, to which Cardano assigns a variety of powerful effects, is that it can distance the mind from daily and corporeal cares. As for the nature of dreams, the celestial influences use our memories as if they were stones in a mosaic, assembling these memories into a composite with meaning for the reason dreams are usually cryptic. Except in very rare cases, like the dreams of perfect clarity that Cardano calls idola, the future must be deciphered with imperfect results. The underlying cause is the nature of the infinite. Sciences that concern the future, he writes, all run up against the same problem, the infinite nature of things, that is, of the soul and of what can be seen. That which sees and that which can be seen are infinite in number. How then can the infinite be contained in books, however long and numerous? He warns his readers against philosophers like Cicero, who prefer clarity to nuance. Clarity is a rhetorical cheat. Only the greatest of philosophers appreciate infinity and recognize that clarity is the nemesis of accuracy. This discussion is meant to explain the difficulty of dream interpretations, but it could be extended to other disciplines. Knowledge and ignorance interact at the level of the cosmos, insofar as created beings cannot fully understand the providential knowledge that flows through them and manifest in their actions. Galen says Cardano does not know how he moves his finger back and forth despite all his anatomical knowledge, but he can do it anyway because the natural framework divinely established. The celestial intelligences possess detailed knowledge of the influence over the sublunar world, yet they neither understand how they receive this knowledge from God, nor do they know how they really move in that world any more than Galen knows how he moves his finger. Nature in this way is infused with knowledge of all that has and will happen, Yet even at the highest ontological level, such knowledge is accompanied by ignorance of created beings in relation to divine understanding. Okay, so there you have Cardano, very interesting. A lot of interesting, call it just like generic life advice, useful information to living the good life, and interesting metaphysics, uh, and all sorts of things. So glad to get through that. Next, we're going to look at Giacomo Zabarella, and then we'll look at Tommaso Campanella, and we'll finish with the Italians. Also interesting was this idea of opportunity in troubles. Think of like the Rahm Emanuel, Barack Obama from like Saul Alinsky, but here Cardano from a more theological perspective. It was quite interesting in like the Aristotelian, the good life, and some precursors, to living with uncertainty as the source of wisdom, similar to the multiple truth hypothesis. So hope people enjoyed that one. I'm going to take a 2-minute break. I could get my mail and bring in my trash. So we'll be back in 2 minutes with Zabarella. Okay, so let's get right back to it. So now we're going to go with one mainstream Aristotelian, one of the people that did not suffer from the Inquisition, Giacomo Zabarella. Jacopo Zabarella, born 1533 in Padua and died in 1589 in Padua, is considered the prime representative of Renaissance Italian Aristotelianism. Known for most of all for his writings on logic and methodology, Zabarella was an alumnus of the University of Padua, where he received his PhD in philosophy. Throughout his teaching career at his native university, he also taught philosophy of nature and the science of the soul. Among his main works, he are the collected logical works Opera Logica 1578 and the writings on natural philosophy, the Rebus Naturabilis 1590. Zabarella was an orthodox Aristotelian seeking to defend the scientific status of theoretical natural philosophy against the pressures emanating from the practical disciplines, the art of medicine and anatomy. He developed the regressus method, which the Renaissance Aristotelians regarded as the proper method for obtaining knowledge in the theoretical sciences. At the turn of the 17th century, Zabarella's writings were reprinted in Germany, where his philosophy had a notable following, especially among Protestant Aristotelian authors. Life and works. Giacomo Zabarella was born into an old and noble Paduan family on the 5th of September 1533. From his father, Giulio Zabarella, he inherited the title of Palatine Count. Zabarella enjoyed a humanist education and entered the University of Padua, where he received his doctorate in 1553. Zabarella had many famous teachers like Francesco Rabotello in the humanities, Bernardino Tomatano in logic, Marcantonio Genua in physics and metaphysics, and Pietro Catena in mathematics. Unlike most of his contemporaries who had studied natural philosophy, Zabarella never took a degree in medicine. His entire teaching career was spent in his native university. He began his career in 1564 when he obtained the first chair professorship of logic, succeeding Bernardino Tomatano. 5 years later, he moved to the more prestigious and more lucrative second chair of the extraordinary professor of natural philosophy in 1577. He was promoted to the first extraordinary chair of natural philosophy. Finally, in 1585, Zabarella obtained the second ordinary chair of natural philosophy, which he held until his death. The statutes of the University of Padua prevented him, as a native Paduan, from obtaining the first ordinary chair in natural philosophy. Zabarella died at the age of 56 on October 15th, 1589. The publication of Zabarella reflects his teaching in the Aristotelian tradition. The first of his publications was Opera Logica, which appeared in Venice in 1578. Zabarella had time to write this collection of logical works in 1576 when a plague raged in Veneto, sending Zabarella into the countryside with his family. This was one of the very few times in his life when he left the city of Padua. Zabarella's next published work, Tabula Logica, came out 2 years later, and his commentary on Aristotle's posterior analytics appeared in 1582. The Doctrina Ordinary Apologia, which appeared in 1584, was a reply to Francesco Piccolomini, who had criticized Zabarella's ideas on logic. The first of Zabarella's work in natural philosophy, De Naturalis Scientia Constitutionem, came out in 1586. This introduction to the field was connected to his major opus in natural philosophy, De Rebus Naturabilis, the first edition of which was published posthumously in 1590. It contained 30 different treatises on Aristotelian natural philosophy, and Zabarella wrote the introduction of the book only a few weeks before his death. Zabarella's two sons edited some of his incomplete commentaries on Aristotle's text, which were also published posthumously: the Commentary on Physics, 1601, and the Commentary on the Soul, 1605. Commentaries on generation and corruption and meteorology 4 were also appended to his commentary on the physics in 1602. Giacomo Zabarella followed a very systematic style of writing in his publications. The idea was to build a coherent body of Aristotelian logic and natural philosophy. Therefore, he was also interested in the classification of the discipline and the relationships between the various areas of academic learning. His use of Aristotle and other authorities was both eclectic and critical. Zabarella's sources thus included newly recovered Greek commentaries such as Alexander of Aphrodisias, Philippanus, Simplicius, and Themistius, as well as medieval commentators such as Thomas Aquinas, Walter Burley, and Averroes. In Zabarella's view, Averroes, unlike his followers, accurately understood Aristotle's philosophy despite not knowing the original text or even the Greek language. Zabarella himself read Greek and could therefore consult the Greek text of Aristotle in the commentaries. He devoted much of effort to presenting what he considered to be the true meaning of Aristotle's text. However, he resisted the tendencies of the humanists to expunge all medieval barbarism, preferring philosophical precision to classical eloquence. Arts and sciences. The Aristotelian distinction between arts and science serves as a starting point for Zabarella's philosophical system. At the beginning of his Opera Logica, Zabarella draws a distinction between the eternal world of nature and the contingent human world. From this distinction, he proceeds to two corresponding kinds of knowledge, the two distinct methods of defining them. Zabarella maintained that, properly speaking, sciences are concerned with the eternal world of nature and thus are contemplative disciplines, whereas arts are concerned with the contingent world of human beings and thus are non-contemplative, being productive instead. The sciences, in the proper sense of that term, as pertaining to demonstrative knowledge, are limited to those disciplines that deal with the necessary and eternal, or with what can be deduced from necessary principles. Zabarella notes that Aristotle requires two kinds of certainty from science. One is that knowable things, which are necessary as such, simpliciter; the other in the mind of the scientist, who must be absolutely sure that things cannot be otherwise. The necessity involved is therefore both ontological with respect to the objects known and cognitive with respect to knowing the subject. The hierarchy of the different disciplines was a widely debated topic in Renaissance philosophy. Also, Zabarella emphasized the hierarchical nature of the division between different disciplines, the whole of active philosophy aiming ultimately at the highest sphere of contemplation. According to Zabarella, both in Plato and Aristotle, happiness in the active life is not the ultimate goal for a human being. Instead, it is contemplation, which is man's finest objection that may lead to total perfection. In Zabarella's view, the purpose of active philosophy is to remove hindrance to the acquisition of knowledge, and therefore contemplative philosophy is the ultimate end and master of all active philosophy. In productive disciplines like the arts, it is not necessary to define the objects under production as strictly as the contemplative science, because the productive arts do not aim at knowledge, and thus the knowledge they need do not have to be perfect. Zabarella identifies, therefore, the basic difference between arts and sciences. Science deals with what already exists, but art is concerned with creation. The subject matter of a science is immutable, but the subject matter of art is the formation of things as yet not existent, but which can be made by a human being. The contemplative philosopher is not interested in initiating anything, but rather wants to comprehend and arrange the forms of existing eternal things. Moreover, the ultimate purpose of the contemplative science is the pursuit of knowledge for its own sake, but in the productive arts, and the end result is an actual product. However, Zabarella was not concerned solely with the separation between the theoretical sciences and the practical and productive disciplines, but dealt also with the relationship and hierarchy among the theoretical sciences themselves. The contemplative or speculative sciences for Zabarella are, in Aristotelian manner, only three in number: divine science, also called metaphysics, mathematics, and natural philosophy. Zabarella presents these contemplative sciences being the only defenders of true knowledge. Zabarella emphasized in many instances that each speculative science should demonstrate their own principles and not borrow them from metaphysics. According to Zabarella, each discipline can be distinguished from others either with respect to the object considered or with respect to the way of considering. Natural philosophy, which deals with corporeal beings that have an inner principle of movement, differs from metaphysics, which contemplates being as being, and from mathematics, which deals with abstracted beings. In both ways, as a result, natural philosophy is autonomous and independent of both the other contemplative science. Zabarella's philosophical position is in line with the general 16th century trends, especially the rise of the natural philosophy textbook and the development of natural philosophy as an autonomous discipline within the universities. Zabarella also developed a theory of the middle or mixed science that, contrary to the prevailing view, afforded sciences such as astronomy and optics full demonstrative status despite their borrowing principles from pure mathematics. Nevertheless, Zabarella's approach to the study of nature remained causal and qualitative in the traditional Aristotelian vein rather than mathematical. Therefore, he gave little attention to the possible uses of mathematics as a tool for understanding the physical world. The nature of logic. Zabarella's introductory treatise of the nature and logic, De Natura Logicae, is basic to his teaching in logic. He defines logic as being neither a science nor an art, but in keeping with the tradition meaning of the word organon, just an instrument of the arts and sciences. As an instrumental discipline, it furnishes a useful tool of inquiry for all of the arts and sciences. Logic does not have a real subject of its own, but deals with concepts which stand for real beings. In this, it is comparable to grammar. The difference between grammar and logic is that the former is concerned with the perfect verbal expression of concepts, and hence it is a linguistic discipline, while the latter invents a second notions or second intentions that are able to create order among concepts. Therefore, logic serves to recognize the truth and to distinguish it from falsehood in every instance. Logic is thus a rational discipline that is not itself philosophy, but springs from philosophy and is devoted to philosophical ends. Zabarella follows Averroes in dividing logic into two parts: universal logic, which is common to all subjects, and particular logic, which is specific to particular subjects. The first three books of Aristotle's Organon, the categories on interpretations, and the prior analytics constitute the universal part of logic. Aristotle's posterior analytics, topics, and sophistical refutations are said to deal with the particular logic as much as they deal respectively with the demonstrative syllogism, the dialectical syllogism, and the sophistical syllogism. Following the Neoplatonic commentaries, above all Simplicius, Zabarella also includes Aristotle's rhetoric and poetics within logic. The former is included because it teaches the use of the rhetorical syllogisms or enthymeme and rhetorical induction, for example. The latter because it also teaches the use of example, not to persuasive ends, but for imitation. Since logic, viewed as the universal instrument for distinguishing between the true and the false, differs according to the objects to which it is applied and the ends for which it is used. Its nature depends on the realm of possible objects and ends. Rhetoric and poetics are special cases because they deal not with knowledge but with the political disciplines insofar as they are concerned with the good of the people. Sophistical syllogistic is another special case because it is directed towards the deception and prefers to use falsehoods as its materials. Dialectic and demonstration, however, are directed towards the expression of truth. Dialectic is aimed at the production of opinion and deals with probable and contingent material. Demonstration is dedicated to the acquisition of truth, and so it is exclusively occupied with necessary true objects. Orders of presentation and methods of discovery. For Zabarella, method also serves to differentiate the sciences from the art. The term can be understood in two ways, either in a wide sense as the method of presenting existing knowledge, which he prefers to call an order of presentation, or in a narrow sense as a method of discovering knowledge, for which he reserves method in its proper understanding. According to Zabarella, order is an instrument habitus through which we are prepared so to dispose the parts of each discipline so that the discipline may be taught as well as easily possible. As regards these methods of presentation, Zabarella denies Galen's view that these are four numbers. Zabarella himself recognizes only two orders, the composite and the resolutive. The order starts with what is either necessary or useful for teaching and learning. In the contemplative or theoretical sciences, which aim at perfect knowledge, order of presentation follows the so-called way of composition, from general principles to particular beings. In moral philosophy and in the arts, which aim at action or production, order follows so-called way of resolution, from the desired end to the first principles. For Zabarella, the methods in the strict sense of the word are intellectual instruments proceeding from the known to produce knowledge of the unknown. Such methods have argumentative force, and they deal with specific problems of the discipline instead of arranging the contents of a whole discipline, as do the orders of presentation. As with orders, Zabarella denied the possibility of more than two methods. He showed that other procedures like the composition and division used in the hunt of definitions, as well as the so-called dialectic syllogisms, are not generally productive of knowledge and therefore not methods in the proper sense of the term. Therefore, he recognizes only two methods, which he labeled demonstrative and resolutive. Demonstrative method or composition proceeds from cause to effect and involves demonstration of the reason factor, more powerful demonstration, best exemplified in the mathematical sciences. Resolutive method or resolution proceeds from effect to cause and, despite its name, also involves demonstration, but of an inferior kind that is called demonstration of the fact or from a sign. Related to this alter type of demonstration is the process of induction, which is helpful for discovering principles that are known naturally but are not immediately evident. Zabarella believes that by force of induction, human intellect is capable of distinguishing the universal, which is hidden in particulars. Induction or resolutive method makes up the first phase in the Regressus method, which was, in his opinion, the only proper method for natural philosophy. It is this very real distinction between the method of inquiry and the order of teaching that led Zabarella to a bitter controversy with his Paduan colleague Francesco Piccolomini. They both agreed that ethical inquiry must proceed by deduction from an understanding of the end. In Zabarella's view, all the disciplines whose end is action should be explained in this same method, but Piccolomini could not bring himself to admit that the order of teaching in ethics as well as other practical disciplines should follow this order of apprehension. Thus, the fundamental question embedded in this view is the following: is the order of teaching a particular discipline necessary or contingent? Zabarella argued for the former. Both in discovery and in teaching, one should follow the synthetic order in the sciences and the analytical order in the arts by making a sharp distinction between the method of discovery and the order of teaching. Piccolomini instead embraced a contingent view of pedagogical method. Wishing to teach others, Piccolomini saw his duty as that of starting from the first principles. In such a case, it was better to begin with the simpler method matters and progress towards the end or goal. Through their rival claims about the Ordo Doctrinae, Zabarella and Piccolomini revealed as well very different perceptions of academic and civil order and very different ways of conceiving and pursuing the office of philosopher within that order. Zabarella wholeheartedly endorsed the purely contemplative nature of philosophy and the superiority of the contemplative life. He also was frequently dismissive in his treatment of the disciplines he regarded as active or operative, for example, law, medicine, ethics, politics, and mechanics. Piccolomini's position was sharply opposed. For him, philosophy is indeed crucial for the spiritual perfection of man. However, in the form of sanctus civilis, it is also the key to this worldly perfection that can be attained in the just administration of the Venetian Republic. The regressus method. The so-called regressus method is a model for combining composition and resolution. The idea of the combinatory process is found in the Aristotelian tradition from Averroes on, and was vitally revived among the Italian Aristotelians and medical authors. According to this method, the natural philosopher should first infer from the unknown effect of the existence of the cause of this very effect. Sometimes he may use induction, but usually resolution, which was also called demonstration from the fact. Then in the second step, in the so-called demonstration from the reason factor composition, the natural philosopher should infer from the cause to the effect. The effect is now known through its cause and hence in a scientific manner. The crucial problem of this procedure is how to avoid mere circular reasoning, or rather how to make sure that the cause whose existence is demonstrated in the first step is indeed the cause of the very effect. From the beginning of the 16th century, it had become clear that it was necessary to introduce a third intermediary step which involves some kind of intellectual consideration. Zabarella had also to face the question how the intellect in fact made this mental consideration. He solves the problem in terms of the psychology of knowledge and calls this third step a mental examination. Since for him the task of this intermediary step is to make distinct and confused knowledge of the cause that was acquired through the first step, he refers to his work of the agent mind, in which he develops an account of the transformation of confused into distinct knowledge through the analysis of a given whole in terms of its parts. He presents this process as the specific ability of the human mind. Thus, one more method as a means of acquiring knowledge is based on the cognitive structure of knowledge, subject rather than on the ontological structure of the object of knowledge. In his commentary on the posterior analytics, Zabarella identified Aristotle's proof that the planets are near and that the moon is a sphere of instances of the regressus method. Other examples of the same method he analyzed are Aristotle's proof of the existence of the first matter from substantial change and his proof of an eternal first mover from local motion. The interminable discussion of the methodology of the arts and science in the 16th century may be seen as an attempt to defend the scientific status of either the recently found autonomous science like natural philosophy, or on the other hand, the empirically based productive arts. The discussion of orders and methods, resolutions, compositions, and the regressus method are therefore not merely further elaborations on an old Aristotelian tradition, but also expressions of opinions in a lively debate concerning the changing relationship between various arts and sciences in the 16th century Italian universities. The science of the soul. The most influential section of the Aristotelian tradition, where the relationship between the theoretical and the speculative sciences is dealt with, is the beginning of Aristotle's treatise on the soul. Aristotle gives two criteria for the hierarchy: the dignity of their subject matter, and the exactness of their demonstration. His Putin's commentary on De Anima, Zabarella raises the question of the hierarchy of the sciences. In most cases, in Zabarella's view, the science with a nobler subject matter can be considered superior, but not always. All human knowledge can be compared, and there are no grounds for giving either of these criteria absolute priority. In the contemplative sciences, the nobility of the subject matter should be considered superior to the causality of knowledge. In logic, however, where the instruments of science are considered, the nobler instrument is the one that is more precise and produces more certain knowledge. Zabarella then did not give one decisive criterion according to which all arts and sciences could be arranged into one single hierarchy. However, when dealing with the place of the science of the soul among the other sciences, Zabarella gives the description of the nobility of this part of natural philosophy. Zabarella opposed the definition of the science of the soul as a middle discipline between physics and metaphysics. He states that Aristotle did not only wish to compare the science of the soul with other sciences, but to compare it with other parts of natural science. In Zabarella's view, it is obvious that the science of the soul is the most noble part of natural philosophy, the king and emperor of every other part, which are all dependent upon it because it shows the first cause and the sum of everything that is in animals and in plants. The science of the soul is more exquisite and certain than all other parts of natural philosophy because the causes of the science of the soul are more exact, not only to us, but also according to nature. Zabarella's position here can be interpreted as an attempt to raise the status of an independent natural philosophy by emphasizing the nobility of the science of the soul. In fact, it seems that he wanted to elevate the status of De Anima to that of a special science among the other natural disciplines that is the noblest and the most precise of all the natural sciences, on which all the other parts of natural philosophy could rely. What in the medieval times had perhaps been considered to be part of metaphysics was now the most valuable part of natural philosophy. Following the Aristotelian tradition, Zabarella himself left the question of the immortality of the soul to the theologians because it did not belong to natural philosophy. And since Aristotle, as a natural philosopher, had not been explicit about it, it is in fact hard to be sure whether Zabarella himself thought that the soul was immortal. However, in his commentary on Aristotle's treatise on the soul, Zabarella tried at least to prove that Aristotle himself did not consider it immortal. Zabarella reconstructed the process of intellection on the lines of sense perception, that is, that the intelligible species produced concurrently by the phantasma of the illuminating agent intellect moved the possible intellect into cognition. To be known, the phantasma, which was gained by sense perception, had to undergo a double process, itself material and consequently containing the universal structure needed in science only in a confused and unintelligible way. It had to be illuminated by the agent intellect so that the universal in the individual was rendered distinct and intelligible. Since the illumination was generally required for an act of knowledge in the same way, its agent did not have to be an individual operating individually in the different acts of intellection, but rather could be a universal one which rendered reality in general intelligible, thus serving as an all-embracing guarantee on intelligibility. The agent intellect could therefore be identified with God himself as the principle of intelligibility when identifying the active intellect with God as the first cause of all that exists and can be known. Zabarella has clearly in his mind that the active intellect does no longer play a substantial role in the naturalistic philosophy of nature after this initial act of intellection. Therefore, with the metaphysical requirements of intellection taken for granted, the main epistemological problem shifted in this manner in which the intelligible species is turned into a known object. Zabarella considered the agent intellect as the divine cause of general intelligibility, could renounce innate principles and retain the Aristotelian teaching of the inductive acquisition of the first principles themselves, but Zabarella had instead the problem of restoring to the human mind an active faculty which would account for the active judgment. Therefore, he redefined the possible intellect as an active faculty as well. This equally active and passive human intellect, which Zabarella called patibilis instead of possibilis, considered all that was offered to it by the illuminated phantasma, contemplated whatever it wanted to, and in doing so selected and abstracted those structures it wanted to know, and through judging understood them, and became itself the object of knowledge. For Zabarella, intellection therefore was not a process automatically determined whenever an exterior impulse was given, but rather depended essentially on human will and intention. In Zabarella's view, the science of the soul was concerned with what was necessary and therefore always equally present in any human mind, even if unconsciously. Methodology, on the other hand, was concerned with the use of human being made of those natural faculties, since this use could be true or false, better or worse. Truth and error depended entirely on whether or not the correct method was being used. The perfection of the philosophy of nature. Natural philosophy has to know and teach the very essence of natural beings. First, it has to deal with their basic principles, such as the matter and motion, which are not natural beings themselves. These principles of natural philosophy are discussed in Aristotle's physics. Moreover, natural philosophy has to deal with the accidents of natural beings understood through their causes. These are the subject to Aristotle's other writings on nature, from On the Heavens and to On the Soul. In De Naturalis, the first treatise in his collected works on natural philosophy, Zabarella deals in detail with the question of the order and perfection of the natural sciences. He claims, for example, that the book on minerals is necessary because the natural philosophy would otherwise be incomplete. The place of the book on minerals in Aristotelian corpus on natural philosophy is immediately after the book on meteorology. Whether Aristotle himself wrote on minerals is questionable, but he at least recognized the importance of the subject. However, later both Theophrastus and Albertus Magnus wrote on the important subject. Thus, Zabarella did not consider Aristotle's work as a complete corpus to which nothing could be added. In the Methodist, Zabarella stated that Aristotle wrote on subjects of his own choice, but it would be an exaggeration to claim that he was incapable of making mistakes. Aristotle was not infallible and would be erroneous to insist that he knew the truth of everything he wrote. Nevertheless, he was an outstanding scholar in Zabarella's view, who, for example, turned the study of logic into a discipline. In the last chapter of De Naturalis, Zabarella discusses the question of the perfection of the natural sciences. Zabarella states that Aristotle's philosophy of nature may be perfect in structure and form, but it is incomplete in terms of its reference to natural beings. There is much Aristotle did not discuss at all, and indeed much of what was outside of his cognizance. Although he dealt comparatively little with plants and animals, it is not difficult to pinpoint the proper fallacies in the Aristotelian system of the natural sciences. Therefore, Zabarella emphasizes that Aristotle's philosophy of nature is complete, at least in theory. Zabarella compares Aristotle's work on the natural philosophy to the geometry and arithmetic of Euclid. There are many theorems which can be demonstrated from his works, even if he did not himself actually write them. For Zabarella, there is no reason to judge Euclid's geometry or arithmetic defective or incomplete. If Euclid had wished, he could have demonstrated all the particular cases, but his book would have become so enormous that it surely would have daunted the reader. Zabarella suggests this is exactly why Euclid entitled the book The Elements, and from this foundation all the other theorems can be demonstrated. In a parallel view, Zabarella thinks Aristotle's natural philosophy can be called perfect, since it deals with all the knowledge that is possible for human intellect to obtain, either in practice or at least in theory. Also, in his logical work, Zabarella emphasizes the idea of perfect natural philosophy, which consists of perfect and distinct knowledge of natural beings through their causes. Zabarella reminds the scientific knowledge can never be called confused or imperfect. Therefore, the scientific ideal Zabarella presents is profoundly different from the modern view of a scientist making new discoveries. According to Zabarella, science can be new only in a restricted sense. The work of a scientist is more like correcting the mistakes and filling the gaps in a ready-made Aristotelian world system. Natural philosophy and medicine. Among the Paduan Aristotelians, Zabarella was probably the author who discussed most thoroughly the relationship between the philosophy of nature and medical art. While in subject matter these disciplines were close to each other, in their essence and methodology they were far apart. Unlike many of his contemporaries, Zabarella did not consider medicine to be a subalternated to the philosophy of nature, nor did he see a distinction between theoretical and practical medicine as accidental. Instead, he wanted to consider the whole art of medicine as operational, in spite of medicine's prominent place among the arts. Zabarella sharply denied its scientific status and insisted that writers who claim that medicine is a science are mistaken. Neither the art of medicine nor its singular parts can be considered as a science. For him, it was enough to admit that it was the noblest of the arts. In his De Natura Logicae, part of the Opera Logica, Zabarella attacks writers who put medicine alongside the philosophy of nature among the sciences. Contemplative philosophy appropriates nothing from the productive arts, but instead the arts adopt everything from philosophy. No matter how valuable and precise medicine may be, it can never be a science because it is practiced not for the sake of knowledge, but for an end product that is the maintenance and restoration of health. If knowledge of the human body is considered purely for its own sake rather than for curative purposes, it should be called natural philosophy rather than medicine. Even if it were admitted that medicine could be practiced for the sake of knowledge, it could not be called a pure science because it does not explain the first causes, and without this comprehension, the other causes cannot be clearly comprehended. Health cannot be fully comprehended, and the goal of medicine cannot be achieved if a physician does not comprehend all the parts of the human body and their nature, composition, purpose, and function. Zabarella recognizes two different ways in which a physician can know the parts of a human body. First, he may learn them through perspective knowledge and anatomical observations, thereby assimilating the matter of his discipline without understanding its rationale. A physician can also become familiar with the parts of the human body through philosophy of nature, where he may learn the reasons which lie behind what he actually sees. Zabarella thinks Aristotle makes the same distinction in his book, The History of Animals and the Parts of Animals. In the first, he relies on the sense perception to classify the different parts of animals, and the second, he offers causal explanations for what he is considering. In Zabarella's opinion, this order of understanding results from our own inability to comprehend everything at once. It is thus better to progress gradually from confused to distinct knowledge. In De Rebus Naturabilis, Zabarella points out that the art of medicine adopts the physiological part from the philosophy of nature. If medical writers want to know the anatomy of the human body, they must therefore follow Aristotle's methodologically. Therefore, they should not study the history of animals, but instead parts of animals, which shows us the functions of different parts of the bodies in question. The subject matter of medicine involves maintaining or recovering health only in human beings, not in other animals. Since the whole discipline deals only with the human body, it cannot be a science. Zabarella's view, what a natural philosopher writes about animals, a medical writer should apply to human beings. Zabarella moves from the universal and scientific discussion of natural philosophy to a consideration of its particular aspects from the standpoint of operation, not knowledge. Moreover, Zabarella believes that natural philosophy and medicine differ not only in their aims and subject matters, but also in their methods. The resolutive method is proper to medicine, and the composite method to the philosophy of nature. A physician does not use the demonstrations, and if he does, he borrows them from natural philosophy. In medical art, the resolutive order of the presentation proceeds from knowledge to cure. The end, that is maintaining or recovering health, is broken down in principle, on which the operation is then based. In the order of presentation, Zabarella wants to differentiate between the presentation of a whole discipline and that of a part of it. For example, the first part of the art of medicine, physiology, has a composite order as against the medicine as a whole, which is arranged according to the resolutive order. In Zabarella's view, this shows that physiology does not really belong to medicine at all, but to natural philosophy, because in physiology, the nature of the human body is studied apart from its operation. Zabarella's conclusion about the relationship between the art of medicine and natural philosophy is that the latter must consider the universal qualities of health and sickness, while the former concentrates on finding remedies for particular diseases. Zabarella suggests that Aristotle wrote a book of health and sickness, of which nothing but a small fragment remains. These fragments are on the boundaries of these two disciplines. Zabarella sums up where the philosopher ends, the physician begins. From the universal consideration of sickness and health, the physician descends to the treatment of all particular diseases and to knowledge of their causes. While discussing the principles of medical art, Zabarella compares anatomical principles with the principles derived from natural philosophy. In this view, only the philosophy of nature, not anatomy, can provide a solid basis for medical practitioners. Aftermath. Zabarella's name has been linked to the development of modern science since the beginning of the 20th century. John Herman Randall published already in 1940 and again in 1961 his famous thesis that the School of Padua was a precursor of modern science. Following Ernst Cassirer, Randall referred to the Renaissance discussion of Regressus method up to Zabarella as a preparation for Galileo Galilei's new method of natural science. Randall's thesis has been defended since, most notably by William Wallace. However, the Aristotelian terminology and doctrines that Zabarella and Galileo share seem for the most part to have been commonplace in late medieval and Renaissance thought. Galileo may have known Zabarella's writing, but far more important source for Galileo was the Jesuit scholars, above all Paolo della Valle, working in the College Romano at Rome. The question of whether Zabarella can be considered as a precursor of modern experimental science should be understood in context of the early and mid-20th century efforts to locate and understand the origins of modern science in the 17th century. More recently, historians of science and philosophy have generally challenged or abandoned the notion that 17th century gave birth to either modern science itself or some fundamental intellectual framework from which modern science would inevitably unfold. Modern science is arguably a moving target, and the actual role that experiments play in the 20th and 21st century science are still being investigated and debated. Zabarella states position on experience and experiment certainly do not line up with the dominant mid 20th century position held by philosophers. For example, Zabarella arguably holds experiments ought to find their place in the productive arts rather than natural philosophy, and he does not, in his methodological writing, advocate for the use of experience or experiment to verify or falsify theories. According to some, he made observations of natural things only to exemplify and illustrate the demonstrative reason used in the theoretical natural philosophy. On the other hand, Zabarella clearly rejected, on the basis of his own experience, certain positions held by Aristotle. He also attacked Galen's extramission theory of vision, partly on the basis of anatomical observations, including optical experiments on the part of the dead eye. Instead of overemphasizing the connection between Zabarella and Galileo, a more meaningful historical issue is whether Zabarella significantly influenced 17th century investigations of nature, and this must be answered in the affirmative. The range of the extent of this influence, however, has yet to be fully explored. Zabarella's thought has a large impact among Protestant Aristotelians in Germany and the Low Countries during the late 16th century and first part of the 17th century. Zabarella's books were well known even in the remote Scandinavian countries, surprisingly early already at the turn of the 17th century. Zabarella's clear and systematic interpretation of Aristotle's logic and natural philosophy was used as a basis for numerous Aristotelian textbooks printed in Germany. Moreover, the Protestant academics found Zabarella's instrumentalist view of logic useful for the theological purposes. Also in the British Isles, the scholastic revival of the early 17th century owed much to Zabarella's writings. Recently, there has been some considerations whether Zabarella's distinction between objects of science and the way of considering had an impact on the distinction between matter and form in Immanuel Kant's philosophy. Zabarella's influence on Leibniz has been noted. Even some modern scholars of Aristotle have continued to consult his commentaries with profit. Okay, so another interesting one, Zabarella, important in the development of the scientific method, and one of the important Aristotelians, because as we've been seeing, Descartes and the Enlightenment comes to start to reject Aristotelianism. So let me just check my messages real quick. Okay, so next we'll look at Tommaso Campanella, who is a little bit later, more contemporary, more brought up in some of the Descartes, has direct influence on some of the Cartesian philosophers. And just stretch again, get a little more liquid. Okay, so Tommaso Campanella. So Campanella is still somewhat a common name. I know Campanellas, even Campanella friends on Facebook. But an important name in the history of philosophy, directly related to Descartes. Tommaso Campanella, born in Stillo 1568, died in Paris 1639, was one of the most important philosophers of the late Renaissance. Although his best known work today is the utopian text, The Cité del Sol, the City of the Sun, his thought was extremely complex and engaged with all fields of learning. The fundamental core of his thinking, which will be examined in this article, was concerned with the philosophy of nature, what would nowadays be called science, magic, political theory, and natural religion. Biographical sketch. Tommaso Campanella was born in Stillo, a town in Calabria, one of the southern regions of Italy, on September 5, 1568. At the age of 14, he entered the Dominican order in 1588. While in Cosenza, another Calabrian town, he read the treatise on the nature of things according to their own principles. 1586 by Bernardino Talicio, and in the following months Campanella wrote his own philosophy as demonstrated by the senses in defense of this new philosophy of nature. In 1590 he was in Naples, where he made acquaintance of Giambattista della Porta. He left for Rome in 1592 and then went to Florence and Padua, where he met Galileo. Denounced to the Inquisition, Campanella was arrested at the beginning of 1594 and in October was transferred to the Inquisition's prison in Rome. Condemned on suspicion of heresy and forced to abjure, in the end of 1597 he was ordered to return to Calabria. In the summer of 1598, he was again in Stilla, where he soon became the inspiration behind a vast conspiracy against the Spanish, who at the time governed the Kingdom of Naples. In August 1599, two of the conspirators revealed the plot to the Spanish viceroy, who sent armed forces into Calabria to repress it. Campanella was imprisoned, and in November was moved to Naples, where he was tried for heresy and rebellion. He managed to avoid the death penalty by feigning madness and was instead condemned to a lengthy detention in various Neapolitan fortresses. During the years of incarceration, he dedicated himself to intense literary activity, composing his most famous works aiming at producing a new foundation for the entire encyclopedia of knowledge. In 1612, he was visited by Tobias Adami, a German man of letters from Saxony, who took it upon himself to publish some of Campanella's most important writings in Frankfurt from 1617 to 23. After almost 27 years in prison, Campanella was released from the Castelnuovo in 1626 and arrived in Rome, where he remained in detention until early 1629. In October 1634, he was compelled to go into exile in France following renewed Spanish suspicions regarding him. In Paris, he was received with favor by King Louis XIII and Cardinal Richelieu and was able to frequent learned circles. He wrote new political works and arranged for the printing of the first volumes of his opera Omnia, a project that remained incomplete at his death on May 21st, 1639. Criticisms of Aristotle and championing of Talicio's natural philosophy. And we talked about Talicio, I believe, last episode with Galileo. Campanella's first printed work, Philosophiae Sensibus Demonstratia, was written when the 21-year-old Dominican friar was living in a monastery in the Calabrian village of Altamonte. It was published in Naples in 1591. The work is divided into 8 disputations in which he defends Talicio's new philosophy of nature against the attack of the Aristotelian Giacomo Antonio Marta. In the preface, Campanella traces the course of his intellectual development and presents new aspects of his own thoughts. It is no accident that these pages begin with the word truth, depicted allegorically on the title pages as a spear floating on water, as winds blowing from all sides threaten to submerge it, and a young friar swims out to reach it. Truth can be hidden and persecuted, Campanella maintains, but it cannot be held prisoner by injustice. In the end, it emerges from the darkness and is once again resplendent. These introductory pages offer us a lively account of the doubts of the young friar, who, recalling the years he spent in Dominican monasteries in Calabria, cannot conceal his disillusionment. The works of ancient and modern philosophers have convinced him that human knowledge had become ever more obscure and confused because it had distanced itself progressively from the direct experience of nature, and in turn instead to reading and commenting on books written by human beings. This attitude was particularly evident in the followers of Aristotle, who directed their energies towards the words of their masters without attempting to compare them to the natural world. In this way, philosophical research had degenerated into sophistical disputes and a series of pointless battles over words. Reflecting on all this, the young Campanella formed a conviction that he would never abandon. An adequate knowledge of things is one that comes from the things themselves, which we must investigate on the basis of sense experience. This forms the context for his fundamental encounter with the philosophy of Talicio. Reading the first edition of De Rerum Natura, Campanella intuited right from the beginning the novelty and cogency of Talicio's approach. In accordance with Campanella's own aspirations, Talicio believed in deriving the truth from a direct examination of natural facts, so that the correct connections between words and things which had gotten lost in the Aristotelian tradition could now be reestablished, reviving and developing in an original manner a time-honored metaphor. Campanella affirmed that the philosophical investigator must read and study the book of nature. In a famous sonnet, he was also the author of an extraordinary collection of philosophical poetry. He stated the world is the book in which the eternal wisdom wrote its own thoughts. In order to construct an authentic natural philosophy, a continual comparison between the books written by human beings and the infinite book of nature was necessary so as to correct the errors in the human copies that were inevitably imperfect, partial, and consequently in need of revision. In another sonnet, Campanella rendered homage to Talesio Consentio for having used his arrows to pierce and kill Aristotle, described as the tyrant of minds, and for having in this way restored to mankind the freedom to philosophize which is inseparable from the truth. In his own treatise Philosophia Sensibus Demonstrata, Campanella produced a systematic critique of the axioms of Aristotelian philosophy, bringing to light their limitations and incoherence on the physical, cosmological, and metaphysical level by drawing on Talesian principles integrated with notions deriving from other philosophies. Campanella had a secure knowledge of Aristotle's work and those of his commentators and followers, whether ancient Themistius, Alexander of Aphrodisias, and Philoponus. Medieval Averroes was frequently cited alongside Thomas Aquinas and above all the divine Albertus Magnus, or contemporaries such as Angastio Nifo. He reevaluated the pre-Socratic philosophers who had been criticized by Aristotle and was well acquainted with medical writers from Hippocrates and Galen to Pietro di Abano, Jean Fernel, and Vesalius. He had read the work of the astronomers and the natural philosophers. Pliny the Elder's natural history played a primary role of importance to him. One of the authors most cited by Campanella in close conjunction with the philosophy of Talesio was Marsilio Ficino. He quoted in particular passages from Ficino's commentaries on Plato, especially the Timaeus and Symposium, and on the Aeneas of Plotinus. Okay, Elemental, yeah, God bless, good to see you. In his attacks on the Aristotelian tradition, Campanella criticized the doctrines of form and of privation, of the four elements as principles of the sublunary world, of matter as privation, of the derivation of the celestial heat from the friction of the spheres, and of the distinction between natural and violent motion. The culmination of his efforts to dismantle the Aristotelian system was a radical critique of traditional cosmology with regard both to the nature of the heavens and to the trajectories and mechanisms of celestial movement. In parallel to the destructive side of Campanella's argument, the constructive element consisted of defending the doctrines of Talesio's philosophy. According to Talesio, all being derived from modifications resulting from the actions of the two principles of hot and cold on matter, which he did not regard as an abstract entity existing in the mind, but rather as an inert corporeal mass, dark and entirely formless, but capable of receiving any form. From the subtle and detailed argumentative structure of the 8 weighty disputations emerges a powerful unitary notion, the centrality, nobility, and primacy of solar heat that connects all beings and confers life on them. It is written in the context that this assimilation of solar heat to the world soul acquires a particular significance, a theme that is at the heart of the third disputation, entitled On the Heavens and the World. Campanella here transcribes verbatim a passage from Ficino's commentary on Plotinus's Aeneas, in which he dwells in the world soul and its vital and sensual breath. Ficino associates this hot breath that penetrates and is infused into the entire world with the well-known line from Virgil's Aeneid, and also with the divine spirit of Genesis 1:2. The Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters. The heavens are composed of this breath in the divine world, the divine word that vivifies and nourishes everything. Campanella set out this philosophy of nature inspired by Talesio but reworking it in an original manner in successive treatises such as the Great Epilogue, that when translated into Latin would become the Physiologia, the first of the 4 parts of his Philosophia Realis, first published in Frankfurt in 1623. The other 3 parts were entitled Ethica, Politica, and Oeconomica, and the second and definitive edition published in Paris in 1637. All 4 parts, in particular the first, were accompanied by numerous and lengthy questions concerning specific problems in which the views of ancient and modern philosophers were discussed. Campanella begins in the Physiologica by stating that when the first being most powerful, most wise, and best decided to create the world, to find its effigy and the image of its infinite goods, it unfolded an almost infinite space in which the effigy was placed. This occurred at the onset of the enduring vicissitude of things that we call time, and that is the image of the eternity from which it flows. Space is defined as a primary substance or seat of immobile and incorporeal capacity, able to receive any body. It is homogeneous. Human terms such as high and low, behind and in front of, right and left refer to bodies that are placed within it. And if the world did not exist, we would imagine space to be empty. In reality, however, it desires fullness. It is endowed with attractive force and abhors remaining empty. Bodies, in turn, enjoy mutual contact and hate the void that separates them. Within space, God places matter that is clear contrast to the conception of Aristotle and Averroes, who defined it as a privation and as a pure ens rationis, is regarded by Campanella as a physical entity deprived of form, shape, and action, but capable of being extended, divided, united, and of assuming any shape, just as wax can receive an impression from any seal. Into this corporeal mass, God inserts heat and coldness, the two active principles that are self disseminating and incorporeal, but can only subsist in bodies. From their conflict, driving from the fact that each wants to take possession of and occupy the greatest possible quantity of matter, came the two primary bodies and elements of the world: the heavens, that are extremely hot, subtle, and mobile, since they are formed of matter transformed by heat, and the earth, composed of matter made immobile, dark, and dense by cold. The clash between the heavens and the earth, between heat and coldness, instruments and craftsmen that God uses to produce the infinite modes of his creative wisdom in the wondrous effigy that is the world, gives birth to all individual entities. By means of these principles, Campanella examines every aspect of the natural world, from celestial and meteorological phenomenon to the formation of the waters, from the composition of minerals to that of plants, animals, and human beings. He analyzes with particular attention at the origin of these organisms that are more complex and have more parts, lies an especially attenuated celestial heat, the spiritus, consisting of matter made extremely subtle by solar heat. It is a warm breath that, thanks to its tenuousness and motion, is able to separate itself from the portion of matter in which it finds itself enclosed to act on it, unable to exhale itself from corporeality in order to return to the heavens from which it had its origin. This plasma constructs in a way that suits its needs and avoids the external dangers threatening it from within. The organs that guarantee its conservation of life. Proud of his medical knowledge, among his work is one entitled Medicina, made up of 8 books and published in Lyons in 1635. Here in another treatise, Campanella delighted in highlighting the wondrous structure of the human body and its parts, revealing how the functions and purpose is specific and particular to individual organs, harmonize in the marvelous order of the totality, and confirm the presence of divine craftsmanship in every fiber of natural reality. The senses of things and natural magic. One aspect of Campanella's keen interest in natural philosophy was natural magic, described with particular effectiveness in the 4th book of On the Sense of Things and on Natural Magic. The original draft of this work goes back to the young friar's first stay in Naples from 1590 to 92. He came in contact there with Giambattista del Porta, one of the most celebrated Renaissance proponents of natural magic. The treatise was written in the following years and was published for the first time in Frankfurt in 1620 in a Latin translation that was reprinted in Paris in 1636 and 7. The work has a notable European diffusion, provoking discussion and contrasting opinions. In this treatise, Campanella sets out his vision of the natural world as a living organism whose individual components partook of life, vitality, and sensibility. The central notion of the treatise is that sense, which is directly connected to the principle of self-preservation. Every being displays a tendency towards the conservation of its own life, and for the purpose is endowed in varying proportions with sense. This consists of the capacity to distinguish that which is positive and conducive to its life, and it's consequently to be pursued and sought after, from that which is perceived as negative and destructive, and consequently to be shunned and avoided. Some entities, such as celestial bodies and light, possess a sense that is much sharper and purer than that of animals. Other, such as minerals and metals, have a sense that is more obtuse and obscure due to the heaviness of matter. In animal organisms, vital and cognitive functions depend on the spiritus. Hot, mobile, and passive, it is identified with the organic soul. Rejecting the distinctions made by Galen between various abstract faculties, Campanella states that the spiritus is singular and has its seat in the brain, from where, following through very subtle nerve channels, it accomplishes its multiple functions, both vital and cognitive. By means of sense organs, it comes into contact with external reality. All passions and cognition derive from the modifications that it undergoes. Every sensation is a form of contact on the part of the spiritus that enters into relation via various sense organs with the exhalations, motions, and light coming from external objects. The sensations of the spiritus experiences are the sources of all cognition, memory, imagination, reason, and the intellect itself, which is nothing but weakened and distilled sense. There's no need to postulate different and specific faculties for such operations, since they are all functions of the same sentient soul that is capable of preserving the modifications and impressions it receives and of reviving and reusing them whenever similar situations arise. When dealing with animals and human beings, Campanella underlies affinities as well as differences. He takes delight in producing evidence of the extraordinary capacities of animals, furnished with sense organs that in some cases are superior to those of humans. Animals are able to achieve wondrous and ingenious things. They adopt forms of collective organization. They know how to make use of medical and military arts. Moreover, they are endowed with a form of reasoning, of language, of natural prophecy, and even religion. These analogies should not, however, obscure or cast doubt on the excellence of the human condition. Humans are furnished with a spiritus that is far more refined and pure than that of animals. It is able to move with agility, with more spacious brain cells, enabling humans to develop more complex chains of argument. The authentic and radical difference between animals and humans, however, consists in the fact that the latter are endowed not only with a spiritus, but also with immaterial men's mind of divine origin that constitutes and is the basis of their specific makeup. Humans do not exhaust all their capacities within the frame of the natural world. They can project themselves by means of thought and desire towards the infinite. They are also able to go beyond the limits of natural self-preservation and turn themselves towards higher goods and ends. Above all, humans are free, in contrast to what happens to animals who are unable to disengage themselves from the demands of the senses. Humans can repel the compulsion of the passions in order to make choice that go beyond simple practical advantages and the immediate satisfaction of needs. Humans can resist the siren song, as did Ulysses, who tied himself to the stake of reason. The fourth book of Descenso delle Cose is devoted to natural magic. Approaching the theme of magic, Campanella begins by deploring the vile and decadent condition into which this very noble science has fallen. In modern times, the name magician is given to superstitious friends of demons who, instead of dedicating themselves to the patient study of nature, prefer to take a shortcut by asking demons for things that they cannot provide, but that they promise and pretend to be able to do. Delaporta's attempt to restore this doctrine was entirely praiseworthy, but remained insufficient because he restricted himself to speaking about these arguments solely in descriptive and empirical manner without supplying philosophical explanations of the phenomenon. In listing the most bizarre occult properties of minerals, plants, and animals in the magical tradition, Delaporta maintained that it was not possible to offer a rational explanation of the relations of sympathy and antipathy, of affinity and repulsion that exist between natural entities, and limited himself to delighting in the spectacle and entertainment provided by nature. Campanella, however, took it upon himself to reinterpret this tradition in light of his doctrine of the sense of things and of the spiritus. As Pliny the Elder had noted, magic, an ancient form of wisdom of Persian origin, is constructed from the convergence of the three doctrines: religion that purifies the soul and imprints the faith, honor and reverence of the souls of those towards whom the magical operation is directed, medicine that makes it possible to understand the powers of herbs, stones, and metals, and finally astrology, a knowledge of which is indispensable for producing well-timed actions by selecting the most favorable disposition of the stars. Magic is a wisdom that is at the same time speculative and practical, that applies its own body of knowledge to works that are useful to humankind. It can be divided into three types: divine, natural, deceitful, and diabolical. Essential both for divine and natural magic is genuine faith, which requires purity of heart and an intrinsic adherence on the part of the soul to the divinity. Such faith, which renders human beings divine, confers on them the capacity to perform operations on things and transform them according to their own desires. All at the opposite pole to the divine magic is the type that is playful and deceitful, thanks to which charlatans skillfully produce effects that stupefy ignorant people. These swindlers cause a leg to burst into flames, though in truth the leg is artificial. They place a nail in the eye and another in their mouth, pretending that it's passed from one to the other. They seem to be pierced by fake daggers and swords, and using the laws of optics, they make it possible to see distant images. Beyond these deceits that are believed to be genuine solely by the masses and turn out to be useless fictions, the nucleus of the book is natural magic. On the other hand, it is connected to the arts and sciences. All wondrous inventions appear at first to be the result of magical operations until their true causes are discovered. On the other hand, its particular sphere is the knowledge of unusual and arcane events. Natural magic, by means of its body of knowledge, is able to produce specific alterations in the mobile and tenuous spiritus, which is capable of submitting to and receiving any impression. The basic passions are pain and joy, love and hate, hope and fear. The magician is someone who has the ability to act on these passions by employing herbs, phrases, actions, and anything else that might be suitable. This person will know how to increase bodily powers, suggesting foods, drinks, climates, sounds, herbal and animal remedies that aid and strengthen vital energies, and counseling against anything that has to do with putrefaction and death. The durability of sense in entities and in the air of latent forms, as if asleep, waiting to be reawakened on specific occasions, explains facts that are only apparently miraculous, such as the bleeding of the corpse in the presence of the murderer. The victim, if altered through the air to the proximity of his killer, is again agitated by anger and fear, discharging blood. Also linked to the durability of effects and senses is the efficacy of the weapon self, attributed to Paracelsus, by means of which a wound could be healed by putting ointment on the weapon that caused it, as if the spiritus enclosed in the wound acquires confidence by feeling the cure via the air and experiences almost the joy of revenge. It is also possible to explain a celebrated example found in every book on magic. A drum made of sheepskin falls to pieces when a drum made of wolfskin is sounded, reawakening its former fear. The profound alterations that animal spirits can undergo explain the true and proper transformations that occur in someone who has been bitten by a rabid dog, or in peasants from Puglia attacked by tarantulas. Campanella gives a very precise description of what happens to those bitten by tarantulas based on eyewitness accounts of the phenomenon. They become weak, dancing and jumping to the sounds of various musical instruments until they collapse in exhaustion. In both cases, acrid spirits introduced into the wounds produce an alteration of the temperament and the imagination of the unfortunate victims, in whose bodies the animal spirits of the creatures that have attacked them take the upper hand in a manner that is at variance with those already there. By means of dancing and sweating, those bitten by tarantulas endeavor to expel the infected vapors. Usually, however, the symptoms remain as long as the cause that produced them persists, and only the death of the spider that stunned them will bring a true remission of their suffering. The connection between general and particular causes is confirmed again by the odd case of the medical school of Trompia in southern Italy, in which a nose was grafted onto a man who had lost his due to a wound. The doctors reconstructed the new nose from the flesh taken from the arm of a servant. The new nose took root and lived, but when the servant died, it putrefied, demonstrating that the life that it had received from the new organism in which it was inserted did not annihilate its original and deep-rooted connection to the life of the servant. The Calabrian conspiracy and the prophecy in the city and the sun. After having submitted to the inquest of Naples over his advocacies of Talesian philosophy in 1592, Campanella went first to Rome and then to Florence and Padua, where at the beginning of 1594 he was denounced and arrested for heresy. In October, he was transferred to a prison of the Roman Inquisition, in which the heretical Florentine Francesco Pucci and the philosopher Giordano Bruno were imprisoned. In a sonnet entitled To Jail, Campanella could not but reflect on the fact that free spirits who, abandoning the stagnant waters of traditional culture in order to hurl themselves boldly into the sea of truth, found themselves enclosed as a tragic and fatal destiny in the dismal place of the Inquisition that he compares to the cave of Polyphemus, the labyrinth of Crete, and the palace of Atlas. Accused of supporting atomist and atheist doctrines, he was condemned in 1595 on grave suspicion of heresy and forced to make a formal public abjuration. At the end of 1597, the superiors of the Dominican order commanded him to return to Calabria. Almost 30 years of age, and after 10 years of absence, Campanella returned to Stillo on August 15, 1598. The next year, he was involved in the most dramatic events of his life. He became convinced by his reading of astrological and prophet text that announced profound changes by the appearance of abnormal celestial signs and natural events, and above all, by the miserable and unjust condition of the population and by serious social and political disorders, that the end of the century would bring a period of great upheaval. A vast conspiracy of which he was indisputably the spiritual leader was organized with the aim of transforming the province into a republic and removing it from the tyrannical rule of the King of Spain. The plot never got underway because on August 10th, 1599, it was revealed to the Spanish authorities by two of the conspirators. After frenzied attempts to escape, Campanella was arrested. In November, four galleys arrived in the port of Naples carrying dozens of prisoners. Some were dangling, having been hanged from banners. Others were dismembered at the port, a pitiless reminder to the crowd who, full of curiosity and horror, had come to see the terrible spectacle. In defending himself, Campanella firmly denied the accusation of rebellion, maintaining that he had not acted out of personal ambition or malevolence towards the king, but rather had been following human and divine prophecies. Astrological tables had predicted an unusual succession of eclipses in the first year of the new century, according to the famous prognostication attributed to Antonius Quartus that had foretold events such as the coming of Luther and the sack of Rome. The Turks, after a period of continual ascent, at the time of their 15th sultan, would be divided between the two sons of their sovereign, just as the moon, their emblem, halfway through its course begins to divide into two horns, one of whom would become an adherent of Christianity, while the other would be defeated by the King of Spain. Recently, the prophecy of Abbot Upertino of Otranto had been miraculously recovered and predicted great political changes, the coronation of a new king of France at the beginning of the sixth age of the church. The year 1600, moreover, appeared to be a crucial moment, a great turning point at time, in that it was composed of hundreds times 7 and 9, both of which were fatal numbers according to Pythagoras and Plato. In the section of two written defenses, Campanella sought to justify and legitimate his own initiative by placing it within prophetic context so that it would not be regarded as an act of rebellion, which would entail the death penalty. He later developed his work as the Articuli Prophetalis, but during his trial he decided that presenting it to his judges would be a futile effort. Instead, he resorted to a clever ploy in order to avoid capital punishment. The death penalty could not be inflicted on those deemed insane because, since they were not in a position to repent, the judges would be responsible for the eternal damnation of their souls. Clinging to his judicial cavil, Campanella pretended for many months to be out of his mind. His condition was in the end confirmed by means of a horrible form of torture called the vigil, because in addition to the bodily suffering that was inflicted, victims were also subjected to prolonged sleep deprivation. He would refer to this terrible moment in his life as proof of the freedom of the human will that can not be bowed even by the most extreme physical pressure. Although disillusioned and embittered by the catastrophic result of his noble Calabrian plan, Campanella questioned himself about the reasons for this failure, reflecting on the role of the prophet who, as a bearer of uncomfortable and unpleasant message for those in power, cannot avoid being persecuted and put to death. Having achieved the supreme good of preserving his life, he wrote his most famous work, The City of the Sun, in the form of a poetical dialogue between uh, Genoese sailor who had accompanied Columbus on his voyage to America, and a knight hospitaller. In its first appearance in Latin translation as the appendix to his Politica, published in Frankfurt in 1623. His aim was to describe an ideal model of society that, in contrast to the violence, disorder, and rationality of the real world, was in harmony with nature, understood as an expression of God's intrinsic art and wisdom. He was, in fact, convinced that present day society was a labyrinth of injustice and unhappiness, precisely because it had deviated from this natural model. The more a city constituted a body politic, the happier it would be with its individual parts integrated so as to form a unitary organism and its various limbs diversified according to its function, entirely coordinated to serve the communal well-being. Protected and defended by 7 circles of walls, constructed of palaces that serve as dwellings for citizens, the city is located in a place with an ideal climate conducive to physical health and on the slope of a hillside because the air there is lighter and purer. One of the most significant aspects of this community is the distribution of work. Once again, Campanella engages in explicit polemic with Aristotle, who had excluded artisans, peasants, and those involved in manual labor from the category of full citizenship and from the highest level of virtue. In the City of the Sun, no occupation is vile or base, and all are of equal dignity. In fact, those workers who are required to expend greater effort, such as artisans and builders, receive more praise. Everyone must be acquainted with all the lines of work and then each person practices the one for which he shows the greatest aptitude. They have no servants, and no service is regarded as unworthy. The only thing that they consider to be despicable is idleness, and in this way they come to privilege the dignity of work and to overturn an absurd conception of nobility linked to inactivity and vice. Thanks to the equal division of labor, it is sufficient for each person to spend only 4 hours a day working, but it is essential that they all work because the idleness of one would have repercussions on the profit and the effort of the others. The citizens possess nothing, instead, everything is held in common, from food to houses, from the acquisition of knowledge to the existence of activities, from honors to amusements, from women to children. There are officials in charge of the distribution of each thing who keep an eye out to make sure that this happens justly, but no one can appropriate anything for himself. According to them, possession of a house or a family reinforces self love with all the dire consequences this generates. They live like a philosophers in common because they are aware of the negative impact not only in the social but also the moral level of an unequal distribution of the goods. One of the most spectacular and imaginative aspects of the City of the Sun, which immediately struck its readers, are the painted walls of the city. Apart from enclosing the protecting the city, the walls are also the curtains of an extraordinary theater and the pages of an illustrated encyclopedia of knowledge. The walls of the palaces are painted with images of the all the arts and sciences, starting with the wall that holds up the columns of the temple and gradually descending in large circles, following the order of the planets from Mercury to Saturn. We encounter illustrations of the heavens and the stars, of mathematical figures of every country on Earth, and of all the marvels and secrets of the mineral, vegetable, and animal worlds until we arrive at mankind. On the internal wall of the sixth circle, the mechanical arts and their inventors are represented. Campanella was greatly interested in all ingenious discoveries, and in the City of the Sun he provided many examples of curious inventions, such as vessels able to navigate without wind and without sails, and stirrups that made it possible to guide a horse using only one's feet, leaving one's hands free. On the external wall, legislators are depicted and is here in a place of great honor, but along with Moses, Orisis, Jove, Mercury, and Muhammad, that the Genoese sailor recognizes Christ and the 12 apostles. The knowledge is not enclosed in books kept in separate places, such as libraries, but is openly on show to everyone's eyes. Visualizing in this manner promotes a quicker, easier, and more efficient form of learning, in that it is connected to the art of memory, which underlies the evocative and emotive power of images. From a tender age, children run around in this theater of knowledge, appropriately guided and follow correct itineraries so that they learn joyously as if playing a game without effort or pain. In addition to the community of goods and the painted walls, another characteristic feature of the City of the Sun, one that is more difficult and disconcerting, is that Campanella himself describes as hard and arduous, is the community of wives. This is the solution adopted by the citizens to the problem of generation, echoing the teachings of Pythagorean Ocellus, Lucanus, and Campanella says that they are amazed that humans are preoccupied by the breeding of horses and dogs while neglecting their own. The act of generation entails a large responsibility on the part of parents, and if it is exercised in a correct manner, it can give rise to a long chain of suffering. Moreover, there is a close connection between a person's natural complexion of character, which is inborn and not afterwards modifiable, in moral virtue, which needs a suitable terrain in order to take root and prosper. Generation should therefore respect precise norms and not be entrusted to chance nor to individual sentiments. The citizens distinguish between love and sex, affection between men and women based on friendship, and respect more on sexual attraction is expressed in the acts that are far removed from sexuality, such as exchanges of gifts, conversations, and dancing. Sexual generation, on the other hand, must obey strict rules regarding the physical and moral qualities of the parents and the choice of propitious time for conception determined by an astrologer. Such a union is not the expression of a personal, emotional, or passionate relationship, but rather is connected to the social responsibility of generation and to love for the collective community. The religious beliefs of the citizenry, even though they include fundamental principles of Christianity, such as the immortality of the soul and divine providence, form a natural religion that establishes a sort of osmosis between the city and the stars. The temple is open, not surrounded by walls. In one of his poems, Campanella promises, I shall make the heaven a temple and the stars an altar. On the vault of the temple's dome, the stars are depicted together with their influence on earthly affairs. The altar on which are placed a celestial and terrestrial globe is in the form of the sun. Prayers are directed towards the heaven. the heavens. The task of the 24 priests who live in cells located at the highest part of the temple is to observe the stars and using astronomical instruments to take account of all their movements. It is their job to indicate the time most favorable for generation and for agricultural laborers acting in this way as intermediaries between God and human beings. The Universal Monarchy. The City of the Sun is Campanelle's best known work today, but is not the only expression of his political thought, which was multifaceted and which evolved over the course of his life. From his youthful days until his final years of exile in Paris, an important textual consideration is that while Campanella started writing his utopian in Italian soon after being sentenced to life imprisonment, the more or less the same time he was working on a series of political aphorisms, also in Italian. He eventually translated both texts into Latin, placing the Civitas Solis as an appendix to the aphorisms, which now took the form of a treatise covering both theoretical and practical aspects of politics and governments. The Politica and its appendix, together with the four political questions, in which he also theorized about the utopian genre, constituted the third part of his Philosophy Realis. The shared trajectory of his general treatise on the politics and his utopia provides a clear indication of how different aspects and expressions of his political thought were intertwined. While the Politica was Campanelle's most analytical treatise on the subject, he also articulated his political ideas in many other writings. Apart from the numerous works linked to particular moments in the complex itinerary of his life and his thought, his political writings form part of the more general philosophical framework, which often makes it difficult to consider them on their own. Since they are located in a zone that borders on theology, ethics, and natural philosophy, it is not surprising, therefore, that it's precisely in this area so full of contradictions and ambiguities that the debate among his interpreters is mostly lively and most inflamed by polemics. It is difficult to reconcile the prophet of the Calabrian conspiracy, who, reading celestial and natural signs, proclaimed the advent of an epoch of profound renewal, with the defender of the unconditional primacy of the papacy, or the thinker who believed in the idea of the philosophical republic, in which everything would be governed according to the nature, with the supporter of a universal monarchy under the King of Spain, or finally the harsh critics of Machiavelli, who he accused of having cut the bonds between politics, ethics, and religion, with the subtle politician who, in his writings, frequently supported some of the most unscrupulous Machiavellian maxims. Campanelle's reading of Machiavelli left such an impression on his work that even his early readers did not hesitate to define him as a harsh critic and at the same time a disguised master of Machiavelli precepts, and to affirm that he had relaunched on the scene, suitably camouflaged and consequently in a more insidious manner, the same principles that Machiavelli had had the courage to express without disguise. There is no doubt that Campanella's reflections on Machiavelli and on his politicians in general constituted one of the most forceful aspects of his thought. His deliberations focused above all on two closely connected points. On the one hand, he underlined the philosophical limits of Machiavelli's theories, limits that made his political constructions inherently fragile. On the other hand, he developed and inserted into a Catholic and Counter-Reformation context an element that was already present in Machiavelli, especially in the discourses on the first decade of Livy, the view the view that religion as one of the most powerful bonds in the human community. Both these elements are found in the central text of Campanella's political thought, The Monarchy of Spain. Right from the outset, he expressed is the doctrine of the three causes that are the origin of political association: God, prudence, and expediency, in order to highlight the inadequacy of a vision of history characteristic of politicians that is limited solely to human causes. The first cause that rules and governs the others, and that is always present, even if hidden ways, in all historical events, is of course God. This means that a skillful and true politician must endeavor to investigate empirical causes into more general ones. To this end, it is indispensable to have recourse to the highest sciences of prophecy and of astrology that enable one to insert particular events into a universal background. Appealing to biblical texts, Campanella maintains that the Spanish sovereign can aspire to the monarchy of the world if he takes inspiration from the model of Cyrus, invested by God, as Isaiah 45:1 confirms, with the mission of liberating the church from infidels and bringing together all people under a single faith. From the Catholic king, the only practical way of achieving his own universal plans is through the firm accord with the church and with the Pope. Following the example of Constantine and Charlemagne, Campanella further stresses that religion is the most powerful bond of political unity. Machiavelli, too, had emphasized the strength of this bond when analyzing the events of the Roman Republic, but then had condemned the Christian religion as a cause of weakness, strife, and division. Campanella has no doubt that religion, whether true or false, is the primary, most powerful unifying force in the body political, in that it rules over souls and brings them together, and that all other ties between human beings depend on it. The two other primary causes of political associations are prudence and expediency. Here, another key element in Campanella's thought comes into play: the return to nature. Political associations, like all other natural entities, are living organisms. The main task of political action will therefore be to promote the most effective union among its members. The virtue specific to this activity is prudence, which has the job of reinforcing natural bonds and coming up with unifying techniques designed to strengthen the ties of individuals with the whole, of integrating unlike with like, and attenuating the most violent conflicts so that the result is the correct functioning and prosperity of the entire organism. When he speaks of prudence, Campanella insists on distinguishing it from Machiavellian cunning and from reason of state, drawing on various clever and subtle contrasts and distinctions. While prudence is an instrument of organic unity, cunning and reason of state are nothing but techniques designed to affirm individualistic egoism, and for this reason are doomed to failure, as is amply demonstrated by the tragic end of Machiavellian heroes, whose success are revealed to be merely apparent and or ephemeral, or by the sad life of tyrant constantly plagued by suspicions and fears. The wise politician is one who, having as his aim the solidity and well-being of the whole community, is in a position to promote three different types of bond. First of all, there is the bond of souls, achieved by the impetus given to the humanities and sciences and to religion. Second, there is the bond of bodies, in relation to which Campanella insists on the expediency of increasing marriages by all available means, encouraging unions between individuals of different physical constitution and temperament, and between the Spanish and other nations, in order to both spread Spanishness to other nations and to also temper the vices of the Spanish people, who often arouse hatred for their humility when serving and for their pride when commanding. The third bond is that of good fortune. Here it is the case of encouraging the economic prosperity of people by means of developing commerce and especially navigation, the vital lymphatic system that makes it possible to unite distant lands and to connect the separate limbs of the empire. The stance adopted by Campanella in relation to the universal monarchy is directly linked to the prophetic ideal of reuniting humanity in a single fold under one shepherd. The central text for this topic is Monarchy of the Messiah, the original unity of God and priest, which derives from the divine unity, permits human beings and the multiplicity of sects introduced by the devil and fomented by ambition and ignorance to return to a single priestly law under which the entire human race can come together, transcending divisions and conflicts. According to Campanella, Adam and Hermes Trismegistus were simultaneously kings, priests, and wise men. Uniting kingship and priesthood in the same person is extremely advantageous and auspicious, for the people will more willingly obey those whom they believe have their authority from God, and their laws will be more respected and observed. Whether in public or in the inner sanctum of the human heart, the epoch in which a king priest will reign is described by Campanella as the golden age, in which there will be an end to the evils that afflict humanity. Wars will no longer have any reason to exist. Famine and scarcity will cease because the barrenness of certain countries will be corrected and supplemented by the abundance of foodstuffs produced in other countries. Plagues will disappear because it will be possible to transfer people to salubrious lands free from contagion. Finally, there will be a wondrous flourishing of all forms of knowledge, thanks to the exchanges of information and to communication, bringing great benefits to humanity. The division and separation of human beings are always the devil's work. Envious of the good that comes from unity, he induces people to forget that they are all children of the same God and the same Father Adam, and therefore siblings. Natural religion, atheism conquered. One of Campanella's most important works is Atheism Conquered, written between 1606 and 7. He himself regarded it as a watershed in his thinking, signaling his detachment from the more openly rationalist position of his youth and his move towards a more sincere adherence to Christian principles. In letters written from prison, he described the work as a volume against politicians and Machiavellians. Central to the work is his polemic against both reason of state and Machiavelli's conception of religion as a political invention, a useful fiction devised by priests and princes to gain and maintain power. This polemic is coupled with the need to undertake a far-reaching rational examination, pressing in review and evaluation all religious beliefs and philosophical doctrines in order to demonstrate that religion, in contrast with what politicians think, is a natural virtue inborn in human beings. A further motive of this research is to ascertain the relationship between natural religion and Christianity, which leads to the conclusion that there is no conflict between Christian law and natural law, but instead a profound and fundamental agreement, since Christ did not unify and abolish natural law, but rather added to it moral precepts and rights that completed and perfected it. On June 1st, 1607, the treatise was dedicated to Caspar Schopp, a German scholar who had come to Naples in the spring of that year to make contact with the imprisoned Campanella, who informs us that Schopp suggested the title by which his work is known. He himself had called it Identification of the True Universal Religion. Written in Italian, the treatise was translated into Latin in the following year by Campanella himself. It was printed in Rome in 1631 and in Paris in 1636. The original Italian version has recently come to light, discovered in an autographed manuscript held in the Vatican Library. In the prefatory letter addressed to Schopp, Campanella weaves a moving account of the dramatic events in his life into a powerful contrast between darkness and light. On the one hand, there is a dark age dominated by reason of state, and on the other, there is a determination to kindle a light in order to distinguish truth from error, philosophers from sophists, princes from tyrants, religion from superstition. The first chapter acts as an introduction, setting out the different ways of dealing with religion. From the outset, two figures take center stage and come face to face with as the heroes and villains of the story, philosophers and politicians. The latter deny God and his providence, maintaining that all religions are political in origin. Such doctrines based on self-love are extremely difficult to eradicate and constitute the plague on every age, since their supporters refuse to engage in any dialogue. Closed within these, the arrogant certainty of possessing the truth, diametrically opposed to them are the philosophers who believe that there is only one true and certain truth that is natural and common to all, uncertain when it comes to supernatural dogmas. They live in a virtuous manner in conformity with nature. Without doing harm to anyone, they endeavor to accomplish works that are honest and beneficial to the human race. Since they have no desire for honors or wealth, they live content with little, enjoy contemplation, and they have more esteem for themselves than for a king or a pope or a monarch. The second chapter, one of the most famous and widely discussed in the treatise, ushers in the heart of the matter. It contains a dense series of arguments against religion in general and Christianity in particular. These objections are presented in such a crude light and in a succession so beleaguered by questions that they provoke perplexity and anxiety in both Catholic and Protestant camps. Even before the book was published, after the objections have been listed, the replies to them are given in the central and concluding chapters. The remaining chapters of the first part are devoted to demonstrating that religion is natural and inherent in every aspect of nature, which is the expression of divine craftsmanship. From the axiom of the existence of God is a reason and wisdom diffused in every aspect of reality, derived corollaries concerning the vestiges of the Trinity that shine forth in every natural entity, the rationality of the incarnation, the influence of the providence of the world, which is the theater and effigy of the divinity, not a dark labyrinth of suffering, the non-existence of the death and the relativity of evil, which is connected to non-being itself, necessary in order to distinguish between things, the deep solidarity of human beings with nature, but at the same time their inherent divinity and eminence that enables them to evaluate themselves to a higher world, to elevate themselves to a higher world. Next comes the vexed problem of the immortality of the soul, a certainty arrived at by paths that are different from those of the Aristotelian tradition, and that insist on the distinctiveness of humans as the soul beings able to transcend their own natural limits and gain awareness of their relationship to the infinite. In the ninth chapter, Campanella reaffirms against any skeptical position that the existence of many false religions is not a sufficient reason for concluding that all religions are fundamentally false, just as the lack of skill on the part of many doctors does not demonstrate the falsity of medicine. It is true that there are differences between the various religions with their distinctive rites and supernatural beliefs. It is also true that human beings have a natural inclination towards justice and towards living within a religion, and that religion is part of the law of nature. A confirmation that religion is natural is provided by the fact that it is indispensable foundation and connective tissue of every political organization, which would not be able to survive and would dissolve without religion. The central chapters then attempt to prove that positive laws are nothing but special cases of the same primary law of nature, since if they are reasonable and just, they participate in the divine world, source of all rationality and all virtue. If there is only one natural law and it depends on the unique eternal law, all humans, if they live according to reason, are implicitly and explicitly Christians. Christianity is not one sect among many, but rather the explication of the world coincides with natural religion, completed and perfected by supernatural beliefs, dogmas, and ceremonies that are not alien to rationality and to nature. Christianity, whether on account of its simplicity or on the universality of its moral message or because of its ceremonial apparatus, completes and perfects nature, turns out to be the religion that is most in conformity with nature, and subsequently opens up the possibility of a confluence of all beliefs in one universal religion common to all people. Over the course of almost 30 years that intervened between the composition of Atheism Triumphant and the publication of the definitive Paris edition in 1636, the treatise has to overcome many obstacles following a tortuous itinerary due to the suspicion of the ecclesiastical authorities who accused the work of Pelagianism and thus of excessively exalting the natural capacities of humans and diminishing divine grace by restricting it too far, too narrow confines. The work was not published despite the initiative of Schopp, nor was it among those that appeared in the Frankfurt between 1617 and 23 due to the efforts of Tobias and Dami. With the failure of these attempts, Campanella thought of publishing it in Italy, but the treatise still has to face numerous difficulties and to be censored more than once before it came out in the Rome edition in 1631, which was soon after impounded. After repeated entreaties to put the book back into circulation, Campanella took the decision to reprint it in Paris, and Atheism Triumphant was published along with other writings at the beginning of 1636 in a volume dedicated to Louis XIII. The years of imprisonment in Naples and the sojourns in Rome and Paris. During the 27 years he spent imprisoned in the Neapolitan castle, 1599 to 1626, Campanella dedicated himself to a huge task of providing a new foundation for the entire encyclopedia of knowledge, writing in addition to the works already mentioned, texts dealing with medicine, astrology, practical religion, and quad reminiscentur. He addressed eloquent appeals to members of all religions of the world, aimed at persuading them to abandon irrational beliefs and to come together in Christian rationality. The Metaphysics, later printed in Paris, and the theological treatise in 30 books, whose publications began in the middle of the 19th century, is still in progress. One of the most interesting of his work is the Defense of Galileo, written in 1616, when difficulties relating to natural theology first began to amass around Copernican and Galilean doctrines, and printed in Frankfurt in 1622. The Apologia represents an act of great courage and intellectual honesty on Campanella's part, since he took up the delicate issue while he was still in prison, and furthermore was not even defending his own doctrines. His own image of the book of nature, conceived as living in an organic entity, was far from Galileo's picture of a book written in mathematical characters. Rather than defense of heliocentrism, about which Campanella harbored grave reservations on account of the incompatibility with Talesian physics, the Apology is the defense of the intellectual and academic freedom of Galileo, more generally of all Christian natural philosophers, whose first right and duty is to give preference to reading the book of nature over studying the books written by human beings. With great clarity, Campanella identified the nub of the problem as the unjustified dogmatic value conferred on Aristotelian philosophy, which, like all human doctrines, does not possess absolute or definitive certainty. All philosophies, in fact, must be modified, corrected, or abandoned in light of our reading of the book of nature. In this brief work, he draws on the immense theological knowledge to rethink in a profound and lucid manner the relationship between philosophy, science, and theology, in a virtuoso demonstration of his hermeneutic abilities, on account of which the treatise in many places is difficult going for the reader, who is in danger of getting lost in the thick tangle of citations. Campanella attempts to show how the long-standing union of theology and Aristotelian philosophy, regarded by theologians as necessary and unalterable, is in reality precarious, dated, and in need of revision. Such a revision would pose no risk to theology. On the contrary, theology will be harmed by an obstinate and blind adherence to the system of physics that is no longer in agreement with new data and that rejects new discoveries. Abandoning Aristotelian philosophy not only would not bring about the collapse of theology, it would permit the recovery of a correct conception of science, one that must consist, as it did for Galileo, in a continual reading of the infinite book of nature, which is the expression of the infinite truth of the Christian rationality. On this basis, Campanella invited Christianity to accept the rational and natural values of science with confidence and without unjustified fears, if it intended to set itself up as an authentic expression of Christ and the Word of God. Freed from prison in Naples in 1626, Campanella moved to Rome, where he lived until 1634. The most notorious episode in his Roman sojourn was connected with Pope Urban VIII's desire to take advantage of his astrological expertise in order to counter the even more insistent predictions of his imminent death based on the inauspicious disposition of the stars. Called to his papal palace, Campanella put into effect the natural magic practices described in a short treatise, How to Avoid the Fate Dictated by the Stars, reprising themes borrowed from Marsilio Ficino, who had taught how to attract the favor of the stars. Campanella proposed to teach how to avoid the evils threatened by the stars through taking suitable precautions. The most famous and controversial pages of this work, since they deal with practices used on the Pope, are those in which Campanella suggests remedies against the possible harm caused by eclipses and comets. When an eclipse appears to threaten a specific person, he counsels using every precaution to prevent the seeds carried in the polluted air from finding a favorable terrain for producing their noxious effects. He then explains how to demarcate a separate place that will be impenetrable to malign influences. With the doors and windows sealed, the air should be purified by sprinkling perfumes and scents and by burning aromatic woods such as laurel, myrtle, rosemary, and cypress. In the room decorated with foliage and fabric of white silk, one should set alight 2 lamps, 5 torches, and other lights in order to represent the planets of the zodiac. It will also be useful to seek out the company of friends who are not subject to negative effects of the eclipse, to play music connected with Jupiter and Venus, and to have recourse to all those enticements connected with plant stones, colors, and odors capable of attracting beneficent influences and countering malign ones. If the darkness of the eclipse seems to suspend and interrupt the life that flows from the heavens, it will be necessary to secure protection by constructing a sort of artificial sky. De Fato was published in Lanz in 1629 as the 7th and final book of Campanella's Astrologia. This risk comprising the Pope himself by involving him in accusations of superstitious practices. Campanella was quick to write an apologeticus in which he attempted to demonstrate that the practices recommended in De Fato were not superstitious, but rather entirely natural. In a further effort to avert any scandal, in the early months of 1632, Urban VIII hurriedly promulgated an extremely severe bull, Inscrutabilis, directed against astrologers. The Pope also had Don Orazio Morandi, abbot of the monastery of Santa Prasande, in which astrological practices were entangled with shady political intrigues, imprisoned and put to death. Following the new threats from the Spanish in 1634, Campanella was forced to go into exile in Paris. There he devoted his energies to the publication of his works, bringing out a new edition of the Philosophy Realis in 4 parts, accompanied by questions, reprints of De Sensu Rerum and of Atheism Triumphant in Rational Philosophy in 5 parts, the Dialectica, Grammatica, Rhetorica, Poetica, and Historiographica, and above all, the Metaphysica, which he described as legitimate pride in the dedicated letter as the philosopher's Bible. This is a vast and complex work in which the most important themes of his thought come together, in which he sets out the doctrine of the primalities, the constitute principles of the Supreme Being, and all other created beings. God, the first infinite cause, has his essence in the principle of power, wisdom, and love. In an infinite manner, every finite being is composed of the same primalities, but in ways and proportions that are limited and differentiated. Nothingness does not exist either in God or outside of him, but he makes use of it to construct the finiteness and the distinctiveness of entities. After the explanation of the doctrine of the primalities comes that of the 3 great influences, necessity, fate, and harmony, the vehicles by which the divine idea in all of its infinite degrees is conveyed to the world and to matter. In the light of these doctrines, Campanella re-examines fundamental issues such as the relationship between necessity and contingency, and between human freedoms, fate, and providence, as well as problems concerning evil and sin. During his years in Paris, Campanella's interest in politics and prophecy, subjects close to his heart, resurfaced in the 2-year period from 1635 to 6. There was a remarkable blossoming of political writings, different in style and persuasive power, but sharing in common certain similar themes. Making comparative analysis of the 2 great European powers, Spain and France, he shows that Spain is on the downward slope of an inexorable decline, while its adversary in the ascendant phase of mounting success, and the new superpower is exhorted to assume the role of reunifying the Christian flock and asserting itself into the champion of liberty against the tyranny of Spanish Habsburg rule. There are 2 points in particular that most dramatically reveal the fatal decline of Spain. It is not known either how to spread Spanishness to other nations or how to manage economy affairs effectively. While the ancient Romans were masters of gradually accumulating populations and making the participants in the empire, the Spanish, on account of their immense pride, spurned the integration whenever with other people because their unwillingness to adopt the shrewd political tactic of mixed marriage that Campanella had suggested in the monarch of Spain. An alarming demographic contraction has occurred due to the loss of soldiers in war and the infertility of women, so that the Spanish population, formerly numbering 8 million, has now been reduced to half that figure because of the scarcity of the populace they have induced, and this is a very serious consequence. To destroy and depopulate the countries that they conquer in the New World, chosen by divine providence to evangelize the entire world, the Spanish have betrayed their mission, transforming themselves into executioners and instruments of divine wrath. An even greater condemnation of Spanish politics is its disastrous economic policy. In the monarchy of Spain, Campanella had already said that the gold of the New World had ruined the Old World, generating greed for riches and therefore weakening the ties and solidarity between humans. In his latter works, he repeated the view that affluence had exacerbated social inequalities, together with the vices that derived from them. At the request of the Cardinal Richelieu, Campanella wrote and dedicated to him a short treatise on chiromancy entitled Chiroscopia, and on the occasion of the long-awaited birth of the Dauphin, the future Sun King Louis XIV, he composed a lengthy Latin eclogue in which he returned to the prophetic themes that he had already been dear to him. In these verses, he once again predicted the advent of the epoch of unity and peace. Impiety, deception, lying, and disputes would be abolished. Work distributed among everybody would be turned from painful labor into a game. Lambs would no longer fear wolves, and sovereigns would rule for the benefit of their people. Aware of dire presages connected to the coming of a solar eclipse, he sought to avert the impending dangers, but he died at the dawn of May 21st, 1639. Okay, and finally, Spinoza. Okay, so we're finished with Baruch Spinoza. Let me just stand up and stretch for a second. God forbid, looks like nobody's watching, but still hope this is useful to yourself. The research goes on. Okay, and we will finish with good old Baruch Spinoza. Bento in Hebrew, Baruch in Latin, Benedictus. Spinoza is one of the most important philosophers and certainly the most radical of the early modern period. His thought combines a commitment to a number of Cartesian metaphysical and epistemological principles with elements from ancient Stoicism, Hobbes, and medieval Jewish rationalism into a nonetheless highly original system. His extremely naturalistic views of God, the world, the human being, and knowledge serve to ground a moral philosophy centered on the control of the passions leading to virtue and happiness. They also lay the foundation for a strongly democratic political thought and a deep critique of the pretensions of scripture and sectarian religion. Of all the philosophers of the 17th century, Spinoza is among the most relevant today. Biography. Spinoza was born in 1632 in Amsterdam. He was the middle son of a prominent family of moderate means in Amsterdam's Portuguese Jewish community. As a boy, he had undoubtedly been one of the star pupils of the congregation's Talmud Torah school. He was intellectually gifted, and this could not have gone unremarked by the congregation's rabbis. It is possible that Spinoza, as he made progress through his studies, was being groomed for a career as a rabbi, but he never made it to the upper levels of the curriculum, those which included advanced study of the Talmud. At the age of 17, he was forced to cut short his formal studies to help run the family's importing business. And then on July 27th, 1656, Spinoza was issued the harshest writ of herem, ban, or excommunication ever pronounced by the Sparta community of Amsterdam. It was never rescinded. We do not know for certain what Spinoza's monstrous deed or abominable heresies were alleged to have been, but an educated guess comes quite easy. No doubt he was giving utterance to just those ideas that would soon appear In his philosophical treatises, in these works, Spinoza denies the immortality of the soul, strongly rejects the notion of the transcendent providential God, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and claims that the law, the commandments of the Torah, and rabbinic legal principles were neither literally given by God nor any longer binding on the Jews. Can there be any mystery as to why one of the history's boldest and most radical thinkers was sanctioned by an Orthodox Jewish community? To all appearances, Spinoza was content to finally have an excuse for departing from the community and leaving Judaism behind. His faith and religious commitments were by this point gone. Within a few years, he had left Amsterdam altogether. By the time his extant correspondence begins in 1661, he is living in Rijsburg, not far from Leyden. Well, in Rijsburg, he worked on the treatises in the Enunciation of the Intellect, an essay on philosophical method, and the short treatise on God, man, and his well-being, an initial but aborted effort to lay out his metaphysical, epistemological, and moral views. His critical exposition of Descartes' Principles of Philosophy, the only work he published under his own name in his lifetime, was completed in 1663 after he had moved to Voorburg outside The Hague. By this time, he was also working what would eventually be called the Ethics, his philosophical masterpiece. However, when he saw the principles of toleration in Holland being threatened by reactionary forces, including political meddling of the Dutch Reformed Church, he put aside to complete his scandalous theological political treatise, published anonymously and to great alarm in 1670. One overwrought critic called it a book forged in hell by the devil himself. When Spinoza died in 1677 in The Hague, he was still at work on the political treatise. This was soon published by his friends, along with his other unpublished writings, including the Compendium of Hebrew Grammar. Ethics. The ethics is an ambitious and multifaceted work. It is also bold to the point of audacity, as one would expect of a systematic and unforgiving critique of the traditional philosophical and theological conceptions of God, the human being, and the universe, especially as these serve as the foundation of the major organized religions and their moral and ceremonial rules. What Spinoza intends to demonstrate, in the strongest sense of the word, is the truth about God, nature, and especially ourselves, and the most certain and useful principles of society, religion, and the good life, despite the great deal of metaphysics, physics, and anthropology and psychology that take out part 1 through 3. Spinoza took the crucial message of the work to be ethical in nature. It consists in showing that our happiness and well-being lie not in a life enslaved to the passions and to the transitory good we ordinarily pursue, nor in the related unreflective attachment to the superstitions that pass as religion, but rather in a life of reason. To clarify and support these broad ethical conclusions, however, Spinoza must first demystify the universe and show it for what it really is. This requires laying out some metaphysical foundations, the project of Part 1. God or nature. On God begins with some deceptively simple definitions of terms that would be familiar to any 17th century philosopher. By substance, I understand what is in itself and is conceived through itself. By attribute, I understand what the intellect perceives of a substance as constituting its essence. By God, I understand a being absolutely infinite, a substance consisting of an infinity of attributes, of which each one expresses an eternal and infinite essence. The definitions of Part 1 are, in effect, simply clear concepts that ground the rest of his systems. They are followed by a number of axioms that he assumes will be regarded as obvious and unproblematic by the philosophically informed. Whatever is either in itself or in another. From a given determinate cause, the effects follows necessarily. From these, the first proposition necessarily follows, and every subsequent proposition can be demonstrated using only what precedes. References to the ethics will be Part 1 to 4, proposition, definition, scholium, and corollary. In Proposition 1 through 15 in Part 1, Spinoza presents the basic elements of his picture of God. God is the infinite, necessary, existing, the self-caused, unique substance of the universe. There's only one substance in the universe. It is God, and everything else that is in it that is in God. Proposition 1, a substance is prior in nature to its affections. Proposition 2, two substances having different attributes have nothing in common with one another. In other words, if the two substances differ in nature, they have nothing in common. Proposition 3, if things have nothing in common with one another, one of them cannot be the cause of the other. Proposition 4, two or more distinct things are distinguished from one another either by a difference in their attributes, the natures or essences, or of the substances, or by a difference in their affection, their accidental properties. Proposition 5, in nature there cannot be two or more substances of the same nature or attribute. Proposition 6, one substance cannot be produced by another substance. Proposition 7, it pertains that the nature of a substance to exist. Proposition 8, every substance is necessarily infinite. Proposition 9, the more reality of or being each thing has, the more attributes belong to it. Proposition 10, each attribute of a substance must be conceived through itself. Proposition 11, God or a substance consisting of infinite attributes, each of which expresses eternal and infinite essence, necessarily exists. The proof of this proposition consists simply in the classical ontological proof for God's existence. Spinoza writes that if you deny this, conceive, if you can, that God does not exist. Therefore, by axiom 7, if a thing can be conceived as not existing, its essence does not involve existence. His essence does not involve existence, but this, by proposition 7, is absurd. Therefore, God necessarily exists. Proposition 12, no attribute of a substance can be truly conceived from which it follows that the substance can be divided. Proposition 13, a substance which is absolutely infinite is indivisible. Proposition 14, except God, no substance can be or be conceived. This proof that God is infinite, eternal, necessary, and self-caused, indivisible being is the only substance of the universe proceeds in 3 simple steps. First, establish that no two substances can share an attribute of or essence. Then prove that there is a substance with infinite attributes. That follows in conclusion that the existence of that infinite substance precludes the existence of any other substance. For if there were to be a second substance, it would have to have some attribute or essence. But since God has all possible attributes, then the attribute to be possessed by the second substance would be one of the attributes already possessed by God. But it has already been established that no two substances can have the same attribute. Therefore, there can be besides God no second substance. If God is the only substance, and by axiom 1, whatever is either a substance or in a substance, then everything else must be in God. Whatever is in God, and nothing can be or be conceived without God. Those things that are in God, or more precisely in God's attributes, are what Spinoza calls modes or affections. As soon as the preliminary conclusion has been established, Spinoza immediately reveals the objective of his attack. His definition of God, condemned since his excommunication from the Jewish community as a God existing only in a philosophical sense, is meant to preclude any anthropomorphizing of the divine being. In the Scholium to Proposition 15, he writes, against those who feign a God like man, consisting of a body and a mind, and subject to passions, but how far they wander from the true knowledge of God is sufficiently established by what has already been demonstrated. Besides being false, such as anthropomorphic conception of God, standing as judge over us, can have only deleterious effects on human freedom and activity, insofar as it fosters a life enslaved to hope and fear and the superstitions to which such emotions give rise. Much of the technical language of Part 1 is to all appearances right out of Descartes, but even the most devoted Cartesian would have had a hard time understanding and certainly accepting the full import of propositions 1 through 15. What does it mean to say that God is a substance and that everything else is in God? Is Spinoza saying that rocks, tables, chairs, birds, mountains, rivers, and human beings are all properties of God and hence can be predicated of God, just as one would say that the table is red? It seems very odd to think that objects and individuals, what we ordinarily think as independent things, are in fact mere properties of a thing, items that inhere in something else. Spinoza was sensitive to the strangeness of this kind of talk, not to mention the philosophical problems to which it gives rise. When a person feels pain, does it follow that the pain is ultimately just a property of God, and thus that God feels pain? All of this has given rise to a great deal of scholarly debate as to what Spinoza means by saying all things being modes of or in God. This may also explain why, as of Proposition 16, there is a subtle but important shift in Spinoza's language. God is now described not so much as the underlying substance of all things, but as the universal, immanent, and sustaining cause of all that exists. From the necessity of the divine nature, there must follow indefinitely many things in infinitely many modes, everything that can fall under an infinite intellect. According to the traditional Judeo-Christian conception of divinity, God is a transcendent creator, a being who causes a world distinct from himself to come into being by creating it out of nothing. God produces the world by a spontaneous act of free will, and could just as easily have not created anything outside of himself. By contrast, Spinoza's God is the cause of all things because all things follow causally and necessarily from the divine nature, or as he puts it, from God's infinite power or nature. All things have necessarily flowed or always followed by the same necessity and in the same ways from the nature of a triangle. It follows from eternity and to eternity that its three angles are equal to two right angles. The existence of the world is thus mathematically necessary. It is impossible that God should exist, but not the world. This does not mean that God does not cause the world to come into being freely, since nothing outside of God constrains him to bring it into existence. But Spinoza does deny that God creates the world by some arbitrary, undetermined act of free will. God could not have done otherwise. There are no alternatives to the actual world, no other possible worlds, and there is no contingency or spontaneity within the world. Nothing could possibly have been otherwise. Everything is absolutely necessarily determined. In nature, there is nothing contingent, but all things have been determined from the necessity of the divine nature to exist and produce an effect in a certain way. Things could have been produced by God in no other way and in no other order than that they have been produced. There are, however, differences in the way things depend on God. As an infinite being, God has infinite attributes. An attribute is best understood as the most basic way of being, a general nature that is expressed in determinate ways by particular things. We have knowledge of only two of these attributes, thought and extension. Some features of the universe follow necessarily from God, or more precisely, from the absolute nature of one of God's attributes in a direct and unmediated manner. These are the universal and eternal aspects of the world, and they do not come into or grow out of being. Spinoza calls them infinite modes. They include the most general principles of the universe, together governing all things in all ways. From the attribute of extension, there follows the principles governing all extended objects, the truths of geometry, the laws governing the motion and the rest of the bodies, the laws of physics. From the attribute of thought, there follows the laws of thought, understood by the commentators to either the laws of logic or the laws of psychology. Particular individual things are causally more remote from God. They're nothing but affections of God's attributes, or modes by which God's attributes are expressed in a certain and determinate way. More precisely, they are finite modes. There are two causal orders or dimensions governing the production and actions of particular things. On the one hand, they are determined by the general laws of the universe that follow immediately from God's nature. On the other hand, each particular thing is determined to act and to be acted upon by other particular things. Thus, the actual behavior of a body in motion is a function not just of the universal laws of motion, but also of the other bodies in motion and rest surrounding it and with which it comes into contact. Spinoza's Metaphysics of God is neatly summed up with a phrase that occurs in Latin, but not the original Dutch edition of the Ethics: God or nature, Deus sive natura. That eternal and infinite being we call God or nature acts from the same necessity from which he exists. An ambiguous phrase, since Spinoza could be read as trying to either to divinize nature or to naturalize God. But the careful reader, there is no mistaking Spinoza's intention. The friends who, after his death, published his writing left out the or nature clause from the more widely accessible Dutch version, probably out of fear of the reaction that this identification would predictably arouse among vernacular audiences. There are, Spinoza insists, two sides of nature. First, there's the active, productive aspect of the universe, God and his attributes, from which all else follows. This is what Spinoza, employing the same terms he used in the short treatise called Naturing Nature, Natura Naturans. Strictly speaking, this is identical with God. The other aspect of the universe is that which is produced and sustained by the active aspect, nature, natura naturata. By natura naturata, I understand whatever follows from the necessity of God's nature or from any aspects of God's attributes, all of the modes of God's attributes insofar as they are considered as things that are in God and can neither be nor conceived without God. There is some debate in the literature as to whether God is also to be identified with natura naturata. The more likely reading is that God as nature in both natura naturans and natura naturata, and that the infinite and finite modes are not just effects of God or nature, power, but actually inherent in and express the infinite substances. But that as it may, be that as it may, Spinoza's fundamental insight in Book 1 is that nature is an indivisible, eternal, and self-caused substantial whole. In fact, it is the only substantial whole outside of nature. There is nothing, and everything that exists is part of nature and is brought into being by nature with a deterministic necessity. This unified, unique, productive necessity being just what it is meant by God. Because of the necessity inherent in nature, there is no teleology in the universe. God or nature does not act for any ends, and things do not exist for any set of purposes. There are no final causes. To use the common Aristotelian phrase, God does not do things for the sake of anything else. The order of things just follows from God's essence with an inviolable determinism. All talk of God proposes intentions, goals, preference, or aims is just an anthropomizing fiction. All the prejudices I here undertake to expose depend on this one, that men commonly suppose that all natural things act as men do on account of an end. Indeed, they maintain as certain that God himself directs all things to some certain end, for they say that God has made all things for man, and that man that he might worship God. God is not some goal-oriented planner who then judges things by how well they conform to his purposes. Things happen only because of the nature of and its laws. Nature has no end set before it. All things proceed by certain eternal necessity of nature. To believe otherwise is to fall prey to the same superstitions that lie at the heart of the organized religions. People find both in themselves and outside themselves many means that are very helpful in seeking their own advantages. Eyes for seeing, teeth for chewing, plants for animals for food, the sun for light, the sea for supporting fish. Hence they consider all natural things as means to their own advantage. And knowing that they had found these means not provided for themselves, they had reason to believe that there was someone else who had prepared those means for their use. For after they considered these things as means, they could not believe that the things had made themselves, but from the means they were accustomed to prepare for themselves, they had to infer that there was a ruler or a number of rulers of nature endowed with human freedom who had taken care of all things for them and made all things for their use. And since they had never heard anything about the temperament of these rulers, they had to judge it from their own. Hence, they maintained that the gods direct all things for the use of men in order to bind men to them and to be held by men in the highest honor. So it has happened that each of them has thought up from his own temperament different ways of worshiping God, so that God might love them above all the rest and to direct the whole nature according to the needs of their blind desire and insatiable greed. Thus, this prejudice was changed into a superstition and struck deep roots in their minds. A judging God who has plans to act purposefully is a God to be obeyed and placated. Opportunistic preachers are then able to play on our hopes and fears in the face of such a God. They prescribe ways of acting that are calculated to avoid being punished by the God and earn his rewards. But Spinoza insists to see God or nature as acting for the sake of ends. To find purpose in nature is to misconstrue nature and to turn it upside down by putting the end result before the true cause. Nor does God perform miracles, since there are no and cannot be departures whatsoever from the necessary course of nature. This would be for God or nature to act against itself, which is absurd. The belief in miracles is due only to ignorance of the true causes of phenomena. If a stone has fallen from a room onto someone's head and killed him, they will show in following way that the stone fell in order to kill the man. For if it did not fall to that end, God willing it, how could so many circumstances have concurred by chance? For often many circumstances do occur at once. Perhaps you will answer that it happened because the wind was blowing hard and the man was walking that way, but they will persist. Why was the wind blowing hard at that time? Why was the man walking that way at that time? If you answer again that the wind arose because on the preceding day, while the weather was still calm, the sea began to toss, and then the man had been invited by a friend, they will press on, for there is no end to the questions which can be asked. But why was the sea tossing? Why was the man invited at just that time? And so they will not stop asking for the causes of causes until you take refuge in the will of God, the sanctuary of ignorance. This is strong language, and Spinoza is clearly aware of the risk of his position. The same preachers who take advantage of the credulity will fulminate against anyone who tries to pull aside the curtain and reveal the truths of nature. One who seeks the true causes of miracles and is eager, like an educated man, to understand natural things, not to wonder at them, like a fool, is generally considered and denounced as an impious heretic by those whom the people honor and interpreters of nature and the gods. For they know if the ignorance is taken away, then foolish wonder, the only means they have of arguing and defending their authority, is also taken away. For centuries, Spinoza has been regarded by his enemies and his partisans in the scholarly literature and the popular imagination as a pantheist. It is not clear, however, that this is the proper way to look at his conception of God. Of course, Spinoza is not a traditional theist for whom God is a transcendent and providential being, but does Spinoza's identification of God with nature mean that he is, as so many have insisted for so long, from the early 18th century up through the most recent edition of the Cambridge Dictionary of Philosophy, a pantheist? In general, pantheism is the view that rejects the transcendence of God. According to the pantheist, God is in some way identical with the world. There may be aspects of God that are ontologically or epistemologically distinct from the world, but for pantheism, this must not imply that God is essentially separate from the world. The pantheist is also likely to reject any kind of anthropomorphizing of God or attributing to the deity psychological and moral characteristics modeled in human nature. The pantheist God is usually not a personal God. Within this framework, it is possible to distinguish two varieties of pantheism. First, pantheism can be understood as denial of any distinction between God and the natural world, and the assertion that God is in fact identical with everything that exists. God is everything, and everything is God. On this view, God is the world and all its natural contents, and nothing distinct from them. This is reductive pantheism. Second, pantheism can be understood as asserting that God is distinct from the world and its natural contents, but nonetheless contained or immanent within them. Perhaps in this way, in the way in which water is contained in a saturated sponge. God is everything and everywhere. On this version, by virtue of being within everything, this is immanentist pantheism. It involves that claim that nature contains within itself, in addition to its natural elements, an immanent supernatural and divine element. Is Spinoza then a pantheist? Any adequate analysis of Spinoza's identification of God and nature will clearly show that Spinoza cannot be a pantheist in the second immanent sense. For Spinoza, there's nothing but nature and its attributes and modes, and within nature there can certainly be nothing that is supernatural. If Spinoza is seeking to eliminate anything, it is that which is above or beyond nature, which escapes the laws and processes of nature. But is he a pantheist in the first reductive sense? The issue of whether God is to be identified with the whole of nature, natura naturans, and natura naturata, or only part of nature, natura naturans alone, which has occupied a good deal of the recent literature, might be seen as crucial to the question of Spinoza's alleged pantheism. After all, if pantheism is the view that God is everything, then Spinoza is a pantheist only if he identifies God with all of nature. Indeed, this is exactly how the issue is often framed. But those who believe that Spinoza is a pantheist and those who believe that he's not a pantheist focus on the question of whether God is to be identified with the whole of nature, including the infinite and finite modes of natura naturata, or only with the substance and its attributes, natura naturans, but not the modes. Thus, it has been argued that Spinoza is not a pantheist because God is to be identified only with the substance and its attributes, the most universal active causal principles in nature, and not with any modes of substance. Other scholars have argued that Spinoza is a pantheist just because he does identify God with the whole of nature. However, this debate about the extent of Spinoza's identification of God with nature is not really the point when the question is about Spinoza's alleged pantheism. To be sure, if by pantheism is meant that the idea that God is everything, and if one reads Spinoza as saying that God is only natura naturans, then Spinoza's God is not everything, and consequently, Spinoza is not a pantheist, at least in the ordinary sense. Finite things in this reading, while caused by the eternal, necessary, and active aspects of nature, are not identical with God or substance, but rather are its effects. But this is not the interesting sense in which Spinoza is not a pantheist. For even if Spinoza does indeed identify God with the whole of nature, it does not follow that Spinoza is a pantheist. The real issue is not what is the proper reading of the metaphysics of Spinoza's conception of God and his relationship with finite modes. On either interpretation, Spinoza's move is a naturalistic and reductive one. God is identical either with all of nature or with only a part of nature. For this reason, Spinoza shares something with the reductive pantheism, but, and this is the important point, even the atheist can, without too much difficulty, admit that God is nothing but nature. Reductive pantheism and atheism remain extensionally equivalent ontologies. Rather, the question of Spinoza's pantheism is really going to be answered on the psychological side of things with regard to the proper attitude to take towards Deus Sive Natura. And however one reads the relationship between God and nature in Spinoza, it is a mistake to call him a pantheist insofar as pantheism is still a kind of religious theism. What really distinguishes the pantheist from the atheist is that the pantheist does not reject as appropriate the religious psychological attitudes demanded by theism. Rather, the pantheist simply asserts that God, conceived as a being before which one is to adopt an attitude of worshipful awe, is or is in nature, and nothing could be further from the spirit of Spinoza's philosophy. Spinoza does not believe that worshipful awe or religious reverence is an appropriate attitude to take before God or nature. There's nothing holy or sacred about nature, and it's certainly not the object of a religious experience. Instead, one should strive to understand God or nature with the kind of adequate or clear and distinct intellectual knowledge that reveals nature's most important truths and shows how everything depends essentially on and existentially on higher natural causes. The key to discovering and experiencing God for Spinoza is philosophy and science, not religious awe and worshipful submission. The latter gives rise only to superstitious behavior and subservience to ecclesiastic authorities. The former leads to enlightenment, freedom, and true blessedness, peace of mind. The human being. In part two, Spinoza turns to the nature of the human being. The two attributes of God of which we have knowledge are extension and thought. This in itself involves what would have been astounding thesis in the eyes of his contemporaries, one that was usually misunderstood and vilified. When Spinoza claims in Proposition 2 that extension is an attribute of God or God is an extended thing, he was almost universally but erroneously interpreted as saying that God is literally corporeal. For just this reason, Spinozism became for his critics synonymous with materialism. According to one interpretation, God is indeed material, even matter itself, but this does not imply that God is or has a body. Another interpretation, however, one which will be adopted here, is that what is in God is not matter per se, but extension of an essence, and extension and thought are two distinct essences or natures that have absolutely nothing in common. The modes of expression of extension are physical bodies, the modes of thought are ideas, because extension and thought have nothing in common. The two realms of matter and mind are causally closed systems. Everything that is extended follows from the attribute of extension alone. Every bodily event is part of an infinite causal series of bodily events and is determined only by nature of extension and its laws in conjunction with its relations to other extended bodies. Similarly, every idea or mental event follows only from the attribute of thought. Any idea is an integral part of an infinite series of ideas and is determined by the natural nature of thought and its laws, along with its relations to other ideas. There is, in other words, no causal interaction between bodies and ideas, between the physical and the mental. There is, however, a thoroughgoing correlation and parallelism between the two series. For every mode and extension that is relatively stable collection of matter and individual body, there is a corresponding mode in thought and idea or mind. In fact, he insists the mode of extension and the idea of that mode are one and the same thing, but expressed in two ways. Because of the fundamental and underlying unity of nature or substance and its attributes, thought and extension are just two different ways in which one and the same nature expresses itself. Every material thing, every determinate expression of nature through extension, thus has its own particular idea, a determined expression of nature through thought, an eternal adequate idea that corresponds to and represents it. Since the idea is just a mode of one of God's attributes, thought as in it is in God, and the infinite series of ideas constitute God's mind or infinite intellect. As he explains, a circle existing in nature and the idea of the existing circle, which is also in God, are one and the same thing, which is explained through different attributes. Therefore, whether we conceive nature under the attribute of extension, or under the attribute of thought, or under any other attribute, we shall find one and the same order, or one and the same connection of causes, that the same thing follows one another. It follows from this that Spinoza argues that the causal relationship between bodies is mirrored in the logical relation of God, between God's ideas, or as Spinoza notes in Proposition 7, the order and connection of ideas is the same as the order and connection of things. One kind of extended body, however, is significantly more complex than any other in its composition and in its dispositions to act and to be acted upon. The complexity is reflected in the corresponding idea. The body in question is the human body, and its corresponding idea is the human mind or soul. The human mind, then, like any other idea, is simply one particular mode of God's attribute thought. Whatever happens in the body is reflected or expressed in the mind. In this way, the mind perceives more or less obscurely what is taking place in the body, and through its body interaction with other bodies, the mind is aware of what is happening in the physical world around it. but the human mind no more interacts with its body than any mode of thought interacts with a mode of extension. One of the pressing questions in the 17th century philosophy, and perhaps the most celebrated legacy of Descartes' dualism, is the problem of how two radically different substances, such as mind and body, enter into a union in a human being and cause effects in each other. How can the extended body causally engage in the unextended mind, which is incapable of contact or motion, and move it? That is, cause mental effects such as pains, sensations, and perceptions? And how can an immaterial thing like mind or soul, which does not have motion, put a body, the human body, into motion? Spinoza, in effect, denies that the human being is a union of two substances. The human mind and the human body are two different expressions, under thought and under extension, of one and the same thing, the person. And because there is no causal interaction between the mind and the body, the so called mind body problem does not, technically speaking, arise. Knowledge. The human mind, like God, contains ideas. Some of these ideas, sensory images, qualitative feels like pains and pleasures, perceptual data, and figments of the imagination, are imprecise qualitative phenomenon, being the expression of thought, of state of the body, and it is affected by the body surrounding it. Such ideas do not convey adequate and true knowledge of the world, but only a relative, partial, and subjective picture of how things presently seem to be to the perceiver. There is no systematic order to these perceptions, nor any critical oversight by reason. As long as the human mind perceives things from the common order of nature, it does not have an adequate but only a confused and mutilated knowledge of itself, of its own body, and of external bodies. Under such circumstances, we are simply determined by our ideas, by our fortuitous and haphazard encounter with things in the external world. The superficial acquaintance will never provide us with knowledge of the essences of those things. In fact, it is an invariable source of falsehood and error. This knowledge from random experience is also the origin of great delusion, since we, thinking ourselves free, are in our ignorance unaware or just how we are determined by causes. Adequate ideas, on the other hand, are formed in a rational and orderly manner and are necessarily true and revelatory of the essence of things. Reason, the second kind of knowledge after random experience, is the apprehension of the essence of a thing through a discursive inferential procedure. A true idea means nothing other than knowing a thing perfectly, or in the best way, it involves grasping a thing's causal and conceptual connection, not just to other objects, but more importantly to the attributes of God, the infinite modes, the laws of nature that follow immediately from them, and the common notion that pick out features present in all modes of an attribute. The adequate idea of a thing clearly and distinctly situates its object in all of its causal nexuses and conceptual relations, and shows not just that it is, but what it is and how and why it is. The person who truly knows a thing sees the reasons why the thing was determined to be and could not have been otherwise. It is of the nature of reason to regard things as necessary, not as contingent. The belief that something is accidental or spontaneous can be based only on an inadequate grasp of the thing's causal explanation, on a partial and mutilated familiarity with it. To perceive by the way of adequate ideas is to perceive the necessity inherent in nature. Sense experience alone could never provide the information conveyed by an adequate idea. The senses present things only as they appear from a given perspective at a given moment in time. An adequate idea, on the other hand, by showing how a thing follows necessarily from one or another of God's attributes, presents it in its eternal aspects, as Spinoza puts it, without any relation to time. It is of the nature of reason to regard things as necessary and not as contingent, and reason perceives this necessity of things truly as it is in itself. But this necessity of things is the very necessity of God's eternal nature. Therefore, it is of the nature of reason to regard things under the species of eternity. The third kind of knowledge, intuition, takes what is known by reason and grasps it in a single perspicacious act of the mind. Spinoza's conception of adequate knowledge reveals an unrivaled optimism in the cognitive power of the human being. Not even Descartes believed that we could know all of nature and its innermost secrets with the depth of degree and certainty that Spinoza thought possible, most remarkably because Spinoza thought that the adequate knowledge of any object and of nature as a whole involves knowledge of God's essence and of how things relate to God's and its attributes. He also had no scruples about claiming that we can, at least in principle, know God perfectly and adequately. The knowledge of God, eternal and infinite essence, that each idea involves is adequate and perfect. The human mind has an adequate knowledge of God's eternal and infinite essence. No other philosopher in history has been willing to make this claim, but again, no other philosopher so forthrightly identifies God with nature. Passion and action. Spinoza engages in such a detailed analysis of the composition of the human being because it is essential to his goal of showing how the human being is part of nature, existing within the same deterministic causal nexuses as the other extended and mental beings. This has serious ethical implications. First, it implies that a human being is not endowed with freedom, at least in the ordinary sense of the term, because our minds and the events in our minds are simply ideas that exist within the causal series of ideas. That follows from God's attribute of thought. Our actions and volitions are as necessarily determined as any other natural event. In the mind, there is no absolute or free will, but the mind is determined to will this or that by a cause that is also determined by another, and this again by another, and so to infinity. What is true of the will, and of course of our bodies, is also true of all the phenomena of our psychological life. Spinoza believes that this is something that has not been sufficiently understood by previous thinkers who seem to have wanted to place the human being on a pedestal outside of or above nature. Most of those who have written about the effects and men's way of living seem to treat not of natural things which follow the common laws of nature, but of things that are outside of nature. Indeed, they seem to conceive man in nature as a dominion within a dominion, for they believe that man disturbs rather than follows the order of nature, that he has absolute power over his actions, and that he is determined only by himself. Descartes, for example, believes that if freedom of the human being is to be preserved, the soul must be exempt from the kind of deterministic laws that rule over the material universe. Spinoza's aim in part 3 and 4 is, as he says in the preface to part 3, to restore the human being and his volitional and emotional life to the proper place in nature, for nothing stands outside of nature, not even the human mind. Nature is also the same, and its virtue and power of acting are everywhere one and the same. The laws and rules of nature, according to which all things happen and change from one form to another, are always and everywhere the same. So the way of understanding the nature of anything, or whatever kind, must also be the same, though the universal laws and rules, through the universal laws and rules of nature. Our effects, our love, anger, hate, envy, pride, jealousy, etc., follow from the same necessity and force of nature as other similar singular things. Spinoza therefore explains these emotions as determined in their occurrence as are a body in motion and the properties of a mathematical figure, just as he would explain any other thing in nature. I shall treat the nature and power of the affects and the power of the mind over them by the same method by which in the preceding parts I treated God and the mind, and I shall consider human actions and appetites just as if they were a question of lines, planes, and bodies. Our effects are divided into actions and passions. When the causes of an event lies wholly in our own nature, more particularly our knowledge of adequate ideas, and we are the adequate cause of it, then it is the case of the mind acting. On the other hand, when something happens in us, the cause of which lies outside of our nature, then we are passive in being acted upon. Usually what takes place both when we are acting and when we are being acted upon is some change in our mental and physical capacities, what Spinoza calls an increase or decrease in our power of acting or in our power to preserve in being. All beings are naturally endowed with such a power of striving. This conatus is a kind of existential inertia which continues the essence of any being. Each thing, as far as it can by its own power, strives to preserve in its being. An effect just is any change in this power, for better or for worse. Effects that are actions are changes in the power that have their senses or adequate cause in our nature alone. Effects that are passions are those changes in this power that originate at least partly outside of us. What we should strive for is to learn how to moderate and restrain the passions and become active, autonomous beings. If we can achieve this, then we will be free to the extent that whatever happens to us will result not from our relations with things outside of us, but from our own nature, and that follows from and is ultimately and necessarily determined by the attributes of God, of which our minds and bodies are modes. We will consequently be truly liberated from the troublesome emotional ups and downs of this life, The way to bring this about is to increase our knowledge, our store of adequate ideas, and reduce as far as possible the power or strength of our inadequate ideas, which follows not from the nature of the mind alone, but from its being an expression of how our body is affected by other bodies. In other words, we need to free ourselves from a reliance on the senses and the imagination, since a life guided by the senses and imagination is a life being affected by the objects around us, and rely as much as we can only on our rational faculties. Because of our innate striving to preserve, which in the human being is called a will or appetite, we naturally pursue those things that we believe will benefit us by increasing our power of acting, and shun or flee those things that we believe will harm us by decreasing our power of acting. This provides Spinoza with a foundation for cataloging the human passions, for the passions are all functions of the ways in which external things affect our powers or capacities. Joy, sometimes translated as pleasure, for example, is simply the movement of passage to a greater capacity for action. By joy, I shall understand that passion by which the mind passes to a greater perfection. When joy is a passion, it is always brought about by some external object. Sadness or pain, on the other hand, is the passage to a lesser state of perfection, also occasioned by a thing outside of us. Love is simply joy accompanied by awareness of the external cause that brings about the passage to a greater perfection. We love that object that benefits us and causes us joy. Hate is nothing but sadness with an accompanying idea of an external cause. Hope is simply an inconstant joy which has arisen from the image of a future or past thing whose outcome we doubt. We hope for a thing whose presence, as yet uncertain, will bring about joy. We fear, however, a thing whose presence, equally uncertain, will bring about sadness. When that whose outcome was doubtful becomes certain, hope is changed into confidence, while fear is changed into despair. All of the human condition, insofar as they are passions, are constantly directed outward towards things and their capabilities to affect us in one way or another. Aroused by the passions and desires, we seek or flee those things that we believe cause joy or sadness. We strive to further the occurrence of whatever we imagine will lead to joy, and to avert or destroy what we imagine is contrary to it or will lead to sadness. Our hopes and fears fluctuate depending on whether we regard the objects of our desires or aversions as remote, near, necessary, possible, or unlikely. But the objects of our passions, being external to us, are completely beyond our control. Thus, the more we allow ourselves to be controlled by them, the more we are subject to passions, and the less active and free we are. The upshot is a fairly pathetic picture of life mired in the passions, and pursuing and fleeing the changeable and fleeting objects that occasion them. We are driven about in many ways by external causes, and like the waves of the sea driven by contrary winds, we toss about not knowing our outcome and fate. For the title of Part 4 of the Ethics reveals with perfect clarity Spinoza's evaluation of such a life of a human being on human bondage or the powers of the affects. He explains that the human being's lack of power to moderate and restrain the effects I call bondage. For the man who is subject to the effects is under the control not of himself but of fortune, in whose power he so greatly is often that, though he sees the better for himself, he is still forced to follow the worse. It is, he says, a kind of sickness of the mind to suffer too much love for a thing that is liable to many variations and that we can never fully possess. So 1 second. Virtue and happiness. The solution to the predicament is an ancient one, since we cannot control the objects that we tend to value and that we allow to influence our well-being. We ought instead to try to control our evaluations themselves and thereby minimize the sway that external objects and the passions have over us. We cannot eliminate the passive effects entirely. We are essentially part of nature and can never fully remove ourselves from the causal series that link us to external things, but we can ultimately counteract the passions, control them, and achieve a certain degree of relief from their turmoil. The path to restraining and moderating the effects is through virtue. Spinoza is a psychological and ethical egoist. All beings naturally seek their own advantages to preserve their own being and increase their power, and it is right for them to do so. This is what virtue consists in. Since we are thinking beings endowed with intelligence and reasoning, what is our greatest advantage is knowledge. Our virtue, therefore, consists in the pursuit of knowledge and understanding of adequate ideas. The best kind of knowledge is a purely intellectual intuition of the essence of things. This third kind of knowledge, beyond both random experience and ratiocination, sees things not in their temporal dimension, not in their durational existence, and in relation to their other particular things, but under the aspect of eternity that is abstracted from all considerations of time and place and situated in their relationship to God and its attributes. They're apprehended, that is, in their conceptual and causal relationship to the universal essence, thought, and extension, and the eternal laws of nature. We conceive things as actual in two ways, either insofar as we conceive them to exist in relation to a certain time and place, or insofar as we conceive them to be contained in God and to follow from the necessity of the divine nature. But the things we conceive in the second way are true or real. We conceive under a species of eternity, and to that extent, they involve the internal and infinite essence of God. But this is just to say that ultimately we strive for a knowledge of God. The concept of any body involves the concept of extension, and the concept of any idea of mind involves the concept of thought, but thought and extension just are God's attributes, so the proper and adequate conception of any body or mind necessarily involves the concept or knowledge of God. The third kind of knowledge proceeds from an adequate idea of certain attributes of God to an adequate knowledge of the essence of things. And the more we understand things in this way, the more we understand God. Knowledge of God is thus the mind's greatest good and its greatest virtue. What we see when we understand things through the third kind of knowledge, under the aspect of eternity and the relation to God, is the deterministic necessity of all things. We see that all bodies and their states follow necessarily from the essence of matter and the universal laws of physics, and we see that all ideas, including all the properties of minds, follow necessarily from the essence of thought and its universal laws. This insight can only weaken the powers that the passions have over us. We are no longer hopeful or fearful of what shall come to pass, and no longer anxious or despondent over our possessions. We regard all things with equanimity, and we are not inordinately and irrationally affected in different ways by past, present, and future events. The result is self-control and a calmness of mind. The more this knowledge that things are necessarily is concerned with singular things, which we imagine more distinctly and vividly, the greater is the power of the mind over the affects, as experience itself also testifies. For we see that sadness over some good which has perished is lessened as soon as the man who has lost it realizes that this good could not in any way have been kept. Similarly, we see that because we regard infancy as a natural and necessary thing, no one pities infants because of their inability to speak, to walk, or to reason, because they live so many years, as it were, unconscious of themselves. Our affects or emotions themselves can be understood in this way, which further diminishes their power over us. Spinoza's ethical theory is to a certain degree Stoic and recalls the doctrines of thinkers such as Cicero and Seneca. We do not have an absolute power to adapt things outside of us to our use. Nevertheless, we shall bear calmly those things that happen to us contrary to what the principle of our advantage demands. If we are conscious that we have done our duty, that our power we have could not have extended itself to the point where we could have avoided those things, and that we are in part of the whole of nature whose order we follow, if we understand this clearly and distinctly, that part of us which is defined by understanding the better part of us will be entirely satisfied with this, we will strive to preserve in this satisfaction. For insofar as we understand, we can want nothing except what is necessary, nor absolutely be satisfied with anything except what is true. What in the end replaces the passionate love for ephemeral goods is an intellectual love for an eternal, immutable good that we can fully and stably possess, God. The third kind of knowledge generates a love for its object, and in this love consists not of a passionate joy, but an active one, even blessedness itself. Taking his cue from Maimonides' view of human eudaimonia, Spinoza argues that the mind's intellectual love of God is our understanding of the universe, our virtue, our happiness, our well-being, and our salvation. It is our freedom and autonomy as we approach the condition wherein what happens to us follows from our nature as a determinate and determined mode of one of God's attributes, alone and not as a result of the ways external things affect us. Spinoza's free person is one who bears the gifts and losses of fortune with equanimity and does only those things that he believes to be the most important in life. He also, despite the fundamental egoism, engages in behavior towards others that is typically regarded as ethical, even altruistic. He takes care for the well-being and virtuous flourishing of other human beings. He does what he can through rational benevolence as opposed to pity or some other passion to ensure that they too achieve relief from the disturbances of the passions through understanding, and thus that they can become more like him and therefore more useful to him. He does this not from altruistic motives but egoistic ones. He sees that it is his own best interest to be in communication and communion with other rational, virtuous individuals. Moreover, the free person is not anxious about death. The free person neither hopes for any eternal otherworldly rewards nor fears any eternal punishment. He knows that the soul is not immortal in any personal sense, but is endowed only with a certain kind of eternity. The more the mind consists of true and adequate ideas, which are eternal, the more of it remains within God's attribute of thought. After the death of the body and the disappearance of that part of the mind that corresponds to the body's duration, this understanding of its place in the natural scheme of things brings to the free individual true peace of mind, even salvation. There are a number of social and political ramifications that follow from Spinoza's ethical doctrines of human action as well and well-being. Because disagreement and discord between human beings is always the result of our different and changeable passions, free individuals who all share the same nature and act on the same principles will naturally and effortlessly form a harmonious society. Insofar as men are torn by the affects that are passions, they can be contrary to one another, but insofar as men live according to the guidance of reason, they must do only those things that are good for human nature, and hence for each man, those things that agree with the nature of each man. Hence, insofar as men live according to the guidance of reason, they must always agree amongst themselves. Free human beings will be mutually beneficial and useful, and will be tolerant of the opinions and even the errors of others. However, human beings do not generally live under the guidance of reason. The state of sovereign, therefore, is required in order to ensure, not by reason, but by the threat of force, that individuals are protected from the unrestrained pursuit of self-interest on the part of the other individuals. The transition from state of nature, where each seeks his own advantage without limitation, to a civil state involves the universal renunciation of a certain natural rights, such as the right everyone has of avenging himself and judging good and evil, and the investment of those prerogatives in a central authority. As long as human beings are guided by their passions, the state is necessarily to bring it about that they live harmoniously and be in of assistance to one another. Theological political treatise. The ostensive aim of the theological political treatise, widely vilified in its time, is, as its subtitle proclaims, to show that freedom to philosophize can not only be granted without injury to piety and the peace of the commonwealth, but that the peace of the commonwealth and piety are endangered by the suppression of this freedom. But Spinoza's ultimate intention is reveal the truth of the scripture and religion, and thereby to undercut the political power exercised in modern states by religious authorities. He also defends, at least as a political ideal, the tolerant, secular, and democratic polity. On religion and scripture, Spinoza begins the theological political treatise by alerting his readers through a kind of natural history of religion to just those superstitious beliefs and behaviors that the clergy by playing on ordinary human emotions encourage in their followers. A person guided by fear and hope, the main emotions in life, devoted to the pursuit of temporal advantage, turns in the face of vagaries of fortune to behaviors calculated to secure the goods of he desires. Thus we pray, worship, make votive act offerings, sacrifice, and engage in all of the various rituals of popular religion, but the emotions are as fleeting as the objects that occasion them. And thus the superstitious, grounded in those emotions subject to fluctuations, ambitious and self-serving clergy do their best to stabilize the situation, give some permanence to those beliefs and behaviors. Immense efforts have been made to invest religion, true or false, with such pomp and ceremony that it can stain any shock and constantly evoke the deepest reverence in all of its worshippers. Religious leaders are generally abetted in their purpose by the civil authority, which threatens to punish all deviations from theological orthodoxy as sedition. The result is a state religion that has no rational foundations, a mere respect for ecclesiastics that involves adulation and mysteries, but no true worship of God. The solution to this state of affairs, Spinoza believes, is to examine the Bible anew and find the doctrines of the true religion. Only then will we be able to delimit exactly what we need to do to show proper respect for God and obtain blessedness. This will reduce the sway that religious authorities have over our emotional, intellectual, and physical lives and reinstate a proper and healthy relationship between the state and religion. A close analysis of the Bible is particularly important for any argument that the freedom of philosophizing, essentially freedom of thought and speech, is not prejudicial to piety if it can be demonstrated that Scripture is not a source of natural truth, but the bearer of only a simple moral message, love your neighbor. Then people will see that faith is something separate from philosophy. Spinoza intends to show that in the moral message alone, and not in Scripture's words, origin, or history, lies the sacredness of what is otherwise merely a human document. The Bible teaches only obedience to God, not knowledge, thus philosophy and religion. Reason and faith inhabit two distinct and exclusive spheres, and neither should tread in the domain of the other. The freedom to philosophize and speculate can therefore be granted without any harm to true religion. In fact, such freedom is essential to public peace and piety, since most civil disturbances arise from sectarian disputes. The real danger to a republic comes from those who would worship not God but some words on a page. It will be said that although God's law is inscribed in our hearts, Scripture is nevertheless the word of God, and it is no more permissible to say the Scripture that is mutilated and contaminated than it is to say this of God's word. In reply, I have to say that such objectors are carrying their piety too far and are turning religion into superstition. Indeed, instead of God's word, they are beginning to worship likeness and images, that is, paper and ink. From a proper and informed reading of Scripture, a number of things become clear. First, the prophets were not men of exceptional intellectual talents. They were not, that is, naturally gifted philosophers, but simply very pious, even morally superior individuals endowed with vivid imaginations. They were able to perceive God's revelation through their imaginative faculties, be it words or real or imaginary figures. This is what allowed them to apprehend that which lies beyond the boundary of the intellect. Moreover, their content of the prophecy varied according to the physical temperament, imaginative powers, and particular opinions or prejudices of the prophet. It followed that prophecy, while it has its origins in the power of God, and in this respect it is, in Spinoza's metaphysical scheme, no different from any other natural event, does not provide privileged knowledge of natural or spiritual phenomena. The prophets are not necessarily to be trusted when it comes to matters of the intellect or questions of philosophy, history, or science, and their pronouncements set no parameters on what should or should not be believed about the natural world on the basis of irrational faculties. Spinoza provides an equally deflationary account of God's elation or of the vocation of the Hebrews. It is a childish, he insists, for anyone to base their happiness on the uniqueness of their gifts. In the case of the Jews, it would be the uniqueness of their being chosen among all the people. The ancient Hebrews, in fact, did not surpass other nations in their wisdom or in their proximity to God. They were neither intellectually nor morally superior to other peoples. They were chosen only with respect to their social organization and political good fortune. God or nature gave them a set of laws through a wise lawgiver, Moses, which they obeyed and made their surrounding enemies weaker than them. The natural result of this internal and external aid is that their society is well ordered and their autonomous government persisted for a long time. Their election was thus temporal and conditional one, and their kingdom is now long gone. Thus, at the present time, there is nothing whatsoever that the Jews can arrogate to themselves above other nations. Spinoza thereby rejects the particularism that many, including Amsterdam's Spartic rabbis, insisted was essential to Judaism. True piety and blessedness are universal in their scope and accessible to anybody regardless of their confessional creed. Central to Spinoza's analysis of the Jewish religion, although it is applicable to any religion whatsoever, is the distinction between the divine law and the ceremonial law. The law of God commands only the knowledge and love of God and the actions required for attaining that condition. Such love must arise not from fear of possible penalties or hope for any rewards, but solely on the goodness of its object. The divine law does not demand any particular rites or ceremonies such as sacrifices or dietary restrictions or festival observances. The 613 precepts of the Torah have nothing to do with blessedness or virtue. They were directed only at the Hebrews so that they might govern themselves in an autonomous state. The ceremonial laws help preserve their kingdom and ensure its prosperity, but were valid only as long as the political entity lasted. They are not binding on all Jews under all circumstances. They were, in fact, instituted by Moses for a purely practical reason so that people might do their duty and not go on their own way. This is true not just of the rites and practices of Judaism, but of the outer ceremonies of all religions. None of these activities have anything to do with true happiness or piety. They serve only to control people's behavior and preserve a particular society. A Similar practical function is served by the story of miracles. Scripture speaks in a language suited to affect the imagination of ordinary people and compel their obedience, rather than appealing to the natural and real causes of all events. Its authors sometimes narrate things in a way calculated to move people, particularly uneducated people, to devotion. If Scripture were to describe the downfalls of an empire in the style adopted by political historians, the common people would not be stirred. Strictly speaking, however, miracles understood as divinely caused departures from ordinary courses of nature are impossible. Every event, no matter how extraordinary, has a natural cause and explanation. Nothing happens in nature that does not follow from her laws. This is simply a consequence of Spinoza's metaphysical doctrines. Miracles, as traditionally conceived, require distinction between God and nature, something that Spinoza's philosophy rules out in principle. Moreover, nature's order is inviolable insofar as the sequence of events in nature is a necessary consequence of God's attributes. These certainly are There certainly are miracles in the sense of events whose natural causes are unknown to us, and which we therefore attribute to the powers of a supernatural God. But this is once again to retreat to superstition, the bitter enemy of all true knowledge and true morality. By analyzing prophecy in terms of vividness and imagination, Jewish election as political fortune, the ceremonial laws as a kind of social and political expediency, and the belief in miracles as an ignorance of nature's necessary causal operation, Spinoza naturalizes and consequently demystifies some of the fundamental elements of Judaism and other religions and undermines the foundation of their external superstitious rites. At the same time, he thereby reduces the fundamental doctrine of piety to a simple and universal formula, naturalistic in itself, involving love and knowledge. This process of naturalization achieves its stunning climax when Spinoza turns to consider the authorship and interpretation of the Bible itself. Spinoza's views on Scripture constitute, without question, the most radical theses of these treatises, and explain why he was attacked with such vitriol by his contemporary. Others before Spinoza had suggested that Moses was not the author of the entire Pentateuch. For example, Abraham ibn Ezra in the 12th century and the 17th century, the English philosopher Thomas Hobbes, but no one had taken the claim to the extreme limit that Spinoza did, arguing for it with such boldness and at such length, nor had anyone before Spinoza been willing to draw from it the conclusion about the status, meaning, and interpretation of Scripture that Spinoza drew. Spinoza denied that Moses wrote all or even most of the Torah. The references in the Pentateuch to Moses in the third person, the narration of his death, and particularly of events following his death, and the fact that some places are called by the names that they did not bear in the time of Moses, all make it clear beyond a shadow of a doubt that the writings commonly referred to as the 5 books of Moses were in fact written by someone who lived many generations after Moses. Moses did, to be sure, compose some books of the history and the law, and remnants of those long lost books can be found in the Pentateuch, but the Torah as we have it, as well as the other books of the Hebrew Bible, such as Joshua, Judges, Samuel, and Kings, were written neither by the individuals whose names they bear nor by any person appearing in them. Spinoza believes that these were, in fact, all composed by a single historian living many generations after the events narrated, and this was most likely Ezra the scribe. It was the post-exilic leader who took the many writings that had come down to him and began weaving them into a single but not seamless narrative. Ezra's work was later completed and supplemented by the editorial labors of others. What we now possess then is nothing but a compilation, and a rather mismanaged, haphazard, and mutilated one at that. As for the book of the prophet, as for the books of the prophets, they are even later provenance, compiled or heaped together, in Spinoza's view, by a chronicler or scribe, perhaps as late as the Second Temple period. Canonization into Scripture occurred only in the 2nd century BCE, when the Pharisees selected a number of texts from a multitude of others, because the process of transmission was a historical one involving the conveyance of writings of human origin over a long period of time through numerous scribes, and because the decision to include some books but not others was made fallible by human beings. There are good reasons for believing that a significant portion of the text of the Old Testament is corrupt. While in 1670 there was nothing novel in claiming that Moses did not write all of the Torah, Spinoza's remarkably innovative claim was to argue that this holds great significance for how Scripture is to be read and interpreted. He was dismayed by the way Scripture itself was worshipped, by the reverence according to the words and pages rather than the message they conveyed. If the Bible is a historical, natural document, then it should be treated like any other work of nature. The study of Scripture or biblical hermeneutics should therefore proceed as the study of nature and natural science proceeds, by gathering and evaluating empirical data, that is, by examining the book itself along with the contextual conditions of its composition for its general principles. I hold that the method of interpreting Scripture is no different from the method of interpreting nature, and is in fact in complete accord with it, for the method of interpreting nature consists essentially in composing a detailed study of nature from which, as being the source of our assured data, we can deduce the definitions of the things of nature. Now, in exactly the same way, the task of scriptural interpretation requires us to make straightforward study of scripture, and from this the sources of our fixed data and principles, to deduce by logical inference of the meaning of the authors of scripture. In this way, that is, by allowing no other principles of data for the interpretation of scripture and study of its content except those that can be gathered only from scripture itself and from historical study of scripture, steady progress can be made without any danger of error, and one can deal with matters that surpass our understanding with no less confidence than those matters that are known to us by the natural light of reason. Just as the knowledge of nature must be sought from nature alone, so too must the knowledge of Scripture and apprehension of its intended meaning be sought from Scripture alone, and through the appropriate exercise of rational and textual inquiry. When properly interpreted, the universal message conveyed by Scripture is a simple moral one: to know and love God and to love one's neighbor as oneself. This is the real word of God and the foundation of true piety, and it lies uncorrupted in faulty, tampered, and corrupt text. The lesson involves no metaphysical doctrines about God or nature, and requires no sophisticated training in philosophy. In contrast with Maimonides' account, Spinoza insists that the object of Scripture is not to impart truth or knowledge, but to compel obedience and regulate our conduct. Scriptural doctrine contains no abstruse speculation or philosophical reasoning, but very simply matters able to be understood by the most sluggish mind. To the extent and only to the extent that Scripture is successful in morally edifying its readers and inspiring them to obey the Word of God and treat others with justice and charity, it is divine. Spinoza claims, in fact, that familiarity with Scripture is not even necessary for piety and blessedness, since its message can be known by rational faculties alone, although with great difficulty for most people. He who, while unacquainted with these writings, nevertheless knows by the natural light that there is a God having the attributes that we have recounted, and who also pursues a true way of life, is altogether blessed. It follows that the only practical commandments that properly belong to religion are those that are necessary to carry out the moral precepts and confirm in our hearts the love of our neighbor. A Catholic faith should therefore contain only those dogmas which obedience to God absolutely demands, and without which such obedience is absolutely impossible. These must all be directed to this one end, that there is a supreme being who loves justice and charity, whom all must obey in order to be saved, and must worship by practicing justice and charity to their neighbor. As for other dogmas, every person should embrace those that he, being the best judge of himself, feels will do the most to strengthen in him love of justice. This is the heart of Spinoza's case for toleration, for freedom of philosophizing, and freedom of religious expression, by reducing the central message of Scripture and the essential content of piety to a simple moral maxim, one that is free of any superfluous speculative doctrines or ceremonial practices, and by freeing Scripture of the burden of having to communicate specific philosophical truths or prescribing a multitude of required behaviors. He has demonstrated both that philosophy is independent from religion and that the liberty of each individual to interpret religion as he wishes can be upheld without any detriment to piety. As to the question of what God, the exemplar of true life, really is, whether he is fire or spirit or light or thought or something else, this is irrelevant to faith. And so likewise is the question as to why he is the exemplar of true life, whether this is because he has just and merciful disposition, or because all things exist and act through him, and consequently we to understand through him, and through him we see what is true, just, and good. On the questions, it matters not what beliefs a man holds, nor again does it matter for faith whether one believes that God is omnipresent in essence or in potency, whether he directs everything from free will or from the necessity of his nature, whether he lays down laws as a rule or teaches them as beings eternal to truth, whether man obeys God from free will or from the necessity of the divine decree, whether the rewarding of the good and the punishing of the wicked is natural or supernatural. The view one takes on these and similar questions have no bearing on faith, providing that such a belief does not lead to the assumption of greater license to sin or hinder submission to God. Indeed, every person is in duty bound to adapt these religious dogmas to his own understanding and to interpret them for himself in whatever way makes him feel that he can the more readily accept them with full confidence and conviction. Faith and piety belong not to the person who has the most rational argument for the existence of God or the most thorough philosophical understanding of his attributes, but to the person who best displays works of justice and charity. And finally, the state. Spinoza's account of religion has clearly political ramifications. There's always been a quasi-political agenda behind his decision to write the theological political treatise, since his attack was directly at political meddling by religious authorities. But he also took the opportunity to give a more detailed and thorough presentation of a general theory of the state that is only sketchily present in the Ethics. Such an examination of the true nature of political society is particularly important to his argument for intellectual and religious freedom, since he must show that such freedom is not only compatible with political well-being but essential to it. The individual egoism of ethics plays itself out in the pre-political context, the so-called state of nature, a universal condition where there is no law or religion or justice and injustice, as the right of every individual to do whatever he can to preserve himself, whatever every person, whenever he is considered as solely under the dominion of nature, believes to be to his advantage, whether under the guidance of a sound reason or under passion's sway, he may be sovereign, natural right, seek and get for himself by any means, by force, deceit, entreaty, or in any other way he best can, and he may consequently regard as his enemy anyone who tries to hinder him from getting what he wants. Naturally, this is rather insecure and dangerous condition under which to live. In Hobbes' celebrated phrase, and Spinoza was clearly influenced by his reading of that British thinker, life in the state of nature is solitary, poor, nasty, brutish, and short. As rational creatures, we soon realized that we would be better off still from thoroughly egoistic perspective, coming to an agreement among ourselves to restrain our opposing desires and the unbounded pursuit of self-interest, in some that it would be in our greater self-interest to live under the law of reason rather than the law of nature. We thus agree to hand over to a sovereign in our natural right and power to do whatever we can to satisfy our interests. That sovereign, whether it be an individual, in which case the resulting state is a monarchy, or a small group of individuals, an oligarchy, or the body politic as a whole, a democracy, will be absolute and unrestrained in its scope of its power. It will be charged with keeping all the members of society to the agreement, mostly by playing on their fear of the consequence of their breaking the social contract. Obedience to the sovereign does not infringe upon our autonomy, since in following the commands of the sovereign, we are following an authority whom we have freely authorized and whose commands have no other object than our own rational self-interest. The type of government most likely to respect and preserve the autonomy issues laws based on sound reason and to serve the ends for which the government is instituted is democracy. It is the most natural form of governing arising out of a social contract, since in a democracy the people obey only laws that issue from the general will of the body politic, and the least subject to various abuses of power. In a democracy, the rationality of a sovereign's commands is practically secured, since it is unlikely the majority of the large number of people will agree to a rational design. Monarchy, on the other hand, is the least stable form of government and the one most likely to degenerate into tyranny, since the outward practices of religion impinge upon the comportment and relations of citizens. They fall under state business, and thus, within the sphere of a sovereign's power, the sovereign should have complete dominion in all public matters, secular and spiritual. There should be no church separate from the religion instituted and regulated by the state. This will prevent sectarianism and the multiplication of religious disputes. All questions concerning external religious rites and ceremonies are in the hands of the sovereign, thus in the best interest of everyone, since the sovereign will identify and in the conformity with its contractual duty, ensure that such practices are in accord with public peace and safety and social well-being. The sovereign should rule in such a way that his commands enforce God's laws, justice, and charity, thereby acquire the force of civil law, backed by the power of the sovereign. For this reason, it is misleading to proclaim Spinoza as a proponent of the separation of church and state. On the other hand, a dominion over the inward worship of God and the beliefs accompanying it, in other words, inner piety, belong exclusively to the individual. This is a matter of an inalienable private right, and it cannot be legislated, not even by the sovereign. No one can limit or control another person's thoughts anyways, and it would be foolhardy and destructive to the polity for a sovereign to attempt to do so. Nor can speech ever truly be and effectively be controlled, since people will always say what they want, at least in private. Everyone is by absolute natural right the master of his own thoughts, and thus utter failure will attend any attempt in the Commonwealth to force men to speak only as prescribed by the sovereign, despite their very different and opposing opinions. There must, Spinoza grants, be some limits to speech and teaching. Seditious discourse that discourages individuals to nullify the social contract should not be tolerated. but the best government will err on the side of leniency and allow the freedom of philosophical speculation and the freedom of religious belief. Certain inconveniences will no doubt sometimes result from such an extensive liberty, but the attempt to regulate everything by law is more likely to erode vices than to reform them. In a passage that foreshadows John Stuart Mill's utilitarian defense of liberty, nearly 2 centuries later, Spinoza adds that this freedom is the first importance in fostering the sciences and the arts, for only those whose judgments are free and unbiased can attain success in these fields. It is hard to imagine more passionate and reasoned defense of freedom and toleration than that offered by Spinoza. Okay, so there you have it. So Spinoza is a pretty big thinker. So you see they have Spinoza on political philosophy, modal metaphysics, psychological theory, physical theory, theory of attributes, epistemology, and philosophy of mind. So I could certainly do a whole series just on Spinoza, but like time is short, and so next episode we will cover Nicholas Mellenbach, Christian Wolff, Blaise Pascal, Robert Descartes, and Émile de Châtelet, the French Enlightenment. And then after that, we will do the British Enlightenment, Henry Moore, Ralph Cudworth, John Norris, Samuel Clarke, and Antoine Legrand. So a lot of information to cover. I found this pretty interesting. There's a handful of people watching. Hope this is useful to other people also. And feeling good about my research. We'll continue the research. There's a lot to cover. And said like any one of these topics could be went into much deeper. So time allowing, this is a substantial amount of effort just to do this. So with that, we've been at it for 5.5 hours, about covered a lot of material, Italian Renaissance. And so, we'll continue with the French Enlightenment and the British Enlightenment, and then go on to Leibniz. And then from there, continue with the biography series from the thinkers from Leibniz to Kant. And then we'll do a deep dive in Kant. And then hopefully from there, we'll start going deeply into specific metaphysical concepts. But, to just jump into metaphysics is extremely difficult because it's all abstract. And then you just have like, theoretical metaphysics where you have all these different possibilities like categorization, causation, the nature of laws, universal laws, and just to jump in like of all these possibilities. And a lot of times you're like, well, this thinker said this and this thinker said this. And so that's why I've been doing the biography series along with it to get a historical progression and understand, the various progression from the scholastics, the ancients, the Dark Ages to the Renaissance to the Enlightenment, different aspects, the continental idealists, the British empiricists, the American pragmatists, leading up to, Kant and the Neo-Kantians and the Vienna Circle to what we have today, this whole mismatch, in order to approach any given topic where you have all these theoretical possibilities of metaphysics or the attempt to reject it. So we will continue in this path. Anybody interested, reach out, make comments, share, like, join Discord, any of other forms of social media, join the conversation. With that, God bless. We'll see you Sunday, week in review, and I will continue with research into the gifted and talented, and we'll look at these longer articles of what is mathematical talent, and then the debate whether there is even such a thing as giftedness in the first place. So with that, signing off, God bless.